Hey, can you guys hear me? Hello? Excellent. All right. Chat, what's up? I am a little bit behind schedule. We do have Will and we do have Jarvis here to bring you some awesome commentary in a little bit. So just as a high level real quick, because I don't have much time, players are already seated, we're probably just going to dive right into the magic. Go me, a little downtime. Welcome to SCGCON Cincinnati. This is a teams event. It's $25,000 on the line. We have 3 unique formats today. We've got Pioneer, Modern, and Legacy, and we'll be watching the last 2. Cool. How are things looking on my end? Hope things are going pretty well. Can we get Jerry T on a feature? I didn't even know that Jerry was here, but that would be pretty cool. Okay, so I'm gonna go take care of some stuff on my end, but I will say hello, hi for a while. So we're gonna stop recording here. Stop recording here. All right. How is everyone doing? I know I've been AWOL this week. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and let the players start real quick. And we're gonna hop right into Will and Jarvis. Are you here? What's up?
Okay, can we go? All right. Good luck.
All right. So it looks like Will and Jarvis are here. I'm going to go ahead and pass it off to them. And yeah, good stuff. See you in just a second.
Well, we're here. Here we go. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, everybody. If it's just tuning in, my name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall EXP. And I am joined by a GP winner, a 4-time top 8er, the one and only Jarvis Yu. How are we doing, Jarvis?
Yo, what's up? I'm having a great Saturday. It's really hot outside, so I'm happy to stay inside and have an excuse.
Oh, you need to come to the UK. It's very wet and miserable here. You know what I mean? If you want it to be cooler, you're great. But obviously, we're covering, as Anu said, it is a team event, 25K. This is Pioneer, Modern, Legacy. We see a lot of Pioneer over the last couple of months of the RC season, so we're going to be focusing mainly on the Modern and the Legacy. What are you most looking forward to out of those 2 formats?
Well, Modern and Legacy have gone through a bunch of shakeups with the Lord of the Rings sets coming into the format. Obviously, there was a Legacy ban a few months ago. Expressive Iteration, White Plume Adventure got taken out of the format. So I think both of the formats are really trying to figure out what's going on there. And, there's a Pro Tour in Barcelona in a few weeks, and Modern's one of the primary focuses of that. So there's a lot of interesting stuff to see, and, we'll also see what happens at the Pro Tour, I suppose.
I can't tell you how excited I am for this Pro Tour, being Lord of the Rings. I'm a massive fanboy with it, plus Modern. It's in Europe, exactly where I'm at. But there's been a lot of cards that have been printed, right? They're making some big waves, shall we say, in Modern and Legacy. The main one that everyone's talking about and the hype was around was obviously the One Ring. We've seen it popping up quite a lot online. It's been in paper tournaments. I imagine we're going to see a lot of it this weekend. What's your thoughts on this?
Well, people who have watched my stream recently I have a lot of thoughts on that card. Suffice it to say, the card's really, really powerful, and we're going to see a lot of it at the Pro Tour. It's more of a question of what deck makes the best use of it in Modern, or maybe Karn the Great Creator rises to the top in Modern as a counteraction to it. In a Tron deck, and maybe even like in a Core Tapper Dice Factory style deck as well.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in, especially in Modern and Legacy, these bigger formats. That there's so many cards been printed over the years that we just need time for the meta to evolve. Off the bat, yeah, great, we worked out it's a great card. You get your bad beat stories to it, but there's so many brewers and deck builders out there, and the card quality is so high that it might be able to adapt. And if it doesn't, obviously, then we start talking about the B word. But we won't bring that up here. The other card that's been, I feel like, seen more of in Legacy than Modern, very mildly, is the Orcish Bowmaster, and how well that one's been. I know you're a big Legacy player. How are you finding either playing with that or against that?
I think it's a good check on the format because Brainstorm is kind of one of the best cards on the format. Taking down Brainstorm by a peg or making it harder to just cast Brainstorm willy-nilly is probably a good thing for the format in general. I would say that, Legacy can tolerate a 2-mana 1/1 that sort of makes your cantrips awkward to cast. It has definitely pushed the power level of format upwards. We've also seen a bunch of One Ring decks pop up there. Soul Lands powering out the One Ring makes sense. The One Ring in control decks also makes sense, like on-rock style control decks. There's a lot to explore in Legacy still, and I think we haven't figured it out all the way.
Well, it looks like we're going to go down to the players, and we are going to be starting at the legacy table. I know that'll make you happy. We're going to have Grixis Delver versus Deck B. Not heard of this Deck B before, but maybe it goes along with Player B. I think we're going to try and work that out behind the scenes, but
Mhm.
we'll find out super shortly, I'm sure. I know you've been playing a lot of was it Grixis Scam? I've seen you playing quite a bit online at the minute.
I've actually been playing a bunch of Grixis Delver, like
Oh,
literally this style of deck. I'm interested to see if this person adopted the style of deck that I advocated for last weekend that I ended up playing. There's a few things that really make it clear if it's my precise list. Namely, the 2 Delver of Secrets is a very weird number to look at, generally speaking.
Is it, so if you were playing this weekend, this is the deck that you would have been brought?
If I were in the Legacy seat, yeah. If I were in the Modern seat, I would play 4C Omnath Ring.
So there's one card I see in the hand already, which I think it's the card I'm going to talk about that I've seen popping up, and it's Sorin's Ransom. Why is this random 3-mana instant now popping up in Legacy of all formats?
Uh, to give a quick breakdown of it, I think it's hard for the Delver decks to just outmuscle their opponents on without some extra way of getting more card quantity. You basically need something like Expressive Iteration, except that's banned. So something like Soren's Ransom makes a lot of sense.
Okay, makes sense. I think it's now starting to pop up in modern as well. Maybe we'll see that this weekend. I know there's a new hot spiciness, but I'm pretty sure when we animate, we're looking at the right of your screen here, as we can see
Mhm.
Faithless Looting Cast and a couple of petals, and I think we're going to go for a turn 1. Is this Entomb or Reanimate? Is it? No, I can't remember.
Okay, so it was Faithless Looting into 2 Lotus Petals into Exhume.
Exhume. Thank you very much. Obviously, this is going to be worthy of a Force of Me. If you just tune in and you never watched me do any
Uh,
legacy coverage ever, it's going to be Force of Me all day long.
yeah, I kind of wonder if Travis would have been better served by forcing the Faithless Looting, because generally when you play against Reanimator, their bottleneck is getting the card into the graveyard. They usually have more reanimation spells than ways to discard the creature card.
And obviously, Faithless Looting, banned as we spoke about in modern. The other format we'll be covering today, if you're just tuning in, it's going to be Legacy and Modern all day. As we see, there's another one come down. But I was going to say, has the flashback ability on it? Something it was deemed to be. It was too powerful for Modern.
Uh, yeah, it is a really strong card. It might not even be that that's just the cutoff for it being too powerful. We haven't seen Careful Study enter Modern yet, and I think probably they just don't want to print that type of card at 1 mana.
Right, I've got the deck list, Jarvis. I can get them up on my screen and have a little look at what we're working with. The first thing I was looking for was the Siren Sanity. There isn't one in the 75, so that's pretty upsetting for me because it's a nice little highlight moment. But on the other side, doing exactly what they want to do, right? Early counter magic into Delvers. Unfortunately, they're not flipping, but this is a
Yeah.
thing in Magic.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it happens. With a fetch land and 2 Delvers, you can sort of get a mini scry, although Archon's obviously going to take one of them out. Kind of harder to find the cards you need with only 1 Delver plus the fetch land.
Yeah, that's Animate Dead coming back. Obviously, going to bring back the Archon. We're going to get the trigger, drain a little bit of life, free on either side. We're going to draw a card, discard a card over on Travis's side, and they have to sacrifice a creature or a planeswalker. Not ideal for Travis going down on cards. This is kind of everything's going Austin's way currently, right? Oh, but I
Yeah,
do see a big Del threat in hand.
that's an interesting lineup, depending on how many instants or sorceries are in Travis's graveyard. If you actually get 4 instants or sorceries in the graveyard, make a 7/7. When Austin goes to attack, you actually it would only have to be a 6/6 because Animate Dead gives it -1/-0.
Yeah.
If we just find 3 instants or sorceries in our graveyard, we can just make a 6/6. Austin goes to attack. We sacrifice the Delver of Secrets, block, and then suddenly we're in fine shape, assuming there's no good follow up.
Well, unfortunately for Travis, that was another fetch land off the top. We just got a couple of fetch lands plus this Murktide. Only 1 instant in the graveyard. That is a Force of Me. So if it comes in, it will only be a 4/4, and that doesn't match up very well against an Archon, considering it is a 5/6. And when it attacks, we also have to sacrifice a creature or planeswalker, along with a grief that we're now able to hard cast over on Austin's side. This is exactly how we would want it to go. Show me your hand. Do you scoop here, or do you keep playing this out?
Given Travis's deck list, he can still draw Brazen Borrower to return the Archon to hand, but it is going to be a tough sell because Travis takes a total of 8 damage going to 7. The Grief will still be a 3/2. Assuming you have to use the fetch land, that's a 2-turn clock as well.
Yeah, I think we're one draw step away for Travis here. It's got to be something big, and it's got to be something good right now. Having a little look, does have access to, well, Snuff Out doesn't do anything here because they're black creatures. I'm struggling to find anything. I suppose it literally has to be Brazen Borrower, and
Yeah.
it's not. We're going to be scooping them up, and that's it. Game one to Austin on the right of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Reanimator taking down game one against Grixis Delver. This is closed deck list, so players don't have access to each other's deck lists. We do in the booth, luckily for you all, but we're not going to get up on the screen. It just gives us an indication of what we can talk about. So on a loose brush, Jarvis, what sort of cards, starting on the Grix side and Travis' side, do you think we should be bringing in here to try and shore this matchup?
Any counter spells, any graveyard hate are excellent. It's debatable if you should side in something like Hydroblast. I don't know if Travis plays close attention, but his opponent played a Bayou, which indicates probably there's no sideboard show and tells, so I would not sideboard in Pyroblast. Sometimes you do if they show you an underground sea in game one. The small details, the small information, it's a lot to take in and gives a lot of information. But here I would go for the Force of Negations, Grafdigger's Cages, Surgical Attractions, and perhaps the other Sorin's Ransom, because what can actually happen versus Reanimator is they have a lot of discard, so the games can get sort of weirdly grindy as well.
That's one thing I've noticed in I've been covering a lot of Legacy recently over the last couple of months is the minute details in Legacy matter so much more. And speaking to Legacy players like yourself, people have gone through this game for years, playing it, kind of masters of their craft. How it's really intriguing to me to watch it and be like, oh, I didn't even, I understand sequencing things in the right order, but just the little tiny details I never picked up on, and now I'm picking up on, and I'm like, it's crazy how much deeper this game goes than just turn one Ragavan and so to speak, things that we kind of see in modern. It's really been a nice breath of fresh air for me.
Yeah, and looking from the Reanimator side, the sideboard looks to be almost all creatures, weirdly enough, and 4 spells. There are Chancellors of the Annex, which I don't expect to come in, 2 Fairy Macabres, a Max of the Moon, 3 Dothy Voidwalker, 3 Orcish Bowmaster, Meltdown, Abrupt Decay, 2 Nature's Claim. You could make a case for siding in Bowmasters, I think, and I'm interested to see if the Reanimator player reaches for those cards.
Yeah, I think that we're going to see a lot of that card all day. Not just today, but preferably probably tomorrow as well, because as I say, this is now a modern legal card because of the Lord of the Rings set that just got released, as you were speaking about. Pro Tour coming up in only 2 weeks' time. Cannot wait for. I can't tell you how buzzing I am to look forward to that. So I've got a question for you. If you were playing this weekend, who are the 2 mates that you would want on your team?
Oh, am I allowed to choose anyone?
Go for it. Anyone.
Past
Past or present.
choose Reed Duke in Modern, and for Pioneer, I would probably choose Bobby Fortinelli.
Ooh, nice. That's a nice little dream team there. Have you ever played with these players, or are you just this is just a dream team?
Reed, Bakula, and I played an SCG in Cleveland, I think in 2019. We didn't do great, but sometimes that happens.
It's magic, right? Sometimes you have great
Yeah.
days, you run hot. Other days it doesn't go too well, but you get to you go for lunch early. And the main part of it is the second bit, right? The gathering. You get to hang out with all your cool
Oh
friends
yeah.
at the weekend. That travel, especially in America, you all travel from different states, going to the same tournaments. And if you guys are into sort of thing, there's a lot of paper magic. It is coming back now. We're gone past the COVID era. We are getting well back into paper magic, same along with the Pro Tour. If you just tune in, I'll give you a little reminder of what's going on. This is the Legacy. This is wrong. The SCG 25K Team Trios event. My name is Will Hall. I'm joined by Jarvis Hugh, and we are bringing up the Legacy seat right now, but there is Modern and Pioneer action. We're going to be focusing mostly on Modern and Legacy this weekend because, we've seen a lot of Pioneer recently with the RC seasons, etc. Plus, the new set, Lord of the Rings, is only legal in the Modern and Legacy formats. Obviously, vintage and stuff stand fast, but this is what we're going at. So it's going to be quite a good weekend. We've got 2 days of coverage on this stream for a new. Remember, this is fan made for you people at home. If you enjoy Paper Magic, you enjoy this stream, we need you to hit that follow button. We need to get the stats out. If you've got Amazon Prime, throw out this stream. All the support to this stream brings all the paper coverage. We've got to fly new all around the country with all this kit. It doesn't come cheap. It's all out of pockets. Anything you can do to help, feel free to do that. It's easy. Click the follow button. It's nice. You know what I mean? Easy done. And then you always get reminded when we go live. As I say, next time will be tomorrow. Looks like both players just finishing up the sideboarding, drawing their opening 7. What do you want to see in your opening hands for both these players?
From the Delver side, ideally, the ideal hand would be like 1 drop, 2 pieces of interaction, whether it be Graveyard Hate or, a Force of Will / a Daze. I'm really not willing to settle for anything less. I guess if you switch out the 1 drop for another piece of interaction, I would probably keep. But the danger in the matchup is if you don't have a threat, the game can drag on and you just get reanimated out over like 5 or 6 turns.
So I do see an Orcish Bowmaster coming. I see no land in the hand, but I do see Orcish Bowmaster for Austin over on Travis's side. We've got the 1 drop you spoke about, a load of baubles and a couple of cantrips. Is this, and excuse my analogy, but like in Modern with Dredge on the other side of the battlefield, you basically have to kind of mow until you hit a threat. You can't just think, I'm going to race Dredge. It is just too powerful if I don't have some sort of hate piece. Because this, to me, for Travis, looks like a good keepable hand, but as you said, doesn't have a hate piece in it. Are you willing to mulligan down to 6? To try and keep that? It looks like he isn't, but would you be?
I think it's definitely close. I'd be inclined to mulligan, but certainly you can justify, if you see a Graveyard Hate card in your first 2 surveils and your opponent doesn't have a nut draw, it would probably work out okay with the Brainstorm as well. Like, you see a lot of cards. The issue is if they actually have the turn 1, which they're less likely to do on 6 cards, your hand is extremely vulnerable to that. But I think Travis is taking a calculated risk here. It's a reasonable hand to keep. I think personally I would not keep, but it's definitely on the edge for me.
Yeah, I think it's one of the things, but I think it's in your mind, right? You're like, this is a good hand. I've got my threat. I've got ways to scroll through my deck and turn and burn for it. But on the other side, if there is a nut draw on the other side, I am going to have a real bad day. Looking at the hand there, looks like we've got a couple of land, Bowmaster, Petal, a couple of Archons, and an Unmask. Probably keepable here, but no crazy explosive draw just yet, unless we manage to draw something off the top, Faithless Looting, etc. But stand fast for that happening. It's on the play draw. Is this kind of huge in this matchup? You know what I mean? On my side, I feel like if I'm playing on Travis's side, I think I'm the control person in this matchup. You know what I mean? I've got to stop them from doing what they're doing, because the second they fire it off once, there's a good chance I'm not going to be able to get back from under it.
Yeah, great point. I think definitely Travis would be preferred to be on the play. Another huge reason for that is Daze, which is one of these cards you don't see in Modern very well. You literally don't see in Modern because it's not legal. But there's a huge differential between Daze on the play versus Daze on the draw. And we're just going to see all of the baubles fired off. He's just looking for a surgical, forcible ASAP. Nothing else would be good. And he's just going to probably crack both of the baubles because he knows he's exposed to a turn 1.
So doing this to try and basically dig, potentially hit a force of me off the top, give himself some sort of protection, trying to find a Daze, trying to find a force of me. And yeah, exactly as you said. This is a team event though, so it's not the worst of the world if you do lose in your seat. If your 2 friends that you bought this weekend also managed to pick up W's, there's the days that we spoke about, then your team does advance and get the 1-0 victory. You need 2 of your teammates to win, and one of them potentially can lose, or just still be playing as you go. But there's days as we're speaking about, and that could be big, right? But this Petal might throw a spanner in the works for it.
Well, a force was picked up just now as well, so I think now Travis's hand looks excellent. Obviously, he didn't get turn 1. He survived the onslaught, theoretical onslaught that could have occurred on turn 1, and now we just have a lot of selection. We're probably going to get Delirium. Oh, actually, I think we already with the Ponder we do have Delirium as well, so that's kind of nice as well.
Yeah, we're going to be able to hit the clock on that we need to do to get that chip damage in as we can, and kind of control with these counter spells. So yeah, this is playing more into Travis's game plan of what he wants to do. So now we've got the counter. Are we just digging for more counter spells, or are we going to try and find a few more threats?
I think a second counter spell would be nice, a second DRC slash Delver would also be nice. This looks like a Bowmaster probably being cast.
No, I imagine this might end up eating a daze if it does.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think Austin should have responded to the Surveil with Bowmaster, which is something you normally don't do. But that's because if the fourth type was hit off the Surveil, you couldn't even Bowmaster the DRC.
Yeah, see, I think I am inclined to agree with you on that one. Obviously, you know what you're talking about. You play this format a lot more than me, but I think you're right. Now it's kind of it's out of reach of this Bowmaster unless something crazy
Yeah.
like a brainstorm is to come into it. But it looks like, as you said, queued up. It's going to come down. Daze is going to hit it. It's going to go to the graveyard. We're going to get a Surveil trigger again. Yeah, that's going to be another land to the graveyard, and now we
Extra Force of Negations, the likelihood of drawing one of those is a lot higher. So I think probably Travis just ran the numbers. I've seen Travis play a lot. I've been pretty impressed with him as a player. Excellent player, usually very methodical, thinks everything out. So I think he just took a calculated risk on this hand in terms of keeping.
I'm guessing, mostly if you come to these tournaments, you come with a legacy player. You don't just throw someone randomly into this seat. Is Travis known for being a Delver player? Is this just like the sort of side that he is on, or does he play in a lot of multiple formats?
And interestingly enough, I associate him as a Hammer player more than anything else. I don't know his exact Delver experience or legacy experience, but judging from mannerisms and games I've watched him play, I think he's generally a pretty reasonably good player.
Well, everything's coming up. Travis right now as he gets to untap for the turn. It's got a handful of counter magic now. That's just an island off the top. Starting off with 3 damage connecting to the face of Austin. That's going to drop him down to 10, I believe. Yep, 10. There we go. And then just play a land drop. Because we don't need to do anything else, right? We just need to stop everything Austin's doing. We've got our threat on the battlefield. We've got end of turn counter. We've got end of turn counter magic if we need to, but it also brainstorms if we want to go that route. And Austin just playing pat on pass and turn back. Another brainstorm off the top. Is there a reason to not be firing these off end of turn? Obviously, I'm talking as a semi-inexperienced legacy player here. Why am I not firing these off willy-nilly?
Interesting, yes. I would actually be inclined to fire at least one of these off just to get more information about our hand. I think we have enough blue cards to pitch 12 of our forces. And I think just having like an extra piece of, surgical or, a Graph Digger's Cage or something, well, there's the surgical right there, would help out a lot.
And I say it's picked up to see how he wants to go about this. Do you think Ponder is too powerful for Modern?
I'm not touching that question with it with the 10-foot pole.
It's a question that always ends up coming up. Oh yeah, it'd be fine.
So
Will it though?
I will say that the first Modern Pro Tour in 2011 Pro Tour Philadelphia, Ponder and Preordain were legal, and the deck that me and a bunch of other people concluded was the best deck was just Splinter Twin with Ponder, Preordain, and all of the good interaction, because it beat the other combo decks and it beat Cloudpost, which was the deck that drove out all of the mid-range decks.
Well, I'm guessing you wouldn't answer the second question then about it's something to do with Splinter Twin, but we won't go down there, ladies and gentlemen, as we can see a lot of cantrips being cast here. This is going to be a Ponder Survey. We're going to keep it on top. Look at the top 3, put them back in any order, then draw a card. Obviously, we can shuffle if we want to. We don't want any of them. We've got a good look at the hand here, though.
I think with 2 forces, you do want to draw the blue card. Oh wait, there was already an extra blue. There were already enough blue cards. So yeah.
We got double counter spell plus surgical. Sure. I think we might be chalking this up to a win over on Travis's side. Yep, we're scooping up straight away. Didn't even show the hand. No need to do it. And we are going to get a game 3 with Austin Anderson on the play. Rakdos Reanimator. Don't have confirmation of what's happening on the back tables, but if you just tune in, this is a teams trio event. So one person's playing is Pioneer, one player is playing Modern, and the other one is Legacy. On this stream, we will be focusing on Legacy and Modern, though. We've seen too much Pioneer over the last couple of months, and we know that we're at home. You just want to see the Legacy Modern action. So make sure you let us know in chat which one you prefer to see. You know, we're interacting, we're reading it as we go along. But now, Austin, on the play, does this change on any way of sideboarding for either of these two decks, play draw dependent?
I don't think so from Travis because like the good cards are good, and I mean like Days gets a little bit worse, but you don't want to cut them because they're blue cards for forces. And I think his configuration sides into 6 forces. Conceivably, you could, if you did cut removal, like it looks like he did shave 2 bolts. Given that you saw Austin side and Bowmaster, you might want to have the bolts back in your deck. Nowadays, I actually tend not to cut removal versus Reanimator because they love to like cast Magus of the Moon, Dothi, Voidwalker, Orcish Bowmasters. There's just like a lot of really good sort of mid-range creatures that the Reanimator deck can move to.
Yeah, I've even seen Shield Dread popping up in a few lists recently. You know, I mean, it's just been a big threat coming down, and by itself can kind of run away with the game. We've seen that all the way down to Pioneer. Again, that card's league in all 3 of these formats that we are on show this weekend. So we are having a little look here. Looks like we might be cutting the bolt, or bringing at least one back in, because after what you said about, obviously we've seen Bowmasters have now come in. We don't want that sitting on the table too much, but maybe the bolts are coming out actually. Well, let's see. Interesting how we want to go about this. But this is, ladies and gentlemen, a fan-ran channel for you, for the players, by the players. So if you're enjoying this content and you haven't hit that follow button, I need you to hit that follow button. We need to get all these statistics up so we can start getting more sponsors, start bringing you more paper magic from around the country. If you've got an Amazon Prime, feel free to throw it at this channel. It all helps. We need to try and grow this so we can get more paper magic for you at home, because let's be honest, we're all here because we love this game. We love watching it. Digital Magic's great, but nothing beats the feel of, you know, seeing players sitting down, shuffling up their decks, drawing an opening hands, and we get to see the reaction on their faces. Because you see, look at this production quality that's going on here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got hand cams, we've got player cams, we've got table cams. There's probably a new cam that we'll see at some point going on later on. So much work goes into this, so feel free, please, if you can, help out this channel. As the players are just finishing the shuffle up, they are a little, looks like when the teams are kind of talking amongst themselves, because you're allowed to do this at a team event. Do you prefer team magic or individual magic?
Depends on my mood is the best answer, I think. But I do enjoy hanging out with friends, and that's one of the best things that team magic provides.
Yeah, I personally, for me, I feel like it's a weight off my shoulders, because I'm like, oh, I lost, and then someone else in your team also has to lose for your team to take the W. So I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, cool, yeah, well, we'll just crack on with it. And that brings me to the opening hands. Looks like we're drawing, and let's see if we got to keep. Not over on Austin's side, he's throwing it back.
Yeah.
Over on Travis's side, I see a lot of blue cards.
Pretty excellent hand. Like obviously you're going to keep this hand. You're protected versus even like an unmask into a reanimate. Like it supposedly had the turn 1 that could plow through 1 force. This hand has 2 forces, so you can very easily, you know, defend yourself. And the opponent's mulliganing, so Travis has to feel great about his chances here. I wanted to note the middle player, actually, for Travis's team, is qualified for Pro Tour Barcelona. He made an insane run at the USRC playing Incarnation Fires. So, kind of interested to see him play, maybe. I think he's playing Golgari Yawgmoth.
But that is a deck so close to my heart. I can't tell you. That's my favorite deck in Modern. Remember, this is a $25,000 tournament, ladies and gentlemen. First place, not only do you get a nice big chunk of that, but you also get qualifications to the regional championships at DreamHack. So, there's a lot on the line this weekend if you want to do it. Even better if you've got someone going to the Pro Tour playing the Modern seat. They're getting more practice in for a couple of weeks' time. Where, you know, we get to see the Lord of the Rings Pro Tour. I can't believe I've ever allowed to say that out loud. You can't see my face. I'm so happy about my two of my biggest fandoms coming together. I just need a Star Wars one and I'll be over the moon. As we're off to the races, Austin starts with just a turn 1 fetch land. And over on the other side, we're just starting off with a ponder. I guess we're going to try and find some threats, or cheap threats, shall we say. There's a Delver there. Any of these cards take your fancy? Or am I just splattering out rubbishness?
I think, depending on the exact 3 cards, I would keep the Delver and plan to flip it a turn from now. The Murktide's probably just pitch fodder unless if the game does go long enough. One thing Austin, I think, should have done was actually cast Entomb during Travis's upkeep. A, this plays around Force of Negation, and B, it plays around a potential Daze from Travis.
See, little details like that are the things that kind of, we all take for granted, and we're like, oh no, I'll just do it end of turn, because it's kind of programmed in our mind. Instant speed spells have to be cast at, instant speed. You can't play them at sorcery speed. It's saying, oh, when to play them. Always do it end of turn. It's these little intricate details, like you said, and we might, do you let this resolve, or do we kind of, try and fight over this? Because we do have access to days. And well, it looks like on Travis's side he wants to daze that.
Mhm. I think with the Delver as a follow-up play next turn, it makes a lot of sense to daze it instead of 2-for-1ing yourself to counter the spell. And really, Austin could have at least forced the 2-for-1 if we had just casted upkeep before Travis got to play land.
Yeah, that's really smart. As we're going to start off with the Delver. This is it. We've got a threat on the battlefield now. Another Entomber turn. Now, do you fight over the second one, or do you fight over the reanimation spell?
So, like I said before, the way the Reanimator deck is constructed, there are usually 12 reanimation spells, and there's only about 8 to 10-ish ways to get in the graveyard. You can sort of count Unmask and Thoughtseize, but not all the time. It's mostly Entomb and Faithless Looting are more reliable ways to do that. So if you just look at it from that mathematical perspective, it's usually correct to force the Entomb.
That's really cool that you're saying that, because in my head, I'm like, oh, I'd just counter the reanimation spell, not the Entombment. But I suppose this is another way where it rewards you for knowing the format, knowing the decks, and knowing how they tend to work, especially numbers wise, as we now see Orcish Bowmaster coming down and getting rid of that Delver before it can flip. And it's going to bring along with it what they call the Orc army tokens. It's not a talk, is it?
Yep.
A mass?
It's so in War of the Spark, it just said amass and made a zombie army, and now it says amass orcs. I believe the War of the Spark cards got actually eroded to amass zombie.
Okay, so we're going to start going down this road of having a lot of different amass.
Yeah,
I'm here for it.
I believe you can get a zombie orc army now, if that tickles your fancy.
Oh, it does. Sign me up. I love a bit of Levitex in there. Okay, we get a second Orcish Bowmaster. These cards pretty good in multiples, I imagine, when your person opposite you is playing cards like Brainstorm. We're just going to turn our card sideways, though, to get 2 points of damage in. Travis is going to fetch end of turn. And we've got Bowmaster at the ready over on Austin's side if we need to go that route. And so this little chip damage, it's not, it adds up.
Oh, it definitely adds up.
Don't think we got Ponder, so we got instant creature land. I think we're one card type off for a free Dragon Age Chandler coming down if they're still in the deck, so that won't be able to get Bowmaster. But that's future talking. We don't actually have them in the hand currently. Travis is going to untap and draw for his turn. Draw step. I am Mystic, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome. I'm all over it. So yeah, there's Dragon Age Chandler, but without Delirium.
No, there is Delirium. It's Ponder. It's instant sorcery creature land.
Oh yeah, we got. Oh, so I don't know.
Look, I was confused because I was trying to work it out. I'm like, I think a DRC is safe from the second Bowmasters, which is the concern here.
I thought it was Days Force. Yeah. Anyway, here we go. It's going to be another Orcish Bowmaster coming down here. If that hits the battlefield, we get to do damage and get to grow the Orc token. Remember.
So that's actually not that bad for Travis, but you do kind of want to figure out how you want to handle this. What you can do is just let the mass resolve onto the token, then just bounce the token, and then Austin's left with 2 1/1s versus Travis's 3/3. The 3/3 will be forced to attack next turn, so the race does get kind of dicey, but at least this turn you don't get attacked by the Bowmasters, and that looks like what's going on here.
Yeah, he does awkwardly have a Brainstorm in hand as well. Force negation and the Brazen Borrower. Draw a step for Austin. Didn't get a good look at what you got there. Petal.
Yeah, this is also a situation where Soren's Ransom would actually be pretty good because it avoids the drawback of drawing cards. The cards are simply just, kind of put into the player's hand.
We're going to see Faithless Looting here for Austin off that Petal. Had no red mana to cast. It does now. Is this something you kind of want to fight over? You've got a Surveil trigger if you want it. We've got a Force Negation, so we stop the flashback if that was ever to be a thing.
I agree with this play, I think, because the flashback would also be a problem at some point. It's likely that Austin has 2 not so good cards in hand. And I think really our best draw at this point for Travis is Murktide Regent. That just kills very quickly, doesn't care about this Bowmaster business.
Interesting. So that's the card we're digging for, basically. Everyone has decided as we're going to come across here for 4 points of damage. What could this be representing? Because as you said, you know, I mean, this 3/3 lines up pretty well against a 2/2 in a couple of 1/1s.
So, in my opinion, it doesn't really represent much. The only thing, if you think you can get Travis to block the Orc army, another Bowmaster would be problematic. But I'm just inclined to just block a Bowmaster, fetch, and then just petty theft the token, get a Surveil, dig for another threat or something good, and just take my free cards. But here, Travis didn't even want to do that because I really think the life total doesn't matter that much unless we're literally dead.
It looks like we're just wanting to get, if we get one in the graveyard, we use it as a reanimation target. So it'll come back on the battlefield. We'll be able to get another point of damage to the face. We'll have to get to grow this Orc army one more.
Mhm.
I suppose this is kind of the upside to not bouncing with the
Exactly.
Petty
Yeah.
Fest then, right? Do
Yeah,
what we must.
it worked out a lot better for Travis. And we're holding on to this thing for dear life. The problem is we have to attack, and this race doesn't end up great. I think I would have been inclined to use the petty theft end step.
So then you could potentially hard cast it this turn if you need to hit 6 in the air to kind of try and win this race. I got
Yeah,
you.
that's part of it. But also, if we just find Murktide Region, it like outscales basically everything else that's going on the other side of the board.
Okay, big draw step. Didn't get a good look at what that was. Let's see what Austin can do. Thinking about his options. I think we've got at least one more reanimation in, or a reanimate spell in hand for Austin. So he's going to turn everything sideways. This is going to be 5 points of damage if it all connects. Travis pitting those 2 lands aside because, yep, I think we are going to start bouncing. Get the survey trigger. So talk to me about how survey and fetch lands work and how we can use that to our advantage.
Kind of hard to actually use it to our advantage, mostly because, like, if it's a bad card, you should just mill it anyways, most likely. The exception is if it's like Mystic Sanctuary and you see it, then you probably don't want to surveil that away and you do want to shuffle it away. But generally speaking, there's not a real interaction there.
Nice to see it. Okay, well, we're going to pass it back. There's no reanimate or any other cards here for Austin, just a land for the turn. Life total is 9 versus 14. I'll let you do the quick math to work out which one of these is going to win that race quickest. And just
I think it is Travis. If we had done the petty theft thing a turn earlier, we would have deployed the 3/1 a turn faster as well. So I think it would have been better to just do it immediately. Instead, it's getting close now. We'll see what happens exactly.
It does only have 1 toughness as well. Remember, so potentially another Bowmaster comes down or something like that could just shoot it out of the sky. We're going to start off by turning them sideways, getting a bit more chip damage, dropping down to 7. I think we've got Unmask and 1 more reanimate spell in hand. Couldn't make out which one it was. I think it might be Animate Dead.
It's Animate Dead, yeah.
Okay, 6 damage coming across. Austin drops down to 5. We're on a 2-turn clock. Well, 1 more turn clock now that they've connected. And we're just passing the turn back. What does Austin need to find here? An Archon. I don't think that's going to be hard castable here. Remember, this is game number 3, Team Trios event. 1 person playing Pioneer, 1 person playing Modern, and we are watching the Legacy seat. We're only going to be covering Modern and Legacy all day today, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you strap in, keep this stream on, because you're going to get the best coverage possible, brought to you by the one and only Anu. So if you do want to support the channel, make sure you hit the follow button, make sure you hit that subscribe button, and we're going to start off by turning these Bowmasters sideways. That's going to be down to 5. So chat pointing out, can we unmask himself?
You can.
And then die. It's not gonna line up that way, not how you wanted it. So Travis is gonna take this thing down 2-1 and help his team out a little bit there. Sorry, Travis, carry on.
So the problem was the unmask thing would work, but you need black card plus unmask plus Archon plus the reanimation. Austin only had 3 cards that would require a minimum of 4 cards. So it didn't quite work out. If he somehow had another black card at some point, it would have worked out.
Luckily, the whole petty theft sort of a turn later didn't end up biting them in the butt there, and they managed to carry on through and go into that. So we're gonna go to a little break, ladies and gentlemen. But it's only a short soon while we sit the next round down, get the players seated, get all that sort of stuff going. Let us know in the chat what you want to see. Do you want to see in the modern seat or the legacy seat? I'm sure news that's floating around in the stream. He'll kind of take all that feedback, and we'll bring it to you however you want it. So from me and from Jarvis, we'll see you shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the SCG 25K Team Trio event. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and I am joined by the one and only Jarvis Yu, and we're going to bring you the modern seat this round. So we're going to go, it's a time walk match, so we're going to play it back to you now. We're going to go down to the table and see it. It is going to be Grigori Yargmoth versus Rakdos Scam, two of the more favored decks in the format currently, I would say. A lot of players kind of moving towards these. Jarvis, what's your thoughts on these?
Well, my thought is that one of the reasons Yawgmoth fell off was the Rakdos matchup. It's not so good. Dothy Voidwalker, clearly an excellent card. I'm not sure how much the new cards in Yawgmoth have changed that, but my suspicion is not enough to move the needle enough.
So it means we've got to move round. We've got to change out Blood Artist. We've got to put in sort of a Cutthroat because that gets around the one ring. Obviously, that's quite
Mhm.
relevant in a lot of the meta currently. But both these decks playing Orcish Bowmasters. That's quite the new card that both these decks have picked up. I'm trying to see if there's any rings in either of these deck lists. I don't see. Oh no, there's 2 rings over in the Yawgmoth list. So I think this is going to be
Mhm.
from the European RC top 8 that happened recently. Only 2 weeks ago, I think, or no, I see in the qualifier a couple weeks ago.
That sounds right to me. There's been a bunch of versions of this deck floating around. Mostly Zerk has been playing some number of the One Rings in the deck. Generally, I think it's a good angle for it to have access to, and actually probably does improve you versus Rakdos Scam to some degree. But the major issue is you have to remove Dothy Voidwalker before your deck really does anything. It's just too difficult otherwise.
Yeah, no, I've been on the seat on Elliot's seat multiple times here, where
Mm.
I get my big explosive draw, and then they just go Dolphy Walker into a Fury, and my game plan's completely gone. But one card that does help shore that up is this card here, Grist hitting the battlefield. Obviously, this is going to come with a couple of counters. We're going to get in a bit of chip damage first, and then we're either going to make ourselves a token or we're going to tick it down and get that Dolphy Walker off the battlefield. Looks like that's the route we're going to go. We're going to get rid of the might. Gain a little bit of life in that, we gain 2 life once does it, do we gain 2 life? Is that, how's the
No,
layering effect there work?
no. So what happens is you minus Grist. The ability starts resolving. Well, actually, I'm not sure, but I will trust Elliot on this because Elliot's also a level 3 judge. So fantastic player, fantastic person for the community. So if he puts in Exile for the Voidwalker, I'm gonna trust him.
Yeah, I would also like that one. I didn't know they were a level 3 judge, but we are going to see the card I told you, and don't want to see as a Yawgmoth player. Fury come down with the scam
Ooh.
effect, and then the follow-up play being a Fault Seize, seeing a Call of Calling and a Yawgmoth in hand. It looks like we're taking the Call of Calling. Do you like that decision?
I think I would be inclined to take the Yawgmoth. Like, what is the court going to do with? First off, look at Elliot's mana base. There's a black-green pathway set on black. Elliot's going to fetch a black-green land. So we don't even have the 3rd green source for the court yet. And Yawgmoth is usually the card that you need to go get with your namesake deck. Like, your deck is named Yawgmoth for a reason.
Yeah, I think you're inclined there. Yawgmoth's the card that can refill my hand. Cord I need to have either a lot of land or a bit of a board presence to be able to cast that. But we'll see how that plans out for Kane here. I'm getting confirmation from chat that apparently no life is gained. The might is exiled due to the Dolphy Voidwalker ability being on the stack. So it's almost like the level 3 judge knows what they're talking about. Just a draw for the turn and passing the turn back. And one thing, this Fury in itself, great card. Even better when you scam it back. Even better with a +1/+1 counter, and then it's got double strike on it as well, so it's going to close his clock down real quickly. And one thing that Yawgmoth needs to be able to do at the combo element going is its life total. As we see a follow-up now, it is going to be another big. Is it Titan? Is that what these are coming under? The this and Uro?
Yeah,
The crocs are they card
they're
types Titans?
I believe they're card type giant. Well, let me check.
I'm looking as well. Elder Giant, you're correct. You are all over this good stuff.
So basically, when Primeval Titan came out, people were like, "Oh, I'll name Titan." I'm like, "That's not a creature type. You have to name Giant."
And we're going to discard the Yawgmoth. Here comes
Mm.
Endurance. Not a bad pickup. Remember, this is game number 2. Obviously, Kane took down game number 1. You can see that at the top of your screen there. Got a pip. So we're joining in game number 2. Currently, the round is going to just come into an end over in the tournament. So we've got Time Warp Magic as well as the main event.
Ooh. You love to see it. Coney Garden buys a turn versus that Fury. Might as well attack because, I mean, you're not going to block with Endurance.
That is true. Yeah, the Conley Guns one we used to see it in the early iterations of this deck because it helps things like Cord. It's another thing for Yawgmoth to sacrifice, etc. It does have the downside of coming into play taps though. And on the other side, on Kane's side, Yawgmoth can be a bit weak to Blood Moons at times, especially if you get to Fury down all the little creatures. Here comes a Terminate. That's going to get the 0/1 plant token off the battlefield, and we're going to crack across for another 8 points of damage, dropping Elliot down to 3. Big draw step.
I think Grist is probably the best draw step.
Yeah, I'm inclined to say maybe Bowmaster gives you 2 blockers for the price of
Sure.
1 here. And okay, this is one we haven't spoke about yet. The Delighted Halfling. So there's 3 kind of big cards from the Lord of the Rings set that we've seen, impact these formats, Legacy, Modern, quite heavily. And one is the Orcish Bowmaster. The other one's obviously the One Ring. I would say in third place might be Delightful Halfling. A lot of this, it's kind of the 1-drop mana dorks to go to in a lot of decks. Talk me through that one and your thoughts on it.
Halfling, I think, generally is better in the 4C Omnath decks, but the reason it's adopted in this deck is that it's a mana dork that doesn't die to Ren 6, which I think is kind of a big deal. And I think making your One Ring or Yawgmoth uncounterable obviously is worth a lot.
It's in Yawgmoth as well. Like I've been using it. I can also put a -1/-1 counter on it without it dying.
Yep.
So I can kind of get like an extra trigger that way if I do have to kind of go for the resource route with one of my Yawgmoths. But it's not going to live. It's gone straight to the graveyard here. It's going to jump in front of the big scary Fury, and then just the Wall of Roots going to come down. Normally quite a good blocker, being a 0/5. Not too good against a 4/4 double striker.
No, Elliot, I think, is just treading water at this point and hoping his opponent doesn't draw anything. Even a untapped land for Kane would be a problem here because that would be able to activate Hive of the Eye Tyrant, which is a 3/3 menace.
Here comes the 0/1 plants. Let's go. It's another one on the battlefield here. Another chump blocker. Kane looking for some sort of removal spell or land. Very good position to be in, right? Here comes the land, fetch, attack, and that is going to sure it up 2-0 to Kane. So that was a really quick backup feature match for you all. If you're just tuning in, welcome. Where have you been? We've got all day. This is round number 1 of the SCG Team Trios event. 25K on the line all weekend long. Me and Jarvis, we're taking you through the morning shift. We're going to pass you back to Anu. He's going to feel a bit of downtime, give you info what's going on. So we'll speak to you all shortly.
What up? All right. Thank you so much, Will. Thank you so much, Jarvis, for an excellent round number 1. That was pretty great here. I'm going to give you an update. So, naturally, you're thinking Legacy was won by the team on the left. Modern was won by the team on the right. Well, we do have a conclusion to the entire round. So Pioneer was won by, drumroll, the team of Elliot Raff, Travis Williams, and Jordan Litsky? Yeah. So congratulations to that team. They're going to take that first round. Now it's interesting too because the way teams works is you're playing 3 matches, and so it is effectively which team here wins 2 out of 3. Now we are basically 1 minute over time, and we do still have a couple rounds left. So I'm going to take some time here to first talk about the event, go over a couple things here. So yeah. Welcome to SCGCON Cincinnati. It's a $25,000 event. We've got some slides to go through real quick. So let's start with the weekend schedule here. You can see on your screen, today's broadcast started a little while ago. We've got day 1 of Swiss, which is 8 rounds. Tomorrow we are going to start at 9 a.m. EST. Maybe not on the dot, maybe a little bit earlier, maybe a little bit later. I'm not so sure yet. I'm not going to say sharp. It's okay, you could sleep in a couple minutes. But we have day 2 of the Team Trios event there. And then we have not a top 8, not a top 12 or 16, but a top 6. Now you might be asking me, Anurag, what is a top 6? I have no idea. Well, yeah, that's actually really interesting too. Let me see. Did I make a slide for this? Okay, I guess I kind of did. But this is what we'll go through the event structure here as well. So day 1 is going to be 8 rounds of Swiss, and the top 20 teams read 60 players, or every team with 18 points or more. So that's basically 6-2, I suppose, or 5-0-3 technically, and better. We'll make it to day 2. And in day 2, we play 5 Swiss rounds, and you have the top 6 best performing teams in the Swiss portion advancing to single elimination playoff. Now, the way this works, the top 6 is that you have 4 people play it out. So rank 3, 4, 5, and 6 will play out that first round, that top 6 round. And the prize for being the best and second best performing teams in the Swiss, you get to go get lunch. You get a bye. You get a literal bye in the top 8, or yeah, top 6 rather, sorry. So what does that bye get you? What are the prizes that we're playing for this weekend? Why don't we take a look? $7,500 for the winning team for this event, and an invite to the regional championships in Atlanta later in December. Second place gets $3,000, third and fourth get $2,100 each, and you can see that there's just like multiples of 3 here because, you know, each team has 3 players. Cool, that's awesome. All right, so that's pretty exciting, right? I don't know. I think I love covering all these events, and there's a little bit of stuff to go over too. Right now, what we need to do, as we are 3 minutes over time, let me actually double check and see how many matches are left as unreported. It looks like there's only 9 matches left. So what I would like to do right now is take a moment to go over some of the sponsors that are supporting the stream today. It is not beneath me to admit that I cannot do this myself. If you have ever been to one of these events and you've seen me do this coverage, I spend all of Friday setting up. I have a ridiculous amount of equipment to bring you like as high quality as possible of coverage I can. And yeah, what I've learned slowly is that I will take all the help that I can get, especially when it comes to covering logistics for traveling, when it comes to paying casters, because that is very important, when it comes to getting internet, and all the sort of like small things that you may not realize make a big difference in the world, the scope of this event. So, sponsor number 1, let's give a shout out to the Nerdbirds. I told them to send me a 1080p graphic, and they really just like broke my trust here, because I can't like, I was actually gonna like scratch out D&T and put like a little asterisk there, but thank you to the Nerdbirds. If you're wondering who they are literally just Magic players. They're Magic players who've teamed together, and they're just out here looking out for me. So, you know, I gotta say thank you. If there are any Nerdbirds in the chat, please, you know, just type something right now so that everyone else can know how much of a hero you are for helping. I see Jabber. I think I saw maybe Louis Nil, XJ Cloud. I know Min is also playing today. Travis Brown, another competitor. I'll see if I can get them on the camera as well. But thank you so much for your help. You have no idea how much it actually helps to be able to get from one event to another, to bring you coverage. I hope you're enjoying it. Also Sam in the chat as well. Yes. Yeah, I have to give full disclosure. I do not necessarily agree with all the written text and views that are on the stream here, but I said, hey, what would you like to shout out to the world? And they chose to say that Death and Taxes is the best control deck. Like, of all the words, Second sponsor of the day, we have Apex Gaming. Check them out at apexgaming.gg. Apex Gaming, they run an incredible series in Ohio, right? Ohio. Yeah, Caldwell, Ohio. They have been doing exactly the same as I have. We are of the same blood, of the same ilk, of the same whatever you want to call it. They are running their own series. They've got coverage going on, and this is kind of where, you know, they're out here supporting me. So I humbly ask that you go check them out on their website, on Twitter at Apex Gaming, or maybe it's Apex Gaming GG. I'll have to figure that out actually. Please give them a follow, show them some support, show them some love. They have an upcoming qualifier weekend in August, so that is August 11th through 13th. You can see on the screen here the variety of events that they've got going on here. They've got destination RCQs rather, in Modern. Looks like they also have, you know, on-demand events. I see a Legacy event there that I'm pretty excited about. I see Dominaria Remastered. There's Pioneer even. Massive shout out to Apex for also supporting the channel. And I think there's like a video that I will have to figure out how to play, because I totally told them I was going to play the video, and I do believe in them, and I think they have good content out there. They are also putting out coverage too, just like I am, and so I'm very passionate about that. They're very passionate about that. You can see how the viewership, the audience, you get what I'm saying, right? They've got good stuff for you, so go check them out. There's no reason not to. Our third sponsor for now, I actually, you know, it's kind of futzy, because I wanted to go play a Legacy event a couple weeks ago, and I had no idea what to do. There's a website out there that has you covered. SpiceRec.gg is basically your one-stop shop for finding every single event. I repeat, every single event in the US. If you're looking for it, go to this website. You will find it. If you also have some salt, MTGO salt, you can post it up there too, which is pretty sweet. But yeah, Spice Rack, I think they're doing they're basically, in my mind, just like the next Genesis, like the next step, the next form for one of many Magic features. You know, we've seen MTG Melee, we've seen you know, sort of like MTG Melee as like an organizer app. We've seen shoot, my brain is farting, but it's fine, whatever. I feel like this is like the next iteration of like the event locator. You know, I'm thinking like I had the opportunity to talk to Evan yesterday. Evan, who we actually saw in MXP Oakland coverage, winning that entire event. He told me, he was basically like, look, I think there's a lot of demand for just people being able to have a really robust platform where they can find an event that they're looking for. They can, you know, and I mean, like, even the events that don't get posted in, like, you know, the event locator. So for example, a month ago or so, there was a vintage event upstate in New York. That's the kind of stuff, and it was just posted in a Facebook group, right? Just like casual, like, by the people, for the people kind of event. That's the kind of stuff that, you know, Evan's trying to capture, so that if you wanted to play vintage, you would find out about this, you know, small event that, you know, may not actually necessarily have that platform to like go out there and advertise to the rest of the world. Well, that's what SpiceRack.gg is for. So I would definitely bookmark this website, because Evan's got some really cool stuff coming on. He's already partnered with, you know, large TOs like the NRG series. He's already partnered with large TOs like Laughing Dragon. And I think he's got partnerships coming up. Maybe Star City, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not going to speak for Evan here, but I know for a fact the other two. So like, there's a lot of stuff coming in, and this is rapidly growing. You don't want to miss this website. That is super awesome. Okay, back to me. We do have a couple other sponsors. We're going to give them shout outs, you know, later. But again, thank you so much. Let's get an update on how many more rounds are left here in here. We are down to the final 3 matches, and it does look like Corey Baumeister's team is one of them, which is kind of exciting. Twitch.tv/CoreyBMTG. You can actually catch that right now. I recommend opening another tab and just keeping both of our tabs open throughout the weekend. We'll mention it a couple times, and I will echo the sentiment. If you do enjoy the content, all right? If you are maybe a little bit, you know, all right, I don't want to click on this sponsored link, you know, whatever, which, by the way, they do provide actual value. I would not like shill somebody who I think is just like, you know, not very helpful. They do provide value. But the easiest thing that you could do, all you have to do is just watch and enjoy the content. That is all you have to do. We've got some great casters coming up this weekend. We have Will Hall and Jarvis Yu, who you've already met today. We have CCR Grindcast, or the Grindcast podcast. And we also have Schultz Cube, aka Tim Schultz, who we had on Eternal Weekend. It was Tim Schultz and BDM. If you missed that coverage, it was incredible. Tim is extremely charming, and honestly, I was so impressed with this coverage that I wanted him back. Tomorrow, we've got the Tan and Grace, who you may have seen in DreamHack coverage of other games, high level everywhere. The Tan and Grace, like a Delver aficionado to say the least, and Jeff Foster, who, if you don't know who Jeff Foster is, every single high level production that you watch, Jeff Foster is behind the scenes there making that happen. And now he's in the booth this time, which is incredible. I'm super excited. And we're going to round out the weekend with 2 of my favorite casters as well. We've got Andrew Ellenbogen and Dom Harvey to give you coverage of the end of Swiss and also the top 6. So, how are you guys doing? Now it's time for you to hang out with me. I know I'm not exactly modern, or Magic coverage, but what kind of decks are you trying to see? I did see a couple shout outs for Jerry Thompson's team. So the way, this is another thing that I want to, I believe my caps, okay. The way deck and match selection works for features in these sort of Star City game styled events, we will basically try our best to rotate players every other match. So next round, we're going to see more of Travis Williams playing that Grixis Delver deck. Next round, we're going to see more of Elliot Raff, hopefully winning, playing the Golgari Yawgmoth deck. And then after that, I'm going to see if I can find who's doing well, who we can get in for the next round, and then go from there. Additionally, unfortunately, I'm not allowed to give you guys, like, since this is closed deck events, normally I would give you guys more information. Like I'd say, like, here's the deck list that I can put on the screen. I can ask the players if they're okay with putting deck lists on the screen, but, you know, that takes some time and some coordination, and honestly, it's, you know, what it is. But I will try my best to get that done. A lot of stuff that I cannot talk about, just to prioritize, or retain rather, the integrity of the event. Yeah, I thank you. I thank you all for the subs and all the love. Much appreciated. But yeah, that's where we are right now. And Elliot, how are you doing?
Good.
You want to chat? All right, cool. Let's kill some time. I'm gonna try and stall my best.
Excuse me, sir.
Hi.
Where is this being streamed?
There is. You can see the name over there on the playmat. It's twitch.tv/unzmtg.
So both matches are being streamed there?
Corey's match is going to be on his channel, Corey BMTG, and then both of these matches will be streamed on my channel. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's see if this works. Let's see. Check. Can you hear me? What up, Elliot?
Hey, how's it going, everyone?
Do you like this fancy mic stand I have?
Oh yeah, this is great.
Yeah, it's funny because so you're an actor, so you project your voice naturally. So I don't actually have to put the mic up to you, which is really nice. But I got to get in the habit of practicing it. All right, so we watched the back half of your match. Now I'm gonna save everybody and yourself the misery of game 1. It's okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Talk to me about game 2. Talk to me. Let's start with maybe your deck list, your aggressive thoughts about Yawgmoth as a deck, and then maybe we'll go into the match after that. So first, why did you play Yawgmoth today?
So I've just been playing Yawgmoth for a long time. Played for about the past year and a half or so. It's just my style of deck. I love casting Court of Calling. I love creature combo decks. It's just a lot of fun for me to play. I also think it's just really well positioned right now. If you look at the stats last weekend in Bologna, it had the highest win rate of any deck played. And I just think it's just in a good spot. It's just very, very powerful.
Okay, yeah. Somebody was mentioning to me where they took an aggregate of all the stats. It may have been you actually, where Yawgmoth was and it's just not even close. A literal 4% higher in terms of win rate compared to every other single deck. Now I'm going to ask you a question as a Yawgmoth expert.
Yeah,
no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Well, you're going to the Pro Tour. You're playing this deck. You're most likely. I don't know. I'm going to guess you'll play this deck in the Pro Tour, but who knows? Why do you think Yawgmoth is performing so well?
It's incredibly resilient, and it just has a lot of card advantage and a combo finish. So you can go quick against the decks you need to go quick against, like Tron, Living End, those kinds of things. You can just race them, and then against the Omnaths of the world, you can play this longer, grindier game where you're just consistently applying pressure and presenting threats, and then if they ever give you a window, you can just kill them. So it especially in a ring meta, you really don't care about the ring all that much. Plus, you get to play some of your own if you're into that. Some versions are playing no ring, some versions are playing 2. I'm playing 2 this weekend. Some versions are playing 4, and you just get to kind of play this aggro combo game plan. And it's just really good to be because you're constantly presenting threats.
Cool. All right, well, I'm going to cut you off there. Thank you so much for hanging out here. Looks like the clock is actually reset, so I think all matches are in. We're going to get the next round of Magic Tried set up for you, and we'll talk to you guys in just a little bit, all right? See ya.
I stole your chair.
We're going to break, by the way, so I'll be right back, and then we'll have Will and Jarvis to introduce us for the next round.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the SCG 25K Team Trios event. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and I'm joined by a GP winner, a four-time top eighter, the one and only Jarvis Yu, and we're going to be taking you through round number 2 of this Team Trios. Remember that is Pioneer, Modern, and Legacy. I'm not entirely sure which seat we're going to be covering this round, but it's always going to be Modern or Legacy all weekend long. We're not going to worry about the Pioneer too much. We've seen a lot of that in the RC season. We're one round down already. That's where we're going to stick with the team that managed to take that down. That is going to be Grixis Delva and Grigori Yargmoth, at least for the next round. And they're just getting seated. They're just kind of shuffling up, getting ready to go, and we're going to get the word when we're ready, happy to go down there. Jarvis, after that first round, anything taking your fancy, soothing your juices if you had to sit in the Modern seat, let's say, because normally you play a bit of a Legacy?
No. I mean, like, Yawg,
No.
well, the thing is, the Yawgmoth scam matchup is just kind of lopsided. I don't think the new cards really changed that very much, and that's sort of just borne out in the game we watched. Like, Elliot was already down a game, so it's going to be hard to get out of that hole. Maybe there's some sideboard cards I'm not thinking of that, push the matchup a little bit more favorably, but it's just, Dothy, Voided Walker plus Fury plus Undying Mouse is a huge problem for the Yawgmoth deck.
Do you tend to be the player that you just pick up the best deck and just carry on, or do you try and attack the best deck, like trying to go against the meta?
Mhm. I would say it depends on what mood you find me in and what decade you found me in is a better way of putting it. I think when I was first starting out, I was very tempted to just try to pick something that lined up well versus the best deck. But I think nowadays, the good cards are really good, is how I would put it.
Okay, well that's us. We're going to move straight down there. Obviously, we saw Elliot last round, did have a bit of a hard one. See if he can pull it back. It looks like he's against Trey Tyson on Boris Byrne. Also, not a great matchup for Yargmoth, but we'll see how it pans out as we're going to go off to the races here. Elliot will be on the play, but no turn one play. Where on the other side, Trey's going to slam in with that Goblin Guide and reveal themselves a delighted halfling. Ideally, Elliot would like to have played that in turn one.
Yeah, I think this matchup is a lot better for Yawgmoth than the scam matchup is, mostly because I think the blocking creatures matter a lot more.
Yeah, it's kind of where Burn gets its advantage from, right? Having the reoccurring damage that's really cheap on the battlefield, and then they finish you off with their handful of burn spells. Can be very efficient and just working off one land for a couple of turns if needs be. But then on the flip side, that is quite scary over on Elliot's side. That means it's just all gas over on Trey's side. But we'll see what happens here. We are going to get in with this Goblin Guide. We're going to reveal a redundant Strangleroot Dice on top of the deck. Strangleroot Dice does have Undying. Talk to me about Undying and how key that is in this deck.
Pretty key, and this is the explanation for offering that trade. I think normally if trade didn't have Searing Blaze here, this would be an extremely bad exchange. But the Undying mechanic is basically what allows Yawgmoth to loop two Undying creatures with each other with Yawgmoth. Basically, you get a Necropotence type of effect by removing the +1/+1 counter every time.
Yeah, it goes back and forth, and that's with the combo moment. Here comes the second Strangleroot that we knew about, and the Halflings. These are both cards that Trey knew about from the top of the deck off Goblin Guide, and we're going to start getting in there with Strangleroot beats. I love this. The amount of games I've won with just Strangleroot beatdowns and not the combo, but it's always something that's got to be on Trey's mind, right? Or if you're sat against Yargmoth, it's okay. They were a combo deck. I've got to stop the combo, but then you just end up losing to beat down of these little dirtly and dying creatures. As over on Trey's side, we're going to play a land for the turn. Here comes a Suspended Rift Bolt. Obviously, suspend means we don't cast it this turn, but next turn we get to cast it in our upkeep. And here's the Vital Fourth land drop, but we do have a halfling on the battlefield, so we do have 4 mana that we need to if we want to deploy the Yargmoth. Let's have a little look if that's the way we want to go. Are you still here, Jarvis? You are.
Yeah, I think I was trying to figure out what Elliot's thinking about. I think the primary thing he's thinking about is it better to play land, say go, don't attack, cord for 3, getting some sort of piece, and then playing Yawgmoth? Because suppose you get Zulport Cutthroat, and your opponent's tapped out. You can sort of do the Undying stuff, while staying at the same life total, and that is a huge problem for Trey.
I'm gonna see if I can get the deck lists up. Let's see if we've got any sort of way of gaining life in the main. Just have a little get it out second. Can I find it? No, I can't. Work out, but the main ways to gaining life in this deck is sometimes they have like there's an innkeeper floating around, get incremental damage that way. There could be a scavenging ooze in the deck. This is obviously game one, so there's no sideboarding shenanigans can happen where they can have life gaining effects. But just even on that, just like a blood artist effect could just be enough just to keep some damage
Right.
chipping over. As comes the suspended riftbolt off suspend, 3 damage to Elliot's face, dropping him down to 9, which adds up really nicely when all your burn spells do 3 damage.
I think
Damage.
Elliot is trying to see if he can win this turn. I believe if you draw another undying creature literally this turn, maybe we can do enough to find a second undying creature. So basically, Elliot doesn't want to be at 3 life, but you can cord for Blood Artist or Zolport Cutthroat first to jumpstart the chain. Basically, if you get the Cutthroat first, and Trey doesn't have Lightning Bolt, all of your Yawgmoths pay for themselves in terms of life. And I think that's what we're going to see happen here.
Yep, it's going to be for 2. I think you're right. This is the main deck way of gaining life in this deck after having a little look-see at it. There is one Gilded Goose. Potentially, we could have got that, and that brings along with it a food token, which again, it's mana intensive. But it's also in the tables if Trey does have that lightning bolt to go point it towards one of the creatures instead of Elliot's face, right? And that's got to be a win for Elliot.
Oh yeah, any bolt that's not at his face is good for him. Also, Elliot might just have lethal even without the second undying creature stuff nonsense. Let's see.
Let's have a little look at what goes on here. So I think we just passed the turn back. We don't need to, do anything. Start this this trigger happening. We're going to respond to the burn spells. At least 2 cards left in hand for Trey on the right. Here comes the Searing Blaze with the land drops. This will be 3 damage to Elliot's face, and this is what's going to start the chain off, so to speak, of sacrificing a creature and losing 1 life because one's died. It is now going to be gaining 1 life as well as Trey on the other side losing 1. This is kind of the combo, right? Talk us through that. How we're potentially 1 undying creature off from this being a thing right now.
So basically, if you have 2 undying creatures, you can use Zogmoth to reset the first one that has a +1/+1 counter on it, and then sort of just loop them back on each other each time you pay 1 life and draw a card. With the Cutthroat, it would be you wouldn't pay any life. So basically, the Cutthroat basically completes it and makes it basically you can draw as many cards as you want in your deck. Here, obviously, we don't have a second undying creature. What we're going to do is just respond a bunch and draw a bunch of cards because the life loss is paid for by the Cutthroat.
Yep. So once this is all said and done, so we're losing 1 life, gaining 1 life, losing 1 life, gaining 1 life. Once this Searing Blaze resolves, I believe that we'll be taking 3 damage, dropping down to 3, and then the trigger will go on the stack of another, gaining 1 life. Potentially, Trey could respond to that. I guess we'll see how that kind of pans out. I'm trying to think if there's a line where we could have gone for it last turn from Elliot. We had the Cutthroat untapped, we had Yawgmoth untapped, we had Strangleroot.
So
Geist untapped, did we?
no, well, it wasn't untappable. We could easily untap it. I think the danger with that is Elliot
This card, it's
just
the lightning bolt.
oh yeah, that was the primary issue. I think the other issue is I think the primary issue is you should just not initiate. You don't really need to because if you get to your next turn with everything untapped, your opponent dies by so much that it's not even really worth starting anything.
Interesting. So we're gonna see this stack kind of laid up
Yeah,
here.
I like this a lot.
So this is something that you see a lot of big stacks in Legacy. No, now saying
Yeah.
one in Modern here. So the underneath that not the Rift Bolt, the Searing Blaze at the bottom is going to be the card you see there moving to the top of your deck. There's a little bit Cutthroat. That is now going to be sacked in response to all of these sort of triggers, I believe. So our life total is going to go up to 7, and then this is kind of floating around. Now this resolves. That's the other trigger, I believe.
So I think that means Elliot was actually at 7 and then Searing Blaze would drop him to 4, so the only out would be Boros Charm, but Trey didn't have enough mana for that.
Well, we scooped it up anyway, so unfortunately for
Yeah.
Ellie, again, he manages to lose that game 1. But let's have a little, see if I can have a look at his sideboard up, see if he's got anything in the board that could kind of help this up. We've got like Hex Wire Might, not great, but does gain us a little bit of life. Big one is Scavenging Ooze. I imagine that's probably the main card coming in. Anything else? Have you got the deck list up in front of you? Can you see what's going
Yeah.
on? Anything you like there?
I like Endurance as a blocker. I like Fatal Push because it's cheap interaction. Hero Might's pretty good. There's Sideboard Ignoble Herix. That's interesting. I think I would be inclined to have this in just because doing things faster matters the most. I think the weak link in your deck is actually Orcish Bowmaster versus Burn. I don't think it does very much. And yeah, indeed, I think Elliot did take game 1 versus the Burn deck.
You think like he just scooped it up and then it was like, well, I've got you on the backswing. Okay, cool. So Trey manages to go a game down there, and Elliot does take it down. Okay, maybe I misheard. Thank you very much, chat, for pointing that out as always. I remember Cutthroat does have all these extra triggers that go along with it. We keep forget that. And sorry, carry on with your sideboarding you're talking about.
Yeah, basically all of the cheap cards, acceleration, a small amount of interaction. I think Pylon may come in, I'm not sure. I don't play a lot of the Yawgmoth deck, but it's a fine removal spell to have access to. And I think generally if you remove their creatures from the burn deck, given you're also a creature deck, you can very easily just turn the corner and hope to win out.
Yeah, well, we should see Elliot obviously being on the play there, pretty big. Didn't have the turn 1, mana accelerant. It was just land go, but being able to be that 1 turn ahead of Burns really, gave him realistically in that game the extra turn that was needed to get those last little points across. So over on Trey's side, I haven't managed to get their deck list up yet, but any sort of like key cards that Burn plays that you want to be bringing in against these Yawgmoth decks?
Let me take a real quick look if I can find it.
Yeah, I'm also struggling to find the deck list at the minute.
Sec.
We'll see if we can get. Obviously, I imagine the main things that people get drawn towards is some things like Graveyard Hate, because obviously the Graveyard aspect of Undying. That's kind of how the combo would work. How do you normally see? If I can exile it while it's in its graveyard, the Undying trigger doesn't resolve because there's no creature there for it to come back. So that's how that one pan out. You got a deck list up yet?
Yeah, I found it.
Okay, go for it.
I think potentially the cards you'll see are Summoner Path to Exile and perhaps Exquisite Firecraft. The other cards in Trey's sideboard are Sanctifier Invect, Chalice of the Void, Wear Tear, and Smash to Smithereens. But I'm not keen on Sanctifier as much as other people. Yes, Elliot is a black deck, but he's mostly a green deck more than anything else. I kind of think Sanctifier doesn't really do much.
No, I believe is it also a human, so it still can't even block Yawgmoth if Yawgmoth was attacking. So yeah, I'm with you on that one. I don't think this is the matchup for it. Actually, looking, there's no Undying black creatures. That we used to play Messenger back in the day, but we don't anymore. But
Messenger, yeah.
both players are off to the races. Trey starting off with a Taylor Swift spear here, coming across for 1 point of damage. Ellie on the other side with a great 1-drop of their own, Young Wolf. Normally, this is you look at this on paper and it's like, okay, it's just a 1/1 for 1 with Undying, but of course in this deck can be used to great effect. Trey missed the second land drop, but does suspend a Rift Bolt.
Ooh.
And now Elliot's like, well, here's my guys, and go.
This is an excellent draw for Elliot. Assuming he has anything else good to do, this is exactly the type of start you want.
And this is why the Yawgmoth deck kind of struggles against decks that have Fury in, right? It's for these sort of draws here. They split out all these little like small weenie guys on the battlefield. Fury cleans them all up and back to scratch. But here's Trey did manage to get their second land drop on turn number 3, 1 game down. Going to start off the turn by attacking with this Swift Spear. Here comes the Searing Blaze. It's going to deal with the Wall of Roots that did jump in front of it. 3 damage goes towards Elliot's face, and that is going to be them down for the turn, I believe.
I actually think Searing Blaze is probably the most important card for Burn in this matchup because it deals damage to 2 things instead of 1 thing. A, the player that you want it to, and B, it removes like a key piece of acceleration.
Yeah, things that Yawgmoth need, right? We need a lot of creatures on the battlefield, but then you also need to be going face. If I'm using lightning bolts towards ignoble high-works, that lightning bolt is not going towards Elliot's face where I need it to happen. Because obviously, we all know that burn is basically just life control. And, we need to get there. And it decides you want to turn this young wolf sideways or not. In the tank, I do see an elvish, an orcish bowmaster in hand, also a Yawgmoth. That might be where you want to deploy it because it does have protection from humans on it. And I believe the Swiss Spear does have creature type humans, but we're not going to go that route. We're just going to play the cutthroat out. Interesting play here. See where you want. I think we're leaving up the orcish bowmaster here, and
Yeah.
potentially, trying to get some triggers with the cutthroat, but we'll see if that pans out. Because remember, playing cutthroat early means it's vulnerable to removal spells now, right? And if it goes to the graveyard, it's kind of hard for us to get it back out of it. Not impossible, but there's things like endurance that could be floating around. But is a key combo piece normally.
I think Elliot doesn't mind too much if it gets killed here. I think he just wants to play two separate creatures to not be so vulnerable to Path Exile. Because suppose you play the 4-drop and Trey has Path here, it lines up a lot worse for you.
That's going to be a Rift Bolt to the face. Trigger on the Swift Spear. Move to combat. 2 damage going to your face. And this is where we're going to play the Bowmaster here. Bowmaster, one of the new cards from the Lord of the Rings set. It is a 1/1 with flash. When it enters the battlefield, it gets to do 1 point of damage to target creature or player or permanent, I suppose it would say on there. And it also amasses as we worked out today, a Orc army. Here's the token that comes along with it. It's going to be a 1/1. And for each other card besides the first card your opponent draws, it gets extra triggers. And here is the Path to Exile with 4 blockers. It's going to be, that did come in out of the board, like you said. That's the second trigger on the Swift Spear. Now, as we move to combat, I believe the amass token was the one that was thrown in front of it. Now, on the other side, Trey trying to work out a bit of math. He's doing the old keyboard dance. I've been known to do that a few times myself. What about you?
I don't really know what you mean by keyboard dance, I guess.
You don't know about the keyboard dance where you just tap your fingers on the table like for no reason. You're like pretending you're kind of doing math, like it helps, but it doesn't really. It's like you're playing the piano.
Oh, I don't do that, no.
Oh, just me then. Just me and Trey just sitting there playing our empty keyboards.
I think a lot of people do that, but I don't.
Do you have any weird sort of like Trey like tricks when you're at the table? Do you do like the pen spinning, or you just straight up sit down, play a match, fully focused?
I think I've asked people about this. I usually just like mess with my hair. Like I kind of like slowly pull it out, which is not great for my hair.
No, that is not good. I don't recommend that way, but here we go. Okay, so it looks like we're going to follow up with a Yawgmoth. That's obviously going to be the ideal blocker here. Trey getting a little bit flooded. 4 land is not where the burn deck wants to be at 5 life. A lot of damage on the other side of the battlefield. If we want to go that route, and just 1 card in hand. Obviously, if we draw another card, the Bowmaster is going to be drawn. But if our last card is going to be a Path to Exile is quite a good one to have. That's a nice clean answer to this Yawgmoth. And I believe all the basics are on the battlefield. They don't play too many. I think, okay, we got 1 more basic forest, unless it is in hand in the deck. The deck kind of floats between 3 to 4 basics, depending on what build you want to go with. We're deciding, do we want to be using the sacrifice ability here at all? But of course, that would drop us into that proper little threshold of 6 life, increments of 3, and not where you want to be against burn. But when burn players on 5 life, 1 creature on the battlefield, no more cards in hand, it could be anyone's game still. Elliot gets to untap. I see a redundant copy of Yawgmoth, and that was an endurance off the top.
That's probably going to be the check mark, because I think Elliot is definitely going to try to kill Trey with this endurance.
Oh yeah, we're 1 turn away, right? So end of turn, we're going to draw a card here. I think Trey's just trying to do the math on how do I need this to work. I think we need Lightning Bolt plus
Boris
Charm.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can do it. This is why we love Paper Magic, ladies and gentlemen. So if you do like this channel and you want to support it, make sure you hit that follow button. Make sure you throw a Amazon Prime if you've got one going spare, or if you just want to subscribe in general. It all helps bring this Paper Magic to you. And end of turn. We're calling for 2.
Oh,
Yeah,
this is the check mark because you get
yep.
scavenging is gain 2 life, and that basically prisons out all of Trey's outs.
That's top level play there by Elliot, realizing what's going on here. While the draw trigger is on the stacks, they can't draw into any cards into hand just yet. We're going to get to eat at least one creature in the graveyard, drop our life total up to 8. And we're going to eat a second creature. Yeah, we're going to go up to 9 life. That should put us without a reach, and that should secure this game here for Elliot. We're going to be moments away. That's one card. It doesn't trigger the way you think, does it? Does it trigger?
Bowmaster?
I thought it was the second card you draw.
No, it's whenever you draw a card that's not inside your draw step.
Oh my god, I've been playing that card all wrong. Here we go. Fetch end of turn. Thin our deck a little bit. Give ourselves all the possible outs, even though me and you are pretty sure we can't do 9 damage off 2 cards. But we'll see. Remember, you are on camera. Got to get that little bit of camera time in. I imagine that you're not shy of a few feature matches or 2 back in the day, especially taking down a couple of GPs.
Not anymore. Not really, no. But basically, I think that match and game was a good demonstration of Yawgmoth is a deck that leverages life total discrepancies a lot. And in fact, you saw like Elliot basically turn the pressure on his opponent very quickly with the cutthroat in game 1, even though it didn't even look like it was going to beat that game 1. But then game 2, like he just had a fantastic start, put some creatures out and started attacking, and it worked out very well.
Yeah, kind of doing the game. Also knowing the game, and on paper, it's not meant to be, too great. It's a lot better than obviously you said the scam matchup we saw round 1. That is kind of brutal because they attack on multiple different axes of what the Yawgmoth deck is trying to do. Burn only on the one; they're only going to go to your face, and on the other side, getting stumbled on mana and just being able to have enough blockers and kind of value pushing forward. And we saw Elliot there manage to take that one down. Remember, he is going to go to the Pro Tour, which is in only a couple of weeks. But also, the winners of this weekend, the team that wins, are going to get themselves not only a nice, healthy chunk of money, they're all going to be able to get themselves invites to the next RC at DreamHacks. And if you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Like, where you been? We're in round number 2. Don't worry, we've got 8 rounds of Swiss for you all here today. Tomorrow, we'll be back again with another 5 rounds, plus the cut to top 6. I know you haven't heard about that recently, cut to top 6. A new
We're ready.
top 6 work? Well, if you come first and second seed, guess what? You get a bye in the top. So you can seats 3, 4, 5, and 6 all going to play one extra round to try and get into the top 4 to play out to see who is going to walk away with that prize money. As just as I speak about it, it's queued up. Here is the legacy seat. Travis Williams, we've seen him already against Connor Nielsen on Naya Depths. Talk to me about Naya Depths and how this deck works.
So Naya Depths, some people confuse it with the lands deck, but they're quite different decks. It's actually more of a Net of the Reliquary deck meets Dark Depths deck in general. I would say in this matchup, Depths tends to be favored, but it depends a lot on how Travis has constructed his deck as well. Brazen Bar, really important card, but also spot removal for the Elvish Reclaimer and Net of the Reliquary matter a lot.
So sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, what you missed was the best monologue ever to happen on Twitch in between the slides there. But unfortunately, you guys can hear it at home, so you're going to have to take it for granted. That I definitely did. But we are going to see Connor versus Travis here. Naya Depths versus Grixis Delver. Connor off to kind of a semi-explosive start here. What's the key cards that we're looking for? What's the combo, so to speak, if there is one?
So the namesake Dark Depths plus Thespian Stage allows you to make a Merit Wage once you have 2 mana sources plus Stage plus Dark Depths. Yavimaya often lets you cheat on that mana requirement, but generally, like, once the Merit Wage is out for a Grixis-style deck, it's very, very difficult to get out of that.
Okay, we're going to see this Delver flipped, revealing a Lightning Bolt on top of the deck. That's going to get drawn for Travis here. No red mana currently, and I don't see any land in hand besides a Wasteland. How big is that card in this matchup?
It's very important, but in my experience, it's actually better to sit on the wasteland in this matchup instead of try to aggressively wasteland. Here specifically, if you went after one of Connor's lands, Connor would just activate Eldritch Reclaimer, sacrificing the land you target with wasteland. What you want to do is leave the wasteland in play for as long as possible, and then when they go to use stage to copy depths, you let the copy resolve. Connor's then forced to choose which dark depths to pick because it's legendary. He'll keep the staged depths, and then you wasteland it with the create a merit lage trigger on the stack.
Interesting. Again, these like high level details that really matter in the game of Legacy. So vast, so detailed. I did watch a game recently. I don't think it was Night Depths. I think it was Turbo Depths, which we will talk about all the different variants potentially at some point, where they got Turn 1 Blood Mooned against a initiative deck, and then they were able to just kill the, played it, killed the
Yeah.
Blood Moon effect, got a 20, and I went, oh my god, that's so sane. And since then, I've been fully into Legacy, and I love all the interactions. We're seeing this super powerful magic play out. We're going to add a Dragon Rage channel to the battlefield. That one is going to be a 1-1, just a couple of instances in the graveyard. And here, end of turn, Connor is going to sacrifice one of these lands. So do you think we're just going to go straight up for the combo here, or do we get,
So
what other sort of lands?
it depends on what land is in Connor's hand, but actually, I think Travis has him fully covered because I saw a wasteland plus a brazen borrower. Also, he has a snuff out to kill the reclaimer because that's just pay for life. Kill the reclaimer. He waited for Connor to activate because there's Sajiri Step in the deck. If you just like do it immediately, he'll just go get Sajiri Step, protect the reclaimer. So basically, this all works out really well for Travis. The Brazen Bar covers him versus Merit Lage, even if Connor has the land to activate. Specifically, if you have, any land would do it, but the Lage is not safe here. It would just get bounced by Petty Theft.
I think that was a cracks off the top. So that will give us a land drop for turn if we want to do that. It's not. We're going to
No,
follow.
I
Was it
I
not?
think it was second Dark Depths,
Oh, is
which
it? Is
is
the other
like one
card?
of yeah, it's something else.
It might be a Minsk and Boo. I'm trying to see if I can get the deck list up to
Yeah.
just confirm that they've got them in the deck. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen, but we are back obviously on Travis' side. I say sitting on this Petty Fest knows that is the card that they need in case a 2020 token does hit the battlefield, because maybe it does have indestructible keyword on it. Plus, Travis does not play 20 points to burn that could go. You could take it out even if they wanted to. Here comes the lightning bolt. Surveil trigger. Going to keep that on top. I think that card stayed, or did it? I can't quite make that out, but nevertheless, some damage is going to turn souls here. Do we have delirium? Instant land sorcery. Are we missing creature type?
Yeah, looks like we're missing creature. It's instant land sorcery.
Okay, cool. So it's just the 4 damage is going to come across here. Kind of chip away at Connor's life total. This is exactly what the Delver deck wants to be doing, but one card left in hand as that wasteland is now on the battlefield. Do you like firing off here, or are we going to keep it up for the Petty Fest? Oh, this answers my question, but would you have done that like this?
I think here it's safe to do that. The cards that you get punished for doing there are not generally castable from Naya Depths in that position. Generally, crop rotation is a punish, but all Connor's colored mana was tapped, so it's a good time to actually take the wasteland. And now that you have the petty theft, you're covered versus age, so just cutting them off mana is going to win a lot more games.
Okay, we're going to turn these overs again. Now 4 points, dropping kind of down to 9 life. Does have and wasteland off the top. That's huge there for Travis against this last deck. Here comes the Windswept Heath. Kind of working on his outs. He does have a Minx Gamboo in hand, a crop rotation, and a redundant Dark Depths. Obviously, that is a legendary land.
So
Travis kind of
the
think.
the turn that Connor played the Reclaimer, we could have immediately followed up by playing Depths to keep it safe from Lightning Bolt. I'm not sure if you actually want to do that, but that was something I was thinking about. Because it would legend rule yourself, you would get a third land in the graveyard, and the Reclaimer would be a 3/4.
I think Travis is going through trying to get a survey trigger here to try and make that Dragon Age channel slightly bigger. Looks like what they are going to do. So here we're going to try and bounce the mocks, trigger the survey. I mean, it's still just a 1/1 currently, only 3 types in the graveyard. Connor is going to, in response, float green. We're gonna then use the crop rotation, get rid of the crack, the dark depths. See what you get. Two is up here. Remember, this is a super powerful one drop green. Part of its cost is you've got to sacrifice the land, but you do get to toot your deck for any land and put it into the battlefield. And okay, it's just give me a stage here. So we know we've got the redundant dark depths in hand. Is this kind of a window here for Connor now that the pay theft, so to speak, has been used, or is this one wasteland on the other side good enough to kind of hold off fight that fight?
The wasteland's good enough, unfortunately, for Connor.
Let's see how we want to go about it. I think they're just talking. Remember, this is a team event, ladies and gentlemen. If you do see these players talking to the right and left, it's not because they're going a little bit crazy with too much magic. It is because this is a team trios event. 25K, SCG, Pioneer seat, Modern seat, and we are watching the Legacy seat as now Trav starts resolving the survey trigger. He's going to keep it on top, and then that's going to go back to hand. That's how that works. Well, they're done. It is now on an adventure as we get to untap, but we wanted this card, so it's got to be a good one if we're drawing it. What is it, Travis? You're going to show us? Nope. We're going to turn everything sideways. It kind of drops to 5.
Oh, it's another wasteland.
Oh, it just hurts to watch. Wasteland this, sure. Pass the turn. Just a fetch land in play here for Connor. 5 life. If he cracks it, he drops himself to 4, and there just happens to be 4 power on the other side of the battlefield. I think that's a green Sun Zenith drawn for the turn. I'm not a Legacy expert, but I'm pretty sure there's no outs here. Tell me I'm wrong.
I think basically Nine Depths is dead. This is a good example of how Delver can win the matchup by taking advantage of the inherent clunkiness of the Nine Depths deck and just sort of get under them and, stop them from doing anything real.
I think Connor is also trying to work this out. That if I send Zenith here, if I fetch, go down to 4, Zenith for 1, can I have a blocker? No, he's worked out the math. It's not going to be good enough. He is going to scoop it up, and we are going to get a game number 2 from both these players here. If you just tune in, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have got 8 rounds of action for you here today, live at the SCG. My name is Will Hall. I'm joined by Jarvis Yu and Jarvis. Sideboarding. You've played a lot on this Delver side. What sort of cards do you tend to have in your sideboard that you want to be bringing in this matchup, or is it's just too good because you've already got things like Wasteland in the main?
Any sort of bounce spell like Brazen Borrower is super helpful. If you have something like Submerge, it's pretty good. I generally play Grafdigger's Cage, which is good in this matchup because it shuts off Zenith, but I'm not sure if Travis has it. Oh, let me check real quick, actually.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the deck list up as well so we can have a better understanding of what's going on. If both these players, remember, if you are just tuning in, I need you to hit that follow button. Okay, if you enjoy Paper Magic and you enjoy this coverage, and we can all agree, look at the multiple cameras that are going off right now. Look at the quality, the sponsors, everything that's been brought together. This is a one-man band bringing this together. So please do what you do. Just watching supports the stream. Following helps it even more. Twitch Primes help a little bit more than that. And on top of that, if you want to subscribe and help this and you bring more coverage to you, please do. Because I don't know about you guys at home, but I love watching Paper Magic. If you can't tell by the enthusiasm in my voice, week in, week out, if I'm part of it or not, I'm always watching Magic. It's the key part of this, right? We've got digital Magic, that's great, but you can't miss your triggers of digital Magic. You don't get the reaction of players' faces. You don't get the feel of shuffling cards. Here on this channel, you get all of that. As you see, both players queuing up. And I'm going to pass it back to Jarvis to talk to us more about the sideboarding aspects of this on the Delver side.
I think the weakest card, actually, might be a surprise to a lot of y'all, is I think Orcish Bowmasters is one of the weaker cards in this matchup. Naya Depths, sure, it can draw cards off Mix and Boo and Sylvan Library, but I don't think that's really how you want to approach the matchup. In addition, I did see that Travis had Surgical in. My issue with Surgical in the matchup is that's often trying to herd the horse back into the barn after it's been let out. Like, basically, if they get to make the Lage, that's going to kill you often enough that I don't really want to have Surgical in my deck.
Okay, fair one. So what about on the other side? What do we need to do as a depths player? What cards have we got for this matchup in particular To try, because Delver is quite a popular deck, right? Like I imagine they know at some point they're playing against Delver. What's the cards that they tend to bring in or have for this matchup?
In general, when I played Naya Depths a lot, I would try to lower my curve. I tried to get cards like Pyroblast into my deck and Endurance. Basically, I want to keep them off Murktide Regent. I want to make the game last a long time, so it is safe to make the Dark Depths, or it is safe to just attack them with like 7/7 Night of the Real Queries.
Well, we see Swords to Plowshare and Prismatic Endings in hand, along with a Minx Boo. I'll talk to you about that D&D factor later on if that ever gets cast, plus a bunch of land, but Connor doesn't like it. He's throwing it back. To me, I'd think, I got 2 removal spells there, and then game threat and land to play them all. Why would we be throwing it back? Maybe there's some more key cards. Maybe he's an explosive draw. Is that what he's kind of digging towards?
Yeah, that's interesting. I think I would have also been inclined to keep because it has the density of removal and mana, but I'm not sure. We'll see what Connor's plan is.
Yeah, we're going to get another fresh look. So let's talk about Travis's hand. Looks like we've got a couple of land, 2 threats plus some counter magic. Only thing I think missing from this hand. Oh no, I was about to say it's wasteland, but it looks like there is also a wasteland in this hand. This looks good for me. What about you?
Let's see. Yeah, looks pretty good. Yeah, yeah, that's a Scalding Turn. That's an excellent hand.
Yeah, let's see. We've got mana to cast both of our threats. We've got counter magic for 2 counter spells, plus a way to dig through, plus some sort of land destruction. Seems pretty good, but Connor is on the play. Let's see. We kept our 6. See if we can get a super explosive turn here. We're going to start off with a Tiga. I believe that is going to produce a red and green. What kind of one of the not expensive quote unquote lands in this format when it comes to legacy. What are we going to do with the mana though? Do we have a turn 1 play? Looks like we do.
Looked like a Reclaimer to me, yeah.
Yep, Reclaim is going to come down. Again, this one sees a lot more play in Legacy in these sort of decks than it does potentially in Modern. It's dabbled a little bit in Modern, but this is the format kind of where it's found a shell that sticks around with it. Because obviously, just turn 1, great. Turn 2, I can start activating 2 and through my deck. Turn, X, it will also be a threat in itself because it will get +1/+1. But for that to happen, it does have to hit the battlefield, and it is not in this instant. It is going to eat a force of me, and that's going to send it to the graveyard. Now, how is Travis going to respond here? Do you like starting with a Delver or a Dragon Rage Channeler if you have the option?
Given the hand, I think you should fetch Volcanic Island, play DRC, play Bauble to Surveil.
Travis that's step 1. Let's see if he follows the next 2 steps in line with the one and only Jarvis U. That's step 2. Now this is the big one. Is it going to be a Dragon Rage Channeler? DRC, super powerful 1-drop, sees a lot more play in this format than it does in Modern. Or is it going to be Delver of Secrets? It's going to be Delver. What do you think about this, Jarvis?
I think the other line is slightly better, mostly because I think there's a potential you get Delirium as well. Also, I don't know. I just intuitively think that generally DRC is better on turn 1 when you have the Bauble to play than the Delver, but you can use a Bauble trick here to Bauble yourself. If it's not an instant or sorcery, you draw that first with the Bauble trigger during your upkeep. Then if the spell underneath that is an instant or sorcery, it will flip. But yeah, I'm not sure. It's kind of interesting. I'm sure Travis has something in mind here.
So what maybe this is the creature who'd rather throw under a removal spell if there was going to be one from Connor or something along those lines. It looks like it is not going to flip, just another Bauble on top. So we do have the 1/1. I believe that's the an alternate art Sylvan Library on the other side.
It is.
I think. Talk to me about this card, and like it's got a unique text on it that we don't see printed anymore, right? Or like how it's worded of what it does.
Yeah, it's kind of a disaster of a card in terms of design. The original wording actually was like 0:, like do a bunch of stuff in like 4th edition. You don't really see cards like that anymore because they're
powerful, very powerful.
Messy design is the best way of putting it, I think. But here, I actually am low on it in this matchup because generally I think the games where you're allowed to pay life to draw cards versus Delver as depths, you're winning by so much anyways. In my opinion, Sylvan Library is at its best versus decks that have Swords to Plowshares.
So yeah, so in our upkeep, we get to look at the top 3 cards, and we can draw up to 3. But each card, besides the first one we draw, it does cost us an extra 4 life, so it's not free, unfortunately. So maybe it's just a way for Connor to kind of manipulate the top of his deck. Ideally, in control matchups, it's great. You just pay the life, draw extra cards. That's awesome. This matchup, when they're trying to pressure your life total, not as good as Connor decides to agree, putting 2 back on top, just drawing the 1. Plays his land for the turn and then just passes it back. Travis, drew another fetch land off the top. Got a couple more threats in hand, but very interaction light, I would say.
Yeah, this is a dangerous situation for Travis. The fetch land plus the Delvers is actually going to give a lot of miniature selection next turn. And I think that's what I would expect to see happen.
Here comes another Delver, applying more pressure to the battlefield. Does mean we don't have the bounce effect, but again, no way to kind of combo this turn, right? We need to be able to. Is it 3 land to combo off or 4 land? What's the minimum amount of land that needs to be on the battlefield for Connor to be able to combo off?
3 is minimum, but that's with Dark Depths, Stage, and Yavimaya, because then Yavimaya allows the Dark Depths to tap for green. Normally it doesn't. Sometimes you can speed it up with a Mox time in, so you can go you can have Mox, Stage, Depths, and another mana producing land.
So so that's again on Travis' side, knowing the game plan, knowing what the other deck's doing, knows it's almost safe there to. I say tap out. We're not tapped out, but quote unquote, potentially we're tapped out slightly here, as in we're not going to get cracked back for a sweet 20 points of life. Just a Dryad Arbor is going to come down for the turn for Connor. Potentially that could be a blocker, because remember, creatures on the other side were going to be a 1/1, but they're not now. That all these Delvers are both going to flip into 3/2 flyers. Plus, we get to draw a lightning bolt. That's great against a Dryad Arbor on the other side, and could give us the. Are we missing one creature type? One type in the graveyard? Enchantment. Wrong. Artifacts, land, instant. I think we got in the graveyard.
So if we hit creature or sorcery,
we do not. But it's still 7 points damage coming across.
Yeah.
Connor looks like he's got a response. Talk to me about this. This is kind of one of the different things we see in Legacy, right? Is the really cheap, super powerful interaction like this one here. Talk me through this.
I mean, Pyroblast is a really good card. It counters Force of Will. It kills a blue creature for 1 mana. It kills Murktide Regent for 1 mana. It is one of the reasons I think that Murktide Regent is a lot more tolerable in Legacy than as opposed to Modern. Because once you get Murktide to 7/7 in Modern, it's basically untouchable by most things besides Solitude. But in Legacy, all of the red decks can have access to Pyroblast if they want to, and that is a really, really just clean, efficient answer to things.
Yeah, that's exactly why I wanted you to kind of. It sounds quite easy and simple, and like, why am I asking this question? If you're a Legacy, player and you've seen this interaction a lot, but people coming across from Arena, Pioneer, just getting into the IC formats, maybe picking up on Modern, we don't see this card, all these sort of levels of power from cards. Where we do see it a lot in Legacy, just 1 mana being able to either counter a spell or destroy a spell. It's super powerful and super kind of relevant, especially if it kind of does saving a little bit of life. Here comes another Bauble. That does pick creature into the graveyard, though. So now we've got a couple more 3-powered creatures on the battlefield. These are going to get turned sideways. Kind of looks like they're taking it, so he's going to be dropping down to 5. And with the threat of that Brazen Borrower getting flashed in end of turn, this could be lights out for Connor, and it is. It looks like he's going to scoop him up, as we say here. And congratulations to Travis taking that game down 2-0. Is that kind of how you thought that matchup would pan out in the end of it?
I think given how Travis drew pretty well in game 1, and that game was also kind of a slaughter. I think generally speaking, I would prefer to be on the Nine Adept side, but it's not a landslide by any stretch of the imagination. I think there's a lot of room to sculpt your game plan with the cantrips and the Delver deck as well. Find the Wastelands, find the Brazen Borrowers, and it kind of looked like that Travis knew what he wanted to pursue in those games.
Yeah, and that's going to be that for this team. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. If you just tune in, this is the end of round number 2. But don't worry, there's 8 rounds of action for you all here. We've gone through 2 of them. My name is Will Hall. I'm joined by Jarvis Yu. We're going to have a real short break while we sit the players down. Then Anu will come back, talk to you what's going on this weekend, tell you the structure, tell you the prizes, tell you the sponsors, and then we'll get straight into round number 3. So make sure you stick around and we'll see you all shortly.
All right, what's up? How's it going, everybody? We're back. We got a couple rounds. There's 4 more matches left. We are 9 minutes into the round, and I thought I'd give you a little bit of a sneak preview on our next few matches. So, I've got a microphone for you. Yeah. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, perfect. Actually, does it work?
Test.
Yeah, it works perfect. Okay, excellent. So I'm here with Travis Brown. You may have heard this name, having won. Not just. I remember I was in Dallas last year, and that was like one of the big events that you actually won.
Yeah.
But then I also remember seeing you in another SCG Top 8, and you just have an accolade of award. So it's no surprise here. Walk me through. What's your record right now?
2-0.
Okay,
Yeah.
good place to start.
Yeah, we're happy with it.
Yeah. Can't really ask for more. So you're 2-0 right now.
Yep.
What are you playing today?
Hammer. As a shock to literal no one.
That's what we call in the industry a setup. It was a setup. Yeah. So Travis has basically been playing Hammer for God knows how long, and in fact, I would even say that you are the, if not one of the leading experts on the deck in the format. You have a Patreon where people can find out more if they want to learn about Hammer. Plug it right now.
Patreon.com/disgruntled_elk. Pretty easy.
Yeah,
you can just Google it.
There you go, disgruntled_elk. In fact, I'm going to type it in the chat. It's Patreon, www.patreon.com/ Thank you, Toast. All right, thank you, Toast. So it's in the chat. Got great mods here.
Yep.
Let's dive right into it. So walk me through your latest additions to the deck. Some cool cards. I know there's something called like a lonely hammer. It's like I don't understand that though. It's like by itself or something.
Yeah. So it's lonely for 2 reasons. 1, it has solitude in it. And 2, no one believed me it was good until I kept beating people with solitude.
Yo, that's like my villain origin story where I was like, oh, Palace Jailer's so good in Legacy Miracles, and everyone was like, in the Bitter Blossom format. This is way back when. Dude, I feel you.
That's like Bitter Blossom.
The only thing that matters, scoreboard. I got you. So, I mean, explain it right now to everybody who's curious. What does Solitude bring to the deck?
Yeah, so the biggest issues with the deck pre-ring, right? We can address that separately.
Sure.
Because ring, is like Yawgmoth combo, Amulet Titan, and those are like 2 of your softest matchups.
Okay.
Solitude fixes both.
Oh.
Because 1, it's a free Swords of Plowshares, and so you can play Path to Exile, you can play March of Otherworldly Light. They cost mana, and that's super lame in 2023, right? So the advantage is, you basically get to continually pressure your opponent, and then when they go for the combo, you tag it and move on with your life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I actually vibe with that a lot, and I think that's really interesting how you sort of mentioned like in terms of like pacing and tempo and things like that, right? The difference, and this is so crazy now that I'm thinking about it, the delta between 0 and 1 mana, wait, are we already into round 3? Is quite insane. But yeah, okay, thank you for a little bit of insight into there. Guys, we're going to take another quick break. We're going to come back with Will, and we're going to come back with Jarvis, and we're going to have round 3 featuring not just Travis Brown, but his entire team. We're going to start with Legacy this time around, but we will definitely catch Travis's match. So we'll be right back, and see y'all in just a sec.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the SCG 25K Teams Trio event. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall Experience, and my dance partner for this weekend is none other than Jarvis Yu, and we're going to be bringing you round number 3 here of this Team Trios. Remember, the Team Trios consist of Pioneer, Modern, and Legacy. Your team has to win 2 of the 3 seats, so you got a loss to give if you need be, and this is going to be 8 rounds of Swiss today. We're going to come back tomorrow. We're going to have another 5 rounds with a cut to top 6. When we get close to the time, you'll start hearing more about cut to top 6. Normally you hear cut to top 8. I understand, but this is a cut 6 because it is a team event and we do things slightly differently. But Jarvis, we've seen a lot of Magic so far. We've seen a lot of Yawgmoth and we've seen a lot of Grixis Delver. So we're mixing it up this round, right? What decks are we going to be seeing?
I believe Travis Brown, the person Honorog interviewed, their legacy seat is playing Doomsday. Travis himself is playing Mono White Hammer, I believe, with no Solitude this weekend, or do we have Solitude? The Solitudes are in the sideboard, interestingly enough. But yeah, it'll be Doomsday versus Teamer Cascade in the legacy seat. You heard it here, folks. That's not a mistake. Teamer Cascade, aka Rhinos, in legacy.
I'm all here for this. You know what I mean? Like, I know there's some very, very popular streamers that are very into this sort of deck. How come this deck's moving from Modern into Legacy, and what sort of extra tools does it gain?
So, funny you asked that. I think the origins of the deck being played in Legacy do trace back to the Zoomers thinking about, okay, why can't we play Rhinos in Legacy? How do we change the deck? Because there's certain other cards you're allowed to play, like Elvish Spirit Guide and Simian Spirit Guide, allowed to go a lot faster. So, in essence, Rhinos is just a much faster deck in Legacy, backed up by like 8 forces and an incredible mix and boot as a finisher.
And I'm going to ask you, how much do those 8 forces come into play here against Doomsday? Obviously, we know this is a super efficient combo deck, uses discard greatly to try and free up the way for it to be able to resolve the most a powerful free drop like Doomsday. For people that just tune in and don't know about Doomsday or how it works, give us a brief description of how it goes.
Well, brief is all I can give you because I'm not a great pilot of this deck. I think this deck is kind of complicated. Essentially, the card Doomsday is a BBB sorcery from Weatherlight. It allows you to basically search your graveyard and deck for 5 cards and basically exile everything else and arrange those 5 cards how you want on top of your deck. Generally, the kills have gotten a lot cleaner because of the printing of Thassa's Oracle from Theros Beyond Death.
Oh, interesting. Just for myself, what was the preferred win combo for Thassa's Oracle?
Usually Laboratory Maniac and Chromatic Sphere. And the reason Chromatic Sphere was played was it lets you get around removal because the draw doesn't use the stack, so your opponent instantly dies.
Okay, as we see, both players now drawing their opening hands. It looks like we've got mulligans for both players. I think Christian is down to a mull to 5, where David on the left of your screen, I think it's just a 6, but does have a turn 1 Thoughtseize if they want to go that route. Remember, look at these hand cams. We've got hand cams, gameplay cams, player cams, all this qualification, all this production coming to you live on this channel. So please do support it. Hit that follow button, watch it, and if you've got a free prime, do throw it at them. How much does it kind of mulligan on the teamer side here? You see, it's like a fast combo deck, but surely that you need a vast majority of cards to be able to do this fast, explosive turn. And is that even enough if I got 8 power in the battlefield turn 1, say?
In this matchup, it might be, because the problem with Doomsday, if you don't kill the same turn, is it actually halves your life total as well. So basically, if you cast Doomsday, say at 16 life, versus a pair of 4/4 Rhinos, you actually die.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's interesting. As we starting off here on David's side with that turn 1 Thoughtseize. I'm going to ask you a question, and at the same question, I'm going to ask chat. What is your Thoughtseize art of choice when you play in paper?
Mine is original Lorwyn Thoughtseize. I have 4 simplified Chinese ones. I've had those since Lorwyn came out.
Oh, so just OG printing, just going with the whole boomer effect. I love it. I'm in the same boat as you. I must I've got these. I do have the slightly newer Thoughtseize Secret Lair ones that got released quite. It was like a lot of wispy ghosts or skulls and stuff flying around on it. So I've got a couple of different arts to choose from depending on what deck I'm in. But this Thoughtseize Resolving, what do you like taking here?
So I think you can really justify taking either Shardless Agent or Force of Negation, which is why David pulled those other cards to the side. Um, I think I would actually be inclined to take Shardless Agent given his hand. He doesn't have a Doomsday setup already, and I actually think if you count the cards, they both went to 5 cards because it's Thoughtseize land and 3 other cards, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Not ideal for combo decks going down this low, but
Mhm.
they are still quite powerful in this quite very powerful format. David decides to go with the Force, trying to potentially show up his side of the combo. This is something that happens a lot in Magic, right? Players they play a lot to not lose and entitled don't play to win. It's all knowing your spots and when to point that out. We've seen in Legacy already numerous times how these micro decisions come into either winning or losing the game. So we'll see if how that Thoughtseize plays out in this game as we're going to go pass the turn, Island, Indoor, Ponder. Days, Force of Me, and a Delta are the 3 cards seen here. We can put them back in the order and draw a card or shuffle. We'll see what David wants to go with. Look at this production. Look at that hand quality, hand cam, ladies and gentlemen. If that in itself isn't worth a follow this channel, I don't know what is. And it looks like we're just gonna take a shove. Then, like any of those 3. Are we just
Yeah,
looking for the namesake card of the deck, Doomsday?
I think we're looking for a Personal Tutor or a Doomsday. Yeah. I thought I saw one in David's hand, so I'm not sure. But I guess if we had one, we probably wouldn't have shuffled there. It's kind of hard to get a close look. But the problem I have here is Christian can actually make a turn 2 Rhino. Oh, if that Spirit Guide had been drawn last turn, we'd have actually had a turn 1 Rhinos off the double Spirit Guide. But here, we fetch Revoke, pitch Elvish Spirit Guide, and play Shardless Agent, cascade into Crashing Footfalls. This is the primary difference between the Rhinos deck in this format versus the Rhinos deck in Modern. You turn to Rhinos a large portion of the time because of 8 Spirit Guides.
Let's see if we can see that. That was a very quick fetch. As here comes the Spirit Guide, and as you said, here comes the Cascade card. Obviously, 8 of them in this deck, and we get to go through. So we get a little bit of information here on David's side, seeing what's in the deck, potentially trying to work out what's not in the hand. And here comes
Ooh.
a Days Spirit
And
Guide to pay for the
Spirit Guide to
Days.
fade!
Yeah. Beautiful there. Okay, well, I understand the appeal of this deck in this format now. That is sick. Using Spirit Guides, obviously cards that are very, very banned in Modern, to great use here. That is a Force of Me drawn off the top of the deck. Not ideal right now, but turn too late as there is now 10 power on the battlefield. Crashing in here for Christian, dropping David down to 7.
This is kind of why I wanted to take the Shardless Agent instead of the Force of Negation. Just because we didn't have our combo lined up quickly enough. I think we can work through a Force of Negation with our cantrips and discard, but we certainly can't work through the fact that we're going to get hit by 10 twice.
Yeah, just so much power going on the battlefield. We did see a Doomsday drawn for the turn. Here comes a Dark Ritual. I know that you've been posting some beautiful photos of Dark Ritual recently on Twitter. And I think they just wanted to say, look, I can make 3 mana if I want to, but he's going to be scooping them up here as Christian takes down game number 1. So, David's team, they are a feature match this round. So we do get to put their deck list up on the screen for you all to see at home. Here it is. Here's the Doomsday's list. Anything you like bringing out the sideboard here? Are we going to try and transition more to a creature matchup, or are we going to focus more on the combo?
The card I do like is actually Shieldred. It's been classically said in Modern that Rhinos has a tough time beating like a 4 or 5 Tarmogoyf, and Shieldred is just that with some extra text added on. So I think, depending on the exact plan of the person, Doomsday is really, really complicated because like you can justify putting almost any card in the deck, and even a single copy can make your games a lot more complicated because you can always put it in your pile. But I think I'm inclined to put the Shieldreds in my deck. I'm just not sure what to cut.
Sure. I do see a lot of 1-ofs in here and quite a few 4-ofs. So we obviously in the booth, we do have access to everyone's deck list. We can see what they're working with, but we don't have permission to put the Team of Cascade one on. But so let's just have a little look see between me and you. What cards here in this sideboard do you think will be coming in? Without trying to give too much information of the full 15, but what are the handful of cards that you think are going to come in, and what cards do you think are bad in this matchup?
I would say most of anything that's like spot removal or bounce, which you do see in a lot of Rhino decks, is not great. Oh, actually, we can see Christian sort of shuffling in his sideboard and siding it out. He shuffled in Inevitable Betrayal, Brotherhood's End, Fury, Blood Moons, but most of them are not in the deck. It looked like to me that there was a Mystical Dispute shuffled in, and that's obviously an excellent card.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we've seen that again popping up in modern, very powerful. It is a free drop. Just we try not to cast it for free. We try and use it for the one. There it is on the screen for you all. And if you are just tuning in, welcome. This is round number 3 of the SCG 25K Team Trios. We are going to be bringing you mostly modern and legacy all weekend. We're not going to touch the Pioneer seat. We've seen a lot of that recently with the RCs that have popped up, but we haven't seen a lot of modern and legacy as well. So we're trying to get you as much legacy and screen time as much, because we know people at home, you all want to see this. And I know, Jarvis, you definitely want to see this, being a legacy enthusiast. Are there any decks like props up in the format recently because of the new Lord of the Rings set that you're hoping to see this weekend?
My favorite deck that I think might not be heavily known about is the Mystic Forge / One Ring 8 Voltaic Key deck in Legacy. Obviously, it's been played in Modern to some degree, but I think it's at a whole different level in Legacy because of the Soul Lands being able to power out the One Ring, Karn, or Mystic Forge on turn 2 pretty consistently.
So make sure you get that recommendation into, and I know he's listening. See if he can go around the top tables. If someone is playing that, he'll try to get it on screen, I'm sure. As we see both players sideboarding here with the beautiful hand cams that we do have. This is a one-man band production, ladies and gentlemen. This is one person bringing you, flying to these events, setting these cameras up, doing the overlays, doing the screens, talking to the directors, getting the players sat down, tablets, getting us casters in the right location at the right time. And let me tell you, we are drama queens at the best of time. So please, if you can support this channel, I want you to hit that follow button. I want you to watch this channel. I want you, if you've got Amazon Prime, to throw out this channel if you've got it going spare, or even if you want to pay, you can pay and subscribe to this channel. All of it is supported. None of this is paid for by anybody else aside from the person that's bringing all this. If we can subsidize it in any way, I think we all should, because I think you'll agree with me. This paper magic is the best, highest level production you can possibly get from one person in a backpack. This is insane production, and we need to support it. We need to protect him at all costs. And the best way to protect him is obviously using our Amazon Prime, using our time to watch this channel and bringing it all to you. As both players are just finishing up their sideboarding. Does play draw? I imagine I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway, just to make sure, because I'm not a legacy enthusiast. I'm slowly getting there. Play draw dependent is huge in this matchup. Am I correct in saying that?
I think so. And also, I saw David reach for the Personal Tutors and 2 Street Wraith to sideboard out. I'm not sure what was sided in. Generally, I would say Personal Tutor is a better Game 1 card than rather as opposed to a Game 2 card, because a lot of things mess it up in Game 2.
And does the game plan change for either of these two decks, or are we both just Christians? I'm putting power on the battlefield as quick as possible and turning it sideways, where David's going Doomsday, or is David going to start moving more to a controlling, mid-ranging type deck and try and win for you? As you speak, with like trying to bring in shield dreads and creatures and stuff.
So
as it looks like both players taking mulligans.
When I saw David riffle through his sideboard one last time, the shoulders were still there. So my assumption is he's still just on the try to Doomsday, kill my opponent plan, just maybe without Personal Tutor in the deck.
Let's see if it pans out for them. Remember, both players in game 1 were on a mulligan down to 5. Looks like both of them are now mulliganing down to 6. Is this kind of just a thing with these decks? These like fast combo decks. Do they take heavy mulligans? Is this just a part of the deck? You understand? Oh, I'm playing that this weekend. There's a good chance I'm going to take a high number of mulligans, or is this kind of a normal?
I think for Doomsday, it's pretty likely you're going to take one mulligan if your hand's not reasonable, to say the least. Especially with Personal Tutor leaving the deck, you actually have less effective copies of Doomsday. In game 1, it's basically 7 because you have 4 Doomsday and 3 Personal Tutor in his exact list. But given that you've removed Personal Tutor from your deck, you only have 4 Doomsdays, so it's harder to just hard mold to the Doomsday. You have 2 cantrips here and 2 forces, so you're going to keep on 6. It's just the 7-card hand was too bad, I think.
And we are starting off with a ponder. Gets to look at the top 3. Put them back in any order, draw a card, or we can shuffle and then draw a card.
So it was a Lion's Eye Diamond, and Lion's Eye Diamond is really only for the Doomsday piles. It's really hard to use that one to cast spells normally.
Sure. Super powerful card, super expensive card as well, if I'm not mistaken. That card. Is it on the reserve list? I'm sure someone in chat will tell me, or yourself. It seems powerful enough to be on there.
I'll let Chad answer that one. I literally I don't try to think about what cards are on or not on that list.
Oh, there's it is on it apparently. Chat knows everything. That's the good thing about these live streams is chat knows everything,
Right.
and they're never wrong. Even if they are wrong, they're still right. It's a great, unique ability of only Twitch chat. As Christian is going to start fetching up with his scolding time, it's going to find a drum roll. Oh, a tropical island, and we're going to suspend the question pitfalls.
This is a classic play you see in Modern all the time as well.
I say
It's
not as powerful.
actually it's actually fine to do because I think if Christian has enough disruption, just like countering spells for a few turns, the Rhinos coming off suspend does matter, and you definitely should suspend it on turn one. I think all of your other turns are going to be more important, like just casting something, like a Mystical Dispute, casting Fire Ice upkeep, or even casting Brazen Borrower. I guess it's kind of interesting that Brazen Borrower is in the deck though.
Yeah, we've got all three of these obviously in hand, as you spoke about. I did wonder about Fire and Ice, and what's the utility behind that? Is that just to potentially, try and slow them down a turn by tapping down one of their lands? I doubt the 2 damage is going to be relevant, but watch me eat my words because of it.
In this matchup, it might be because Doomsday does weird things to the life totals. Just take for the sake of argument. Suppose David casts Doomsday at 20 life, goes to 10. Christian has a pair of 4/4s, attacks for 8. David goes to 2, and then we cast Fire for the last 2 damage. That's like a very natural line of play, I think, in this matchup.
Okay, cool. So we'll see how that pans out as we're just turning and burning through our deck. There we go. We found a petal, a land, and the namesake card of the deck, Doomsday. We're deciding if we want to put them back in an order and draw one, or we're going to go for a shuffle. Doomsday top of the pile.
I think you're not allowed to shuffle that Doomsday, if I had to guess.
That's the text it says on it. Can never be shuffled while you play this deck. And it looks like you're right. It is going to go straight to the hand, under to the graveyard, and we just pass a turn back. Remember, that Christian Fiddles is on suspend at the top of your stream.
It's funny because I think most of the time that Ponder was shuffled there because there are 2 bad cards on top of the deck, but the 3rd card down was the card that he was looking for.
I think Pearl's not a bad one to play. I suppose it's another ramp spell. It is, remember, closed deckless tournaments. We kind of get a mix of these now in Paper Magic. Sometimes they're closed, sometimes they're open. This is closed, so they don't know what the full 75 or 95 that your opponent is playing. So we don't know if we're playing around, what counter magic could potentially be in the deck, what funky one-ofs there could be. Here comes the Ice ability, like you were talking about. That's going to tap down one of our lands. But with that petal, it does give us the access to cast Doomsday this turn if we want to, with a force backup. And we're going to do it through a Dark Ritual by the looks of it. Does Christian want to fight over this? Let's it resolve. Okay, so now we're going to spend the next 20 minutes talking on stream about anything you want, ladies and gentlemen, because we're about to start making some piles.
Okay, well, the hand cam is nice here because we can sort of maybe see what goes in the pile. What's mandatory is probably Cavernous Souls and Thassa's Oracle. Those 2 are a lock. The reason being, if you don't put Cavern plus... Well, if you don't put Oracle in your pile, you literally can't win off of the Doomsday. Cavern is just insurance versus Force of Will, because obviously Christian could draw a Force of Will. Relic of Regenesis lets you beat Endurance, which is why it's in the deck, because basically you can always pop the Relic to clear out your graveyard, and then Endurance doesn't do anything versus your Oracle trigger.
Are we we're kind of playing like, we have to win this turn or next turn? Is there a way that, or a line where we just we sit back and chill a little bit? You know what I mean? We wait for the opportune moment to do it.
There are scenarios where you can just make a pile that passes the turn 5 times. I would say that most often happens versus a slow control deck in Legacy, where if you resolve a Doomsday, you can just make a pile that draws the entire pile while waiting, and you don't actually have to accelerate it. I think that can be dangerous in some spots. And given that David doesn't actually have a cantrip in his hand, to go alongside this, we cannot kill this turn. So it looks like the pile we're looking at is Relic, Oracle, Cavern, Brainstorm, which does clear things out a little bit. And if you brainstorm into the first Oracle and Cavern it out, then you play the second Oracle a turn later. I guess that gives you more devotion versus endurance. It looks like the brainstorm might not be being put in. Maybe we get something else.
This is fascinating to me. You know what I mean? I am through and throughout. I normally play like, you know, Pioneer and Modern. I dabble in Legacy. So it's really interesting for me to kind of see like, you know, all these different lines of play. Like basically David is thinking, what do I need to play around? What is the worst
Yeah.
that could happen to me? And how can I ensure my win against that? So it looks like we're kind of drawing out. Okay, well, I forgot the name of that card. Let me find it. It is Edge of Autumn. Talk to me about
Oh
this
yeah.
one. This has got a kind of a unique ability we don't see too much.
Time Spiral had a lot of really like bizarre, unique cards that do very weird things. Wait. Okay, so that is the exiled graveyard / library that is revealed because it's exiled face up. And those 5 cards that he picked go on top of his library in any order. Christian's obviously taking a look, getting information, and you know, a lot of information is to be gained. I know people on MTGO sometimes take a screenshot and try to compare it to a player's last known deck list, like marking things off and trying to figure out how they sideboarded exactly. There's Doomsday, I would say, is a very skill testing card and hard to, you know, it's
comes
hard to
across.
account. Hard to account for all possible situations where you could lose is the best way of putting it, and that's why I find the deck so challenging.
Yeah, like it comes across to me like it's one of those decks that will reward you a lot for playing it, and also playing against it. Like you know what kind of what the piles would be, what they could potentially could be, what they've decided that you've got to play around, and we're going to see how this pans out as we're just going to pass the turn back. Remember, 5 cards now in our library. Force Negation was the draw for the turn. Still got a land drop. Is a team event. It's where you can see behind another player kind of interacting with them. This is a Pioneer, Modern, and Legacy Team Trios 25K event. So we're going to be bringing you the Modern and the Legacy seats all weekend long. 8 rounds of action today, followed by another 5 tomorrow, then a cut to top 6. So make sure you hit that follow button. Stay tuned. Get yourself comfy because there's a lot of paper magic coming to you from this channel as we're just passing the turn back. Starting off with Lotus Petal. Relic. This is so interesting. Like, I'm literally on the edge of my seat. I want to know when are we going to fire something off? Can we fire off something? When is the opportune moment? So feel free, Josh, jump in. If I'm talking, I want to know exactly the right moments I should be doing things in this matchup.
So the reason to lead with Petal first is obviously David has a Force of Negation that he can defend the Relic with. The question is, will Christian Force of Negation this? I think you would force it if you have Endurance in your deck, because then you can draw Endurance to try to buy a turn versus the Oracles.
See how we're going to go about this. So interesting to me to see, like, you know, what's going through David's head right now. I think we've got a little bit of like bluffing. We could pop the Relic here, right? Pop the Relic, go card deeper, which potentially turns and burns us through our deck. We've got 2 counter spells in hand, so we can fight over potentially anything this turn. Christian decides to fetch, and the turn we're probably going to see some sort of action here. Remember, Crash and Fittles come down with add 8 power to the battlefield, but David is at 10, and we could see that line that you were talking about, potentially 8 damage getting turned sideways and a Fire and Ice to face. We know that's probably not going to happen for a Force of Will and a Force of Negation, but we'll see. Here comes a Brazen Borrower, just getting a 3/1 flyer on the battlefield. A little bit of pressure. David's happy for that to resolve. Crash and Fiddle goes down to 1 suspend counter. Big draw for the turn. Was that another Minx Gamboo?
Yeah, there's one alternate art one and one regular one. One thing to note is David could have made a simpler pile with a bunch of street wraiths, except he sided out some number of street wraiths, I believe.
Okay, draw for turn. Okay, that there was the Edge of Autumn.
Yeah.
Does David need to fire this off now? Is this a thing? Can he still be patient? Looks like he's going to go for it. Sacrifice this land. Go find 1 mana floating.
it's a goofy card. Like,
We can't show in camera. I'll talk you through that one. It says if you control 4 or fewer lands, search your library for a basic land card and put it into the battlefield tapped. Then shuffle your library. Cycling, sacrifice a land. That's basically it. We're sacking a land, drawing a card. It is going to be an oracle with that mana floating. We are going to play it into counter magic. Remember, there is a cavern, I believe, in the pile. I think this first one, this is quite nice what David's doing, right? He's kind of trying to bait out all the counter magic here for the first one. Can fight over it if he chooses to.
looks like he decides not. Well,
Well,
it's
he's
kind
on
of
the fence here,
close.
right? Is
Well,
that telling Christian anything if he lets this, goes to the graveyard? That Christian goes, okay, you must have a second one.
yeah, that would be the logical conclusion. Otherwise, it'd be kind of crazy to do this.
I'm trying to think, like, what's the... Okay, just pass the turn back. Now we're going to get Christian Foothills
Yeah.
on the battlefield, potentially. Remember, 2 counter spells still in hand for David.
Well, I don't think the rhinos matter because I think David's plan is to crack Relic, draw a card, then draw the last card. Then your hand is force blue card, Oracle Cavern. You cavern out, naming the either Merfolk or the other creature type.
Hold on a minute. So
this.
Minx can boo. This makes a big 4/4 with haste. If I'm
Yes.
not wrong, that's going to be 7 damage if it hits the battlefield. So it's going to have to be a force of negation. Get exile force of will here, so it will not hit the battlefield. Just 3 damage coming across. Very close to sneaking a win out from underneath David's feet here.
Yeah.
Remember, still a lot to play for here. We think David's got it potentially locked up, but we'll see how this pans out for him. What's going through his head? What's he playing at? Is he literally thinking, what if he's got endurance? Is that the one card they're thinking of right now?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the way we can't really beat an endurance, but that's okay. I think you have to choose what you can lose to.
I think David
No,
also going
yeah,
for it.
I don't think there was actually a way to beat an endurance. Actually, hold on. No, it would have been fine if we. I think if we had popped Relic with Fawn on the stack, we could have beaten endurance.
Well, decides against it. Not clear if it is Cavern or... Okay, now we're going to crack... Well, it looks like we're going to eat 1 card. Makes sense doing the sequencing in the right order. 1 card deeper in case there's an endurance. And I think we're just getting rid of both graveyards here. Draw this Cavern, play the Cavern, tap 2 blue, play this fast as Oracle, uncountable, hits the battlefield, and win the game in takedown game number 2 for David. Sure out for them. We're going to get a game number 3, Jarvis. Love game 3 magic. Remember, this is the 25K Team Trios event. I did say something earlier on. I got chat talking a little bit. It is a cut to top 6 tomorrow. So normally you hear cut to top 8. SCG tend to do top 12s. The way the top 6 works is if you come first and second, that's fine. You basically get a bye in the top 6. That means teams in 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th are going to play against each other, and the winners of those teams will then meet the 1st and 2nd seed into the top 4, and that's how that'll pan out. Just in case anyone's jumping in and didn't really understand what's going, how this is going. It is quite different to what we're used to. But sideboarding wise, it looks like a couple of Fire and Ices are now coming out for Christian. Didn't get a good look at what was coming in. It looks like there's definitely an endurance moved to the deck if it wasn't there already. Is that kind of a hedge of now what they've seen with relics, or do you think that was in there from the start?
I think it should have been in the deck to begin with, just to make what usually happens in the games that Team of Rhinos wins is you set up a bunch of cards that are super annoying for your opponent, and if you just draw enough of them, then you win the game in this matchup.
That's a great way of putting it. Just super annoying cards. I've been on the side against Team of Rhinos, and everything is just annoying. Like tap your land down, put stuff on the battlefield, counter that. It is just really annoying little effects that stop your game plan, but are used to great effects. I do want to ask you about sideboarding, and not actually the cards in it, and so to speak, but how much attention do you pay to your opponent? Some people like to shuffle 15 cards in. Other people just take 4 cards out, put it on the battlefield, put 4, and how do you use that knowledge to your advantage? Is it a big advantage? Is it very minute detail? Is it not worth doing? Where do you sit on the whole sideboarding side of paper magic?
I would say if I've done my research and I know most of the expected deck lists, it doesn't really matter to me if they shuffle 4 or 15 in. It's pretty easy to predict. Now, where that breaks down is if my opponent's playing a deck I haven't seen a lot of, if they shuffle in 15, take out 15 at random, it's going to be a lot harder to predict exactly what they're actually doing. Sometimes it's even more exploitable where you do see someone side in 4 cards, and it's like a deck that has Leyline of the Void, and you're playing a deck that's weak to Leyline. So then you know exactly what's going on. And then that's like the situation where you should probably disguise information, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, more micro details as we've spoken about, and that will bring me on just another little little side bit of that is even if you're not sideboarding any cards in or out, do you still bluff? Do you still like pick 4 cards in and just take the 4 cards back out?
Uh, Depends on my opponent. If my opponent's not paying attention, I don't think it's worth it. Like, frankly, if my opponent's paying attention, I will do that sometimes. Or sometimes I'll simply like think about it, side something in, and then change my mind while I'm sideboarding, which has the same effect, really.
That's exactly how I'm sideboarding. I'm like, I'll bring these in, and then realize it's terrible game 2. I'm like, no, they need to come out now, and kind of get it going.
Mhm.
It looks like both players have finished shuffling up. They're going to start drawing their opening hands. Got a couple of Force of Me's, a Minsk and Boo, and think a good maybe an Endurance as well for Christian. Over on David's side, looks like we've got a bunch of lands plus a Forces, a Daze, and can't make out that card at the back of their hand, but doesn't look too great. But we'll see what both players want to do. No, I don't think we've got a Cascade spell, so to speak, but we're very close to being able to get a turn 1 Minsk and Boo. But Christian doesn't like that. He's going to throw it back, and so is David. Again, both players
Mhm.
mulliganing down to this time 6 cards, potentially more. So that's what's the total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 mulligans so far in this match between both
That-
these players.
Yeah, that's expected from me. Also, I think it's funny that the Cascade deck plays 4 Seagate Restoration because it pitches to both forces.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense. Again, it can also be a land if it needs to be. But the
Yep.
one good thing about all these plays sideboarding, it does give me a chance to keep hyping on about this stream, about what it's up for grabs and everything that goes along with it. So just tune in. Welcome, round number 3. My name is Will Hall. I'm joined by Jarvis Hugh, and we're bringing you the first 4 rounds of coverage today, the morning shift, before we pass it on to the afternoon shift. That in total, 4 plus 4 is 8 rounds of Magic today. Modern and Legacy. We're not going to touch the Pioneer too much. It's just going to be Modern Legacy all day today. Tomorrow we'll be coming back. That'll be 5 more rounds of the Swiss before we have a cut to top 6. I've just spoke about top 6 and how that works, but all the teams are battling out for their share of $25,000. And whoever takes down that first seat, they also get regional qualifier invites, which, let's be honest, that's where we want to be. We want to start heading towards that Pro Tour. We've got one in 2 weeks' time here in Barcelona, in Europe. Cannot wait for that because that is, again, Lord of the Rings, 2 of my favorite fandoms coming together. If you're not used to team events and how they work, 2 members of your team need to win their matches. The third one, they can lose it or still be playing by the time that 2 have been won. But the idea is you want to win 2 out of your 3 matches that are going on. Now back down to the tails. Let's see how it's kicking off. Christian just here with a turn 1 at Tropical Island. No suspend this game. David on the other side is going to crack that Scalding Tarn. Find a Underground Sea. Could be some sort of hand disruption here or some sort of cantrip. We'll see which one he wants to go with. I didn't get a good look at the hand. And Dark
Ooh,
Ritual.
we're just stepping on the gas. Well, he has a defended turn 1 Doomsday, and we don't have any cantrips, so there's no setup. So you might as well just pull the trigger.
I'm game. I love it. Let's go. This is the reason why everyone loves Legacy Magic. It's super explosive games like this, where it's just turn 1 Doomsday. Right. Let's make a pile. I'm going to turn my library of, let's think at this point, it'd be like 52 cards
Mm.
into a pile of 5 and see if we go with the same line we went last time or if we're going to start trying to mix it up. We've kind of worked out there might not be any cat magic on the other side potentially, but we know because we've got hand cameras, because it's beautiful production, that there is an endurance in hand. So let's have a little look, see how this pile goes. Looks like we've definitely got 3 cards, couple of forces in hand. We're going for the. Is that a relic at the back? I think that's still the
Yep,
relic.
it's a
Yep. So
relic.
relic, cavern, Bass's Oracle. What else do we want in this pile?
I
Kind of
think
the
that
same.
yeah, it's kind of hard to figure out what to do with the rest of this pile. Like those three are a lock because that lets you beat endurance. Um, you also have forces, so you're safe to some degree. The question is how fast you want to go, I think, and I'm not good enough with Doomsday to figure that out. I think I this is probably one of my leaks. I probably should uh work it out.
It looks like we're going to go across to our backup feature match while
Whoa.
they decide on that pile. Because let's be honest, we're just going to pick 5 cards and then we're going to go off or not.
Yeah.
So we'll see if we can if it does keep playing and somehow Doomsday does not win that game there, we'll let you know. But we're going to jump across to our modern table where we have got Lonely Hammer. I think that means mono white hammer versus mono green Tron. I don't know what it is, Jarvis, but every single time I do coverage, somehow a Tron deck always manages to get on the screen in front of me, and they have Tron on the battlefield. Looks like a bit of mana being floated here. Let's see if we can work out what is going on. I think we've got 1 green, 1 colorless in the pool.
Mhm.
On the other side, we've got a couple of equipment and a couple of Esper Sentinels.
So, a few interesting things about Tron here is first off, there appears to be a Gigantha companion, so that tells you a lot. It means you shouldn't worry about walking ballista. I think is the primary thing to not worry about. Um, Second, I think Tron actually has gotten a lot better. It's one of the decks that actually benefits from playing the One Ring itself.
Yeah, it kind of beats up on the 4-color mid-range decks. Like that was kind of the deck that we'll play the halfling in it, we'll play the ring, we'll have this elemental build. It'll be great. Mid-range is our thing. Yay! What goes bigger than mid-range? Tron, and we see this here. It looks like we're going to use the Beseiju to get rid of one of the new enchantments that are printed in the Lord of the Rings set. Forge anew, obviously famously in the lore, that is where the swords Narsil were forged. If I start going off on Lord of the Rings lore, Jarvis, I need you to rein me in. I can't be controlled around Lord of the Rings lore. I'm very, very deep into it. I love it too much.
Fair enough. I'm looking specifically at Matt's list to see how many Oblivion Stones are played, because I think that's a key card.
I've got 2 I can see.
Yeah,
Is any in the board? 1 in the board.
yeah. Also an Ensnaring Bridge, although often with Hammer, you can avoid the Ensnaring Bridge by putting the hammer into play after you attack with the creature, and you still get the damage output, essentially.
Looks like a Stoneforge Mystic is going to come into battlefield again. This card used to be banned in Modern, not anymore. It's got a very powerful effect. It went and got itself a Conjurer. As it looks like we finally finished making our pile here for David as we switch back to our legacy seat. David's going to reveal that it was an island that he had on top of his deck. Here comes, this is the one that draws 2. Give me a second, ladies and gentlemen.
It's Night's Whisper.
Thank you very much. I couldn't get there quick enough. That's why you were here. We've got you in. Nice Whisper. Draw 2, lose 2 life. Do we want to fight over this over on Christian's side? He's either bluffing or we do have something here. He's deciding when to fire something up. We can see in the hand. There is no counter magic for it, but it doesn't mean he doesn't want to bluff it. I suppose we can Spirit Guide to hardcast, right?
So it buys you a bunch of turns, so that's why I think it's probably correct to do. And then you have to draw a red source anyways to turn on your hand. I think I would have been inclined to fight there.
We're telling you maybe we want more cards in the graveyard for when the endurance comes down. Because remember, maybe that's the route that we're trying to go with, trying to mess up the graveyard a little bit into the deck so that the Fastest Oracle doesn't win the game on the spot. That might be what's going through Christian's head, but we'll see how it pans out. So not to, we're just passing the turn back to Christian here. Draws for the turn. I think that was a forced negation off the top, so that does give us a little bit more counter magic if we need be. Here comes Faster Oracle for David. Does have Cabin, does have Relic, and forced negation plus force of will if needs be. Starting off with the Relic.
He's been very mindful of endurance all of these games, really.
It's a master at work. I always say this about Legacy. People that play Legacies tend to just be masters of the deck of their choice. Like they know every interaction of it. I think some point is because it's very hard to chop and change between legacy decks. It comes at a cost, but also it really rewards you for knowing all these small little details and what you need to be playing around, how to play around them, and in these combo decks even more so. David soon, is this going to be an endurance fired off here? We've got the counter magic backup if needs be.
Both players have counter magic backup now, actually. Kind of funny to think about.
We're going to see a stack. Let's go. Endurance. Ditching the spirit guide. Endurance. We're going to exile a card to the graveyard.
I think there's exactly 2 cards left in deck, so it's still lethal.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. And that's it. That's going to be the handshake. G's to David, masterfully taking down this game of Legacy. So we should be able to jump it back across to our modern seat. We're just getting confirmation of that. A news in my ear. He's just going to secure up. But while we're that, welcome back to the virtual news booth, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Will Hall. I am joined by Jarvis Yu, and we're bringing you round number 3 of this 25K SCG Team Trios event. There is one person in the Pioneer seat, one person in the Modern seat, one person in the Legacy seat. We've seen too much Pioneer over the last couple of months. Let's be honest, it has been the RC format of choice. So we've decided we're going to stick to just Modern and Legacy all weekend long for you beautiful people at home. But if you do want to see a particular deck of any type, do type it in the chat. Let Anu know. He's going to be out on the tables. He's the one picking the feature matches to come across to bring to you on camera. So the more information he knows, the better he can bring for you all at home. It looks like we're going to a game number 2 here. Travis managed to take it down on his lonely hammer. That's mono white hammer for all you I don't know what to call it, non-hammer officiates. While mono green Tron on the right side, just doing what it normally does, turning and burning through its deck, trying to get 3 cards in order to generate 7 mana, and it looks like Matt has managed to do that, as Sylvan Scry is going to fetch up that last Tron land that is needed. Travis on the other side, remember this is game number 2, access to sideboards. I'm going to have a little quick look if there's anything that's glaringly going to pop out here. I can't see too much, so I don't know if Jarvis is going to tell me that I'm wrong here. But
yeah, we're really looking for Cigar's Aid plus Colossus Hammer this turn. I think it would be the easiest way to win the game, but it does not look like that's what's going on here this turn.
So talk me through this. Some interactions that are quite unique to this matchup, right? That you don't see much very often. So if a Cigar's Aid's on the battlefield, but also a Khan is on the battlefield for Matt, how does that interaction work? Because obviously equipment are meant to equip them. That's turned off because of Khan. How does that normally work for people watching at home?
So Cigar's Aid actually creates a trigger which allows the equipment to attach, so there's no interaction there. Basically, the hammer just gets attached off the aid. But if it was via Pure Steel Paladin, that makes the equip cost 0, which Karn does not allow to be activated.
Yep, very well said there, my friend. I'm going to look at it. There's definitely a white card. I can't make out what it is, though. It might be a Cigar's Aid. It's got that yellow text. It could also just be, which is something quite unique to these decks, is an Emery's Call. Don't see it. This is like the white spell land that creates angels for 7 mana. Not normally something you want to be hard casting in a Hammer's deck, but
so it's in the deck for the sideboard Solitudes, I believe.
Oh, just as an extra land that Academy ditched the Solitudes. Okay, I like that.
I think
everything makes sense.
I think the card that you were looking at was Forge Anew, if I had to guess, but I'm not 100% sure.
We'll see soon enough. That is obviously a free drop. The Hammer's deck's quite low to the ground. It's known for being low to the ground. Lots of 0 and 1 mana casting cost spells. A couple of 2s that kind of help us equip with Stoneforge Mystic or Paladin, as you were saying. This one being 3 mana is the top of the curve normally in Hammer decks. Obviously, we know and have access to the deck list. Travis Brown known for being able to bring 5 mana Solitudes to his deck of choice. So I won't say it tops out at that, but it could be no. I think that is the Cigar's Aid in hand. I think he's just waiting for the opportune moment to put it on the battlefield, and he's got the hammer. It looks like. Does he have double hammer? That's the question. There is a blocker on the other side now though. But also, there's a ratchet bomb come down. Haven't seen that in a hot moment. Ratchet bomb, obviously, M14. I want to say.
Well, the original Scars of Mirrodin, but
that's beyond me. That's before me. So there you go. That's I thought I was getting old, but no. You took the cake here. Here comes Hammer equipping to this. This is going to be a block, a little bit of life gain for Matt, dropping up to 20. Taking them up to 20, not dropping them to 20, taking them up to 20 life, sorry. But now there is an 11-11 ginger brew, a very big ginger brew on the battlefield as the Ratchet Bomb gets ticked up to 1. Remember, the equipment was attached via Sagada's aid, even though there is a Khan on the battlefield. We talked about that interaction already. But now we've got 7 mana, potentially more, and an active Khan tick down if you want to go that route. Sideboarding, not really something Tron decks do. They tend to just have a lot of one-ofs in the sideboard. Quite a few options here. We could go through, we've got Ensnaring Bridges, Chalices, we've got Oblivion's Ring, we've got the One Ring. This is a card that we haven't seen cast so far in the first couple of rounds of Magic here. Very powerful, as everyone kind of knows. It's been following any sort of Magic recently since the Lord of the Rings set comes down. How is that being utilized to great effect in these Tron decks?
So the protection from everything clause is pretty valuable as a fog. It's also a nice bridge card to your suppose you're playing a game versus like 4-color where you're getting Boseju'd a lot every turn. It's kind of hard to do anything meaningful to bridge the gap between having 4 mana and having 7 mana, but potentially having the One Ring active could let you keep up, and it's also something you can cast pretty easily even while getting Boseju'd.
Well, talking about casting something really easy, how about a 7-mana Sundering Titan comes down with a big old 7/10. That is going to be enough for Travis to scoop them up. We do have access to Travis's deck list, so we'll get that up on the screen for you here. We can now see the full 75 that they bought this weekend, because it's slightly different to what traditional Hammer decks that you'd see out here. We've spoken about why the Emery's cooler in here, and you think it's because it's another white card to ditch to the side choose. Makes perfect sense. I'm looking at this sideboard, and I don't see too many cards that are great in this matchup.
So I think generally there's a temptation for a lot of these sort of like synergy decks for people to overboard. The way Travis has designed this deck, you can't really overboard, especially in a matchup like Tron. If I had to suspect, not many cards are going to come in. I think Pithing Needle will probably come in. You could make a case for Surge of Salvation to counter an Oblivion Stone activation.
Okay, yeah, I suppose that's an interesting way. Do you think that's the way? Ooh. Okay, it looks like we've got a game free fuel, but I promise you they're not moving this fast. Normally, we have times it by 2, so we can try and give you the full matchup. Because remember, there is a tournament happening live in the background, so we're going to do our best to keep up with this. That is a turn 1 S Sentinel in with an Ornithopter, and on the other side it is just going to be Prismatic Star. I think that is one of the sort of like crack effects to draw a card. We will get to draw an extra card for Travis here though, because we cannot pay the extra 1. Let's see what the turn 2 play is going to be for Jarvis. Is going to be a Stoneforge Mystic finding a Cauldron Complete. This is one of the new ones from Modern Horizons 2. Super powerful 7-drop, but we don't normally tend to pay 7 mana for it, right?
Right. I mean, it's going to cost 2 here unless there's a literally removal spell for the Stoneforge Mystic. Sometimes you see Warping Whale in these Tron decks. I did misspeak about the Surge. Surge doesn't give indestructibility, only hexproof.
Got you. And now we're going to see a Inkmoth Nexus. That's going to go Pithing Needle. Then we're going to tap 2. That's going to be get the Cauldron Complete on the battlefield, bring along a Germ Token. And the good thing about Cauldron is it finishes the game very quickly, which is exactly what Travis needs to do here against Matt. We cannot let him get Tron online. But starting off a turn 2 with a Forest is exactly what Travis needs to see here.
Well,
So
the plan for Matt was to kill the Cauldron Complete with Haywire Might, but Travis played Pithing Needle first, which is obviously going to name Haywire Might in that scenario.
So why would we not crack it in response to exile it?
But do you want to kill Ornithopter with it? There's like nothing good to kill. You can't even kill Ornithopter, right? There was nothing to target.
Oh, it's non-creature, isn't it? That's why
Yeah.
Go. Okay, yeah, so it's just a block again. Makes sense. It all adds up when you talk through it, chat, as a star comes down on the other side for Matthew here. I think that is Tron Assembled, right? That's the tower power plant. And then, okay, so we now have Tron Assembled, turn 4. Here comes a load of mana, 1 green floating, as well as 2 colors. How can we utilize this to turn the game around? We're at 10 life, facing down a big Cauldron Complete and a lot of Ink Moths on the other side of the battlefield. the beautiful Secret Lair art. This is actually one of my favorite arts of Secret Lair.
Oh, but
This is a good
that's
one.
Oblivion's. Yeah, that is a good one. Surge does not counter this, as pointed out, and there is a Surge in Travis's hand. It does not remove Cauldron Complete, though. It is destroy.
I'm not completely sure it destroys land either. So we could
Yeah,
start getting in there the ink moths. No, it does
it
not
said-
destroy land.
It says non-land on it, yeah.
We've got a line. Travis sees it. He's going with it. You know what I mean? There's a reason we've got 3 ink moths on the battlefield. Let's go that way. We're going to blow it end of turn. It's going to keep the Cauldron on the battlefield. 'Cause remember, that has indestructible. It's going to get rid of everything else, including that Pithy Needle. What's the follow-up for Matt here? Just a mana rock.
He's looking for something. Even a Karn would do it, because you can just Karn plus on the Cauldron Complete, and it would cause it to fall off.
I think it's got
wait,
a card
no.
in hand.
Actually, you probably don't want to do that, because then you get hit for 7 instead of
yeah.
5. So maybe you get Ensnaring Bridge, or the One Ring if you have a land, yeah, and he does.
Okay, here it is. We should get a 1 ring counter for this weekend of how many times we're going to see it on coverage.
Sure.
It comes to the battlefield. It gives Matt protection from everything for a turn because it was cast. He also gets to draw a card when he taps it. 1 corruption counter goes on it. Remember, the powerful part of this card is you draw the cards before you take the damage. So 1 card deeper for Matthew here. How can Travis bounce back from this? These
So
ink moth nexus.
it gives you protection, but it does not give your planeswalker protections. And I'm sure Travis knows that. Yeah, immediately Karn is dead.
And there comes just passing the turn back. Now the ring taking 1 point of damage to Matt, dropping him down to 3. Matt's going to instantly draw 2 more cards. A lot of mana to his disposal and a lot of cards in hand. Going to start turning and burning through the decks. Obviously got something in mind that they're looking for. I'm having a little look at what we could find. There's a couple of Sundering Titans. There's a Cityscape Leveler going on in here. Potentially maybe just another ring we're looking for. A Worm Coil Engine.
That's good here.
Because the names, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, normally obviously we're trying to go get ourselves an Ensnaring Bridge or something. Not ideal when you're drawing all these multiple cards and keeping lots of cards in our hand. But we do find ourselves another ring. That's going to give us protection for at least another turn, kind of time warp effects. Into an O-Stone. And just pass the turn back. How much mana have we got on the other side of the battlefield? 11 mana so far. Travis just thinking, what do I need to do? You just need 1 turn. Just need an opening here. And yep, we're passing the turn back. Matt gets to untap. So that's just so everyone looking at watching at home. That's 2 rings at cast so far this game. Matt, grip for the cards. A lot of cards. So many options.
Is it possible that none of the cards are good? Is that what Matt's? I guess you get to draw 2 more cards, so
it's very possible all these cards just either turn and burn for land or don't do much at all. It could just be the dawdling effect, but we need to find something. That's a Sundering Titan. Sundering Titan, not great. You remember, our life total is too low. These Ink Moth Nexus could just get this over with. Sundering Titan is going to take out this forest and 1 plains. Pass the turn back. Oblivion Stone doesn't do anything against these Ink Moth Nexuses. Cauldron Complete lines up very good against anything trying to block it. Travis going through the options in his head. What does he need to go through? Nothing here. It's got reach.
Is it frozen? Yeah, it froze.
So apparently just, we've got a little bit of a problem there with the coverage. Remember, that is Time Warp magic. So while we're going to try and sort that out in the background for you all, welcome to round number 3. My name is Will Hall. This is Jarvis U. Team Trios event all weekend long. If you're a fan of the Modern and Legacy seats, this is the stream for you. We are going to be bringing you every single round this weekend is going to have Legacy and Modern in it. We're not giving Pioneer too much love this weekend. It's had a whole season, a whole RC season. So people have seen those decks quite a lot. So we're going to be focusing mostly on Modern and Legacy. It's round number 3 of 8 rounds in total today before we come back tomorrow. And that's going to be another 5 rounds with a cut to top 6. That's correct, ladies and gentlemen. Cut to top 6. Not something you usually hear, and I'm going to explain to you how that works. If you are the first and second seed, congratulations. Your team get to buy. Go get yourself something to eat, chill out, have a little think about what's going to happen in the top 4. But who's going to be the other 2 components? That is going to be teams in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th seed. They're going to battle it out, and the winner of those 2 teams then get to advance to the top 4 and battle it out in the final. It looks like we get to go back to the match now, so we can see how this game is going to pan out and who is going to be able to take it down. Game number 3, Travis Brown on Mono White Hammer versus Matt. Cannot pronounce that second name if I try to. On Mono Green Tron. 2 rings have been cast so far. O-Stone's cracked. That's going to get the Stoneforge Mystic on the other side of the battlefield off. But we do get to untap with a lot more mana. A lot of cards in hand. Didn't manage to do too much of it last turn. Did we manage to draw anything else? Not sure. Matt's trying though. 2 more cards deeper from the ring. That's a second trigger, second counter on it. That means we'll be taking 2 more in our upkeep if we can't find a way to either reset it or answer the ring. Here it is. Here's another ring. That's going to be able to reset not only the counters, but give us another protection from everything for a turn. We're going to just use all our mana up this turn with a expedition map. We're going to go find ourselves another tower. That's going to give us another 3 mana. But we're not really turning this into a W right now, Jarvis.
Yeah, we are just treading water. Oh, well,
Okay.
maybe
Scrap that.
turns it around.
Code You Complete does have a bit more text on it than just indestructible.
It does block Worm Coil pretty well.
See what we can do. Okay, Giganta. It looks like we're just hard casting that, playing 3 maps onto the battlefield for 3 turn. Now, can we turn this into a W? Here comes a Shadow Spear. Shadow Spear, 2 mana. Equip that to the Ornithopter. It's flying.
So Matt was at 1 life. That's the only explanation. Matt was on 1 life. Boseiju was put on the stack, targeting either Shadow Spear or Ornithopter. And I guess I don't know what happened after that. I don't know who actually won.
I think the ring trigger. Hold on a minute. What's going on? Are we going? We're going to try and get confirmation from Anu what's exactly happening then. Who managed to take that game down for their team? He's going to say in my ear. I can hear him in my ear. Who took that down, Anu? Travis's team was. So the mono white hammer deck managed to take that down. So I think the conclusion was the ring actually ended up doing enough damage to take down the Tron player there. So that's how that game concluded. A little bit, hard for us to keep up with occasionally in the booth, especially at 2 times speed fuel. But remember, we are trying to bring you 2 matchups in their entirety, as much magic as possible for you all here at home. And if you enjoy that, I need you to hit that follow button. That's the first thing I need you to do. I need you to watch this channel. The more you're here, the more the viewer stats up, the more potential sponsors we get, the more places and games and tournaments we can fly new to bring you this beautiful coverage. Remember, this is a one-man band. One person putting on this whole tournament by themselves, out of their suitcase, multiple cameras, multiple angles, organizing all the overlays, getting the casters in the booth at the same time. Let me tell you, we're drama queens at time. And the best way to support them is by watching, by hitting that follow button. If you do have a Prime, throw at him. Come on, do yourself a favor. You love this channel. You love Paper Magic. This is the place to use your Amazon Prime. But even on top of that, you can also pay for Amazon Prime if you want to go there. It's all up to you. The best thing you can do is support this channel, is watching it, enjoying Paper Magic as much as me, as much as Jarvis, and just seeing this awesome formats play out. We don't get to see too much Paper Legacy anymore. We do, because Anu has flown across the country, set up his cameras, put on the stream to fully bring it to all you home at watching. I think there's around about 800 of you watching in here right now. Hopefully you're enjoying it as much as we are. I think that's going to be it for round number 3. Me and Jarvis will be back for round number 4 shortly. We're going to pass it back to Anu, where he's going to kind of fill the dead time, tell you about the sponsors and everything that's going on. So we'll speak to you all shortly. See you soon.
All right, guys. So there have been some developments. I'm going to just be completely honest with you, because that's the most that I can actually do here. The server that was running some of the back-end production stuff seems to be going under maintenance right now, so we may have to jerry-rig a few matches until we get that fixed, which is unfortunate, which means some of the UIs won't be there. But what I can try to do is at least get the tablets on the table so that you can see the live totals update in real time. and I'm going to hope that things get fixed between now and then, but it'll still be fine. There's still Magic to be had. There's still some team stuff to go through as well. I do want to give a shout out to the second set of our sponsors here. So last time I talked about Nerdbirds, I talked about Apex Gaming and Spice Rack. Well, let's check out a podcast this time, Trash Masters, the Goblin Trash Masters. It is the trashiest podcast in all of Magic. You can definitely check them out here. This basically follows the adventure of 3 players who are at different stages of their competitive life cycle and like what they learned from each other, going through their experiences and things like that. So, be sure to check them out at The Trash Goblins, also at www.thegoblintrashmasters.com. Find them wherever you get your podcasts. They are there. I think it's actually really nice to hear just like more Magic journeys, and what is unique about this is that you have people from all stages of the Magic life cycle, and I think that is personally pretty exciting. I also want to give a shout out to our other sponsors here as well. We've got Dragon Shield, so if you haven't already, go to dragonshield.com. Dragon Shield sleeves are my personal favorites. I also really like that they are like the only company that has the custom sleeve crafter where you can literally make your own sleeves, and in fact I will be rolling out some custom sleeves pretty soon, so if you're interested in that, stay tuned. So thank you to Dragon Shield for also sponsoring the stream, and then also CoolStuffInc.com is your place to go to buy any sort of cards that you might be looking for. If you're looking for non-Magic, board game related, cool things like that, they've got that too. Playmats, cards, boosters, boxes, everything upwards of that. You get 5% off using the code TOPDECK. Chat, can you tell me what that spells? That spells Top Deck. All right, cool. So those are the 6 sponsors of our show this weekend. I'm going to still try to debug. I'm not really sure what to do about the server maintenance side of things, but here, in fact, you know what? I'm going to take a little bit of a break here. I think the next round actually might be starting soon, so I'm going to have to just come up with something, and we're going to roll with it, all right? So we'll be back in just a little bit. See you in just a little bit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the SCG 25K Team Trios event. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and my dance partner this weekend is Jarvis Yu, and we're taking you through the morning shift, getting this party started, ready before we hand off to the afternoon crew for the last 4 rounds of action. Remember, this is Team Trios. That means we've got someone in the Pioneer seat, someone in the Modern seat, and someone in the Legacy seat. We're going to kind of focus a lot more this weekend on the Modern and Legacy seats because they're the formats. We don't see too much Legacy, and we know at home we all love a bit of Modern, so we're kind of focusing on those 2 games. Best 2 out of 3. That means 2 of your team need to win the match before you can advance and get that big dub for the whole all 3 of you. Yeah, we will be coming back tomorrow. Remember, 5 more rounds with a cut to top 6, but we'll talk about that a lot more tomorrow. That's a tomorrow problem. First thing for all the players playing right now is getting to day number 2. They need 18 points or better, we believe, to get there. So we're going to see who can kind of short that up a little bit more, get another 3 points for the team here in round number 4. Jarvis, what decks are we going to see starting off in Legacy?
We're going to see Travis's teammate again playing Doomsday versus Stu Summers playing Selfwood Breakfast. This is a matchup I'm not super familiar with. I kind of think it's just a race. Probably Doomsday's slightly favored, but it's a close one for me to call.
That's why this is why actually why I love Paper Magic. We get to see, we get to find out the hard way. We get to put it on the camera for everybody watching at home. So because Travis's team is our featured feature match this round, so to speak, we do have access to their deck lists on screen for you all. Here are both players just finishing shuffling up sideboarded. So you'll notice at the top of the decks there is no names, there is no scores, etc. That is because there's a problem with the server company, ladies and gentlemen. We're trying to sort that out in the background. Literally, we've got everybody, all the orcs working in the background trying to sort this out for you all. But in the meantime, you're going to have mine and Jarvis' beautiful voice kind of give you everything about live totals. You'll see that there is a pad on the screen for you all. We're going to try and use that to the best of our ability, or both of these players going back and forth with their decks. We'll try and get that sorted for the later rounds, but right now we make do what we can, because remember, this is a one-man band stream. There's one person doing all of this. It is that name on the center of the playmat that you can see there. It is Ahmad MTG. If you like this content, I need you to hit that follow button. If you got a sub, I need you to throw that sub at this channel. I need you to watch as many hours of this channel as you can. But why wouldn't you? It is legacy action. It is modesty action. It is paper action. Getting us all hyped up, ready for the Pro Tour in a couple of weeks. I know there's a couple of players at this tournament this weekend that will be flying across to Europe, where I am right now, to battle out in Barcelona in the Lord of the Rings Pro Tour. And the potentially 3 more of these players at this tournament could try and get themselves to the Pro Tour with 3 RC invites for the winning team, as well as a huge chunk of that $25,000. Looks like we've got a mulligan here on the right of your screen for the food player. We saw in the last game in the Legacy seat, I believe 9 mulligans in total. This time, it looks like we're just starting off with 1. So we'll keep a mulligan count. That's how many times this happens in this match. As you said, Jarvis, basically a race. What is the best opening hand? We've seen a lot of Doomsday so far, so let's talk about the breakfast side of it. What's the combo? How does that work? Start me with that one.
So there's 2 ways this can work for Stu. Both of them involve Selfwood Illusionist, hence the name Selfwood Breakfast. You can either use Shuko or Nomad's Encore to repeatedly target your Selfwood Illusionist, milling your entire deck. You eventually get a few Narcomoebas and a Dread Return and a Thassa's Oracle. There's also a Cabal Therapy in the deck to clear the way. Suppose your opponent has something like Surgical Extraction or Very Macabre. If you hit the therapy early enough in the cycle, you can therapy them, get rid of the hate card, and then just Dread Return your Thassa's Oracle with an empty deck. So they're both Thassa's Oracle combo decks in a sense of the word.
We'll see who can be quicker. I imagine being on the play is going to be a huge advantage, especially when we are racing it out. We're going to actually I'll also try to keep track of both players at live totals. Thank you very much. Just as I said it there, we see Travis just tick the box for us. Remember, the server is down, ladies and gentlemen. So, but in the meantime, don't worry about that. I've got you covered, chat. Don't you worry. We're going to see this ponder be resolved here. We get to look at the top 3 cards. We can pit them back in any order and draw a card, or we can shuffle. It's completely up to how Robert on the right of your screen, Robert Vaughan, wants to go about this. He is our food player, gets a look at the hand. And we can see this a lot in the first couple of turns, right? Both players kind of sculpting their game plan.
I believe Yeah, we actually have the combo lined up. There was a Nomads on top. We have a Cephalid Illusionist in hand. Even if one of them gets countered, we can cycle step through to find another Illusionist. And again, it's usually correct to fight over the Illusionists because there are less of them in the deck.
Let's see how we want to go about this. I can only make out a days in hand for Travis on the right of your screen. As a little look at a couple of cards, one of them's going to be another days. Who wants to go that route? Does have 2 islands in play. Remember, I think is that a preordain as well on top that could be drawn here.
It is. And I believe these players' names are David and Stu. Stu's on the right, David's on the left.
I've definitely got that wrong. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe I've got the modern names, the modern
Yeah,
Paris. I think that's what's going on here.
I think so. It's Rob Vaughn versus Travis Brown in the modern seat. I'm friends
Thank
with
you.
most of these people, which is kind of funny to think about.
And none of them invited you to play, or did you turn them all down?
No,
No, I'm doing commentary.
well, I went to St. Louis last weekend, so I decided not to go anywhere this weekend.
Well, you get to come here virtually with everybody here at home as
Sure.
well and bring them this. We need someone smart in this booth. You know what I mean? I can just waffle words all day long, but if they don't have any meaning, you're going to be here to bring meaning and, a bit of insight into everybody at home watching these. Could be watching these decks for the first time. I was kind of being told about the start of breakfast and how it came about. Apparently, it used to be called a full English breakfast at the start, and then it adapted to the name it's got now. And obviously, I was very intrigued by it all.
So there was a trend in like the late 90s, early 2000s to name every combo deck after like breakfast. Like Trix was a name, Fruity Pebbles, Cocoa Pebbles. There's a long story, and Cephalid Breakfast was one of the names as well way back when.
I had one of our friends saying that to me. Matei said he would tell me all about it in Barcelona when I see him. Is what he said to
Sure.
me a couple of days ago.
Yeah. So Matei and I are the same age, actually, both born in 1984.
Well, I wasn't going to say how old you are. I was just going to use the
Sure.
term boomer to describe you all. But if you're happy for that to be out on the internet, so am I. It's going to be great.
Sure.
As both players turning and burning through the day. No one's hit that. You pulled the trigger just yet. What are they playing around for the other person? Is it just I need to build up my level of counter magic before I go for it, or are you going to wait for the other person to go for it, fight over it then, and then hope the way is clear for you to kind of untap and do your combo?
So I think based on land drops, Stu knows that this is Doomsday, and he's just waiting for a window to deploy his stuff through a Daze, probably. Like Daze is strongly on his mind. He could also have Orcish Bowmasters in mind as well, which is another reason not to play your 1 toughness creatures out.
Oh yeah, that'd be pretty rough. Obviously, we have access to both players' deck lists here. We know there's no Orcish Burmasters in the 75. Am I got that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, none in the 75. Is that surprising to you? Does this mean that it's more of a streamlined, cut down Doomsday version, or is that just it's the new hot spice that people have been trying out and seeing, and maybe that it's not as good as what everyone thinks it is in Doomsday?
I think there's just a lack of space in the deck, unless if you want to build like a very mid-rangey Doomsday deck, which is certainly possible to do. Again, I'm not a Doomsday expert. I don't know how to fiddle with all the knobs, but you could definitely build a version of this deck that has a lot less personal tutors and more like mid-range cards in it, and it would probably still work out okay. Meanwhile, I think Stu went for the brainstorm because he just wants to see if there's a Bowmaster. Like, basically, you can be pretty sure that there's no Bowmaster here now, because what kind of person would not Bowmaster in response to a brainstorm, right?
A very disciplined one, if that was going to happen. Remember, the live totals are going to be on that pad on top of your screen. See there, 20 to 18 now of that second fetch. We are trying in the background, trying to work out a few details to do with the servers. So until then, you've got mine and Jarvis trying to bring you and describe to you perfectly what is happening on the battlefield in here. Talk me through this one and how, this looks like we're starting to fight the fight now, right?
Yeah, so you Cabal Therapy to see if the coast is clear. In fact, David did not have anything productive to do. He could have cast Grief last turn, but Stu can now cast at least one of his combo pieces, but not both. Because if you cast the second one, it'll get dazed. But you can cast one of them here, and then next turn cast the second one.
Also, that Street Wraith is in hand. There's a chance that that we know the top card. Maybe we've left it there on purpose in case something like this was to happen, and we Street Wraith into potentially like a hard counter. But none of the cards named. I think is probably realistically what was the card that you named in the blind there? Force of Will.
Probably Force of Will, because Force of Negation doesn't even stop your combo piece. And yeah, Stu's just deploying one of the combo pieces. And now the jig is up for David. Once you see Nomads in court, that literally can only be one deck in this format.
Okay, well here we go. Land for the turn. Fastest Oracle was the card on top. That's now in the grip. How do we want to go about this? Double fetch, dropping down to 18. I believe the life total is 18 apiece. We're just going to see, if that. I think the tablet's kind of with the server resetting, etc., etc. So it is 18 apiece currently, ladies and gentlemen. I'll keep you updated of it all. I've got a note, a notepad in front of me, and this is why if you ever get a feature match, you're always encouraged to write it down in paper and do it digitally. For just so there's no life discrepancies between both. As we're going to see a hard cast grief here. We're able to look at the grip. And yep, it's all up. Jig, what would you like?
Illusionist step through represents 3 copies of Step Illusionist. Stu is just like, yeah, sure. You can grief one of these. It doesn't matter because he'll have 2 illusionists next turn anyways.
Is this good enough? Are you calling GG here?
I think given David's hand, yeah, the problem is Stu can't wait. Stu knows once he saw with that Cabal Therapy that it's Doomsday, so he's incentivized to try to kill his opponent next turn.
We'll see if that pans out and see exactly how he's doing. I think now we know the coast is clear potentially. We won't see one card we do not know about. That'll be what's going through the
Grief.
mind.
Grief does not go to the graveyard.
Yeah, but normally, we see that quite a lot in modern, and usually we're ditching a black card. But in this instant, when you're hard casting it, I guess it's not exactly what Doomsday wants to happen. But here comes a brainstorm end of turn. Going to keep them guessing about what could potentially be in the hand and what not. We get to draw 3, pit 2 back.
Well, I think the actual reason to cast Brainstorm there is you're going to try to end the game next turn anyways. You might as well get maximum information about what is going to happen. Like if you just draw like Force plus Boot card, it's also good.
I think it's just a bit of discrepancy there about like, I picked 3 cards back instead of 2. No,
sometimes you would. Well, sometimes you would if you drew. I think Stu actually did brainstorm into 3 Narcomoebas, so you would actually want to be able to put all of them back.
Well, looks like I didn't have the option, and one of them had to get drawn for the turn. So let's see how we want to go about this. Looking at the graveyard, trying to think, right, what do I need to play around? What could that one last card be? Does it affect anything at all?
It doesn't really, because what's going to happen is I think Stu's going to win this turn, barring David cycling into a Force off of the Street Wraith, which he still has option to do so. But
I think we've done that, don't we? I think we've just done that in response to. I think we've done that, and then in response to that, we've fetched. I think we're in that stage right now.
So maybe we drew a Brainstorm to investigate to see if we're not dead or not.
Life totals, if I've got them correct, 15 to 18.
3 fetches, Street Wraith. Yeah. This is a matchup not about life totals, really.
That's good for us at home with the coverage. Here comes the combo. So talk me through the combo. Now we've got the cards in the battlefield. What do they do and how does it all work?
So Nomads Encore has the ability, basically you can redirect 1 damage from Nomads to target another target creature. So you can just have it target the Illusionist. Self-Illusionist has a triggered ability that whenever it's the target of solar ability, mill 3 cards. Self-Illusionist also actually has another ability, which is pay 2, tap it to prevent all damage that would be dealt by it and a creature it's blocking or blocked by. Which is kind of weird text, but occasionally you fog your opponent's attacks with the Self-Illusionist as well. But basically, the entire graveyard or entire library is milled, so you can hit Dread Return and Thassa's Oracle.
And so that means we're going to exile the 3/1/1s or sacrifice them, then put a creature from our graveyard into play. That's going to be Thassa's Oracle with no graveyard, no library. So Thassa's Oracle trigger happens, and then we win the game that way. We're just getting a little bit more information this way. Make sure there's no fancy one-offs in the deck, nothing that potentially can influence our sideboard decisions, as we will be going to our sideboards for for game number 2 coming up. I think we've got the Doomsday list that we can get up on the screen for you all. so we can have a little look at home if this is the first time you're seeing Doomsday or you're seeing this powerful combo deck and how it can work. This is what it looks like and the numbers that they decided to bring this weekend. What do you like in this sideboard and why?
Let's see. We have the rest is okay. Opposition Dothy Voidwalker is actually pretty good because basically the Voidwalker prevents the Narcomoebas or Dread Return or Thoughts of Oracle being milled into the deck. One thing that can happen is suppose David has Voidwalker out and Stu has a combo, but also has the ability to just put the Thoughts of Oracle into his hand. He's allowed to mill his entire deck out. It'll all be exiled, then just cast Thoughts of Oracle from his hand to kill his opponent as well. Versus a Dothy Voidwalker.
That's interesting. That's a cool little line of play to see. So we're not going to be able to get it up on the screen for you, this breakfast list. We have it in the booth, so we're going to see if we can talk through it and what you like and what you don't like here. Anything you can see in this sideboard that you think you would want to be bringing in?
Force of Negation, I think Surgical Extraction and Flusterstorm are all pretty reasonable cards to side in. The way that Stu's deck is set up is actually very close to Brian Koval's from a previous SCG event, where I think this might even just be Koval's exact deck was from that event where he won. You can tell because there's 3 Staff of the Storyteller and Retrofitter Foundry. I think those cards might actually come out, and we're just going to play like a full-on racing situation. Also, the Swords of Plowshares are kind of not very meaningful as well.
We'll see how we want to go about this as both players do. They're going through their cards, deciding what they want to bring in and bring out. We get with these beautiful hand cams, we do get a bit of an insight into that. We can see the sideboard guide there on the lap for David. Remember, these are legal. You can look at your sideboard guide in between games if needs be, because there's a lot of different decks in these formats. So, trying to memorize exactly how you want to be sideboarding and statistically what's best or not. Sideboard guides, they come in quite handy at times. If you do like the coverage, ladies and gentlemen, I do need you to hit that follow button, though. This isn't easy. Putting all this coverage, we do need to get sponsors, and the more, the higher the stats, the more sponsors we can get. You can see on the screen there, Apex Gaming, one of the main sponsors of this weekend for this stream. They also stream themselves. They've got lots of events coming up and do amazing coverage. So again, if you want to go give them a follow, I see in the chat already, we've got a command made for it. So that's !Apex, APEX, and that'll get you all the details to that beautiful sponsor. Great bunch of people as well. I'm on another continent and I still support them. I wear their hoodies, I use their playmats. I think we should be supporting everybody that does paper magic and brings it to us so we can all enjoy it, just like we're doing this weekend long. You know what I mean? It is an awesome weekend, and if you are enjoying yourself, make sure you throw that Amazon Prime on this channel, support it a little bit more. It costs a lot of money to fly across America, I believe. I'm no expert, but I'm pretty sure plane fare costs a lot, especially when you bring in multiple bags full of cameras, batteries, Wi-Fi equipment, cables, playmats, all this stuff that you see here, as well as everything to back it up in case any of it goes wrong. As you can see here, the server's gone down. We're working on that, so we can't give you the live totals and the names at the top of your screen. So the backup is we put a tablet on the screen to get to do live totals. Everything is covered in the stream, and it's all brought to you by one person and one person only. And we need to protect him at all costs, ladies and gentlemen. So hit that follow button. Watch all you can this weekend. Support everything that's going on as we're going to get to a game number 2 for our legacy seat. Remember, there's Pioneer. You can just about see him there on the edge of the screen. We did for a little moment there. That is Cedric Phillips over in the Pioneer seat. We've got Modern, and then we have a Legacy. We're going to bring you a lot more Modern and Legacy this weekend. 8 rounds today. This is going to be the last round that you see me and Jarvis, and then we're going to be heading off to the afternoon crew before tomorrow. We've got a fresh load of casters. 4 more casters coming tomorrow to bring you all this beautiful action with a cut to top 6. Cuts top 6. You're like, what? No, he obviously means cut to top 8. That doesn't make sense. No. A cut to top 6.
I think I actually caught a glance of how David actually sideboarded. The way the hand cam works, it actually is very convenient. It looked like he sided out Cabal Ritual, 2 Street Wraiths, and had 3 Personal Tutor, a Cabal Ritual, and a Street Wraith, and sided in 2 Dothy Voidwalker, Relic of Progenitus, Brazen Borrower, and 1 Opposition Agent.
So why 1 agent?
So most of the breakfast decks play Urza Saga, so Opposition Agent can obviously cack a Saga, third modes searching for the Shuko, which is one of the key cards. Alternatively, you can also cack a fetch land. It also is sort of kind of an annoying alternative threat that Stu has to be wary of and play around.
Interesting. It's obviously a super powerful card. Had a lot of hype when they got spoiled income, and I can't say like I see too much of it floating around. I'm sure it's obviously played in a lot of decks and does a lot of good work. But I've seen it more in sideboards than I have in main decks. Is it almost like it hasn't found its home, quote unquote, yet, or is it is just a really good sideboard card potentially in some of the more staple decks in the format?
I think there's actually quite a few decks that play at least one copy of Opposition Agent. I think the Yorion Death and Taxes deck that splashes black tends to play one. The mono black stompy-ish deck plays 4 Opposition Agent because it obviously is very good with Ancient Tomb and Chrome Mox. And I think just generally speaking with Dark Ritual, Opposition Agent makes a lot of sense.
Hold on, wait. Anu told me that D&T wasn't a deck.
Well, you can't like Honorarch has biases that you can't always trust.
Yeah, look, I trust the experts and what they say. As we get a good look at the opening 7 here for David, I see Days, Doomsday, Oracle, Street Wraith, couple of land. That might even be, is that a Swamp or a Voidwalker at the back of the deck?
That's a grief.
Oh, it's a Grief. Okay, a Grief.
Yeah.
And on a Multi 6, as we spoke about Mulligan so far in the Legacy format and more popular in these combo decks. David gets to be on the play here, just starting off the turn with a basic island. On the other side, another basic island. I do like talking about basic lands of choice. What's your basic lands of choice, Jarvis? And this is another one for you as well, chat. Let me know. What basics do you use in your decks?
Hong Kong Island. The junket, the boat.
Oh, okay. That I haven't heard that one before. That's cool. That's cool. I like that. I like that. So that's a very boomer-esque island to have there. I love it. Ponder is now going to be is cast. We can obviously put them back in any order we want or shuffle, and then we get to draw a card. Looks like we like the top one. I think that was Nerza's Saga. We drew that for the turn. Off the Ponder, sorry.
There was an Orange Chant scene off the Ponder as well, which I think is going to be Stu's next drawn card, because that lets you interrupt Doomsday on its critical turn if the Doomsday player is not careful. However, David actually examined the entire graveyard before going to game 2, so he knows about the Orange Chants.
Again, small little details from legacy players, really making all the difference potentially in the long run. It all adds up at the end of the day. That card there, I do not know what it is off the top of my head, so I'm gonna have to click on it and see what it is. Asuka.
Yeah,
because it's got the equip 0. Got you.
Yeah, exactly. That's the other combo that you can work with.
And we're going to see a Grief cast here. Obviously, we all know what this does with the very powerful Modern Horizons 2 set that came out. We're going to use this is the ability we haven't seen yet so far from Brainstorm. The ability to kind of shuffle away our good, not shuffle away, put our good cards on top of a deck so they can't be fort seized.
Yeah, and I think, is there a Days incoming? Yep.
And now we get a good look at the full hand. No cards here can be put back or hidden away. What do you like taking out of this hand? I see it's a Fairy, Brainstorm, a couple of land, and I can't remember the name of that one. Step Through? Thank you.
Yeah, it has Wizard Cycling 2. That's mostly what it does in this deck. The other ability is 3 blue, sorcery, return up to 2 target creatures to owner's hands. That ability does not come up very much in Legacy, as you might suspect. However, Cephalid Illusionist is a wizard.
So it's just acting as the the extra copies in the deck. If to try and find it, I got you. Makes sense. So what do you like taking here after all that?
I think I'd be inclined. I guess the real question is, how fast can we kill with this hand? That dictates a lot about what's going on here. So I guess by taking the Brainstorm, you say you can race cycling for Step Through plus casting the thing. And it makes sense because we have the Doomsday this turn.
Oh, love to see it. So I'm pretty sure we've got to tap some mana for this. But
no, there was a black floating off of Days.
Oh,
so it was black floating
okay,
past Dark Ritual. This is correct. He used the black die to represent the black mana floating.
Beautiful. So now we're going to go to back to the pile. We've seen this multiple times so far over on David's side. Master deck needs to know what he's playing around. Not too worried about endurance, I guess, this game. So what cards is he worried about now while making this pile?
Worm's Chance is the one that he saw in game one that I would be the most worried about. And mostly you have to be careful about that. You can maybe set up a situation where you cast a discard spell the turn before you're trying to kill Stu, and then the turn after, if they draw a second Orm's Chant, sure you lose, but otherwise you can beat Orm's Chant that way. I'm not sure exactly what his plan is. Again, like Doomsday, I found very, very difficult to account for all of the possibilities. And that's why I don't personally play the deck.
And if you were going to turn up this weekend, you'd be on.
I would play the Grixis deck that I played last weekend as well. Again,
That's another question for you, chat. What deck, if you were playing this week, what seat would you want to be in? Would you want to be in Pioneer, Modern, or Legacy? And what deck would you be playing in those seats? Let us know in the chat, as well as if you want to see any sort of matchups. News out there on the ground. He's flown over there, so he gets to pick a couple of matchups. If they're doing well at the top tables, I'm sure he'll endeavor his best to try and get them on coverage for you all. One little reminder at the top of your screen there that you just got a random verses in some red. Damn it. That is what it is. The server has gone down. We're doing our best to try and work on it, get it fixed for the future rounds. But for this round, you're going to have mine and Jarvis's voice trying to, navigate everything to you with players' names, live totals, who's up and down the game. Currently, we've got Stu on the right of your screen. The food player is up 1-0 against David. David's going to do his best now with that pile to try and fight back, try and get that extra game, level it up, and take it to a game number 3. But remember, this is a team trios event, so 2 of the 3 of the teammates have to win, 2 best out of 3. So, Jarvis, is there a potential great game-breaking, changing top deck that could be happening right now over on Stu's side, or is it pretty much a lock, or could he win from here?
well, Stu has Orm's Chant in his hand, so depending on how David navigates this, suppose David just burns all of his cyclers and gets to the bottom of the pile. Then if Stu just Orm's Chant with the last cycler in the stack, David will have no deck left, be forced to draw, and then die next turn. So it's very important that he be mindful of Orm's Chant here, I think.
Well, playing fetch, we're going to crack it. Pretty slow with the crack there. Obviously, both players keeping up on live totals for us. Remember, Doomsday was cast, so half our live total plus a fetch. That means that David on left of your screen is at 9 life. On the right, Stu, just 1 fetch land deep so far. Stu's at 19, but this game doesn't come down to life points. This is about who can combo first. Fastest Oracle hitting the battlefield, and someone not having any any library left to win the game. Let's see what passes. Oh no, we've got something end of turn here. 2 mana, 2 blue, cycle Street Wraith. Drops David down to 7.
So Stu's thinking about the exact thing that I brought up, which is when do you Orm's Chant? Oh, I don't like chanting now. I think this doesn't do anything, because then David's just allowed to try to cycle again next turn. Oh, wait. No, actually, this is fine. I understand Stu's plan. Stu's plan is to cycle step through, get Selfwood Illusionist, and try to kill on his turn. This is fine.
So you think that we're actually going to be able to put it back on Stu's side?
Yeah, it's because this Orange Chant basically time walked David.
And it was a race. Literally, it comes down to what you said. Both these games are going to be going off against each other. Who can get their combo through quicker with a little bit of interaction that both decks have with discard, counter magic, and I can't pronounce the card. You just
Orange Chant.
Thank you, Orange Chant.
Yeah.
Kind of silence with a bit of extra text on it that can be relevant at times. With a kicker.
Yeah, you can
silence with a kicker.
Yeah, you can basically fog an attack, which is obviously relevant.
Oh yeah, very relevant in these sort of formats. So now we're going to see some mana floating, I think.
It's just one card was floating. Stu failed the search. I think if I'm Stu, I would just lead on Surgical because our life total doesn't matter, just to get information. And in fact, that's what he's doing. It doesn't really matter what you Surgical here, but
Gonna cycle another Street Wraith. That was in hand. That's going to drop us down. I believe that puts him at 5 life. This also shuffles the last couple of cards of the deck. Not that it matters.
But you also get to see it because you know it's Cavern Oracle, so and then here's the kill.
And if anybody just tune in, talk us through what happens right now while they go through the steps.
So Stu's going to mill his entire deck, assuming there's enough Narcan Weevils left, / he left in Dread Return Thassa's Oracle. It's basically he'll have no deck. He'll have Dread Return targeting Thassa's Oracle, and that's lethal.
And that is going to be that. I'm going to ask Anu if we can switch across to the modern match. Either we're going to have it recorded for you all, because remember, this is going to be time walked, or they might be doing it live. We're going to have mono white humans from Hammer Time from Travis Brown. I see there we saw him last round, managing to take down against mono green Tron. But this round, they are going to be against, I would say, kind of one of the better decks, more favorite decks that people are leaning towards right now. 4-color elementals with 4 copies of the One Ring in the main. Going to be interesting how this one pans out. I'm going to get Anu to speak in my ear and tell me which game we're moving into. Oh, we're going to start in straight from scratch. Game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. So we get to bring it all entirety.
So I'm actually in a Discord with Travis, and one of his primary weapons in this matchup is Strict Proctor, which you might have seen in Pioneer Azorius Lotus Field. But here it serves a different role, which is it just tries to shut off basically the triggered abilities from all of the Pitch Elementals or Omnaths.
Oh, looks like we got some technical issues there. So we are going to move across to us. You get to see our beautiful faces on the screen for you. I have no idea what I'm looking at there, but here we are. Welcome if you are just tuning in. My name is Will Hall. I know on the internet is Will Hall EXP, and I'm joined by Jarvis Yu, GP winner, 4 times top 8er. So he definitely knows what he's speaking about, and we're bringing you round number 4. We're just going to, in the background, try and sort out that modern gameplay, because remember, it is recorded. We managed to watch Legacy in its entirety live. So in the background, we were recording the modern match. We're just going to sort that out, and we'll try and get that back on the screen for you as we do here. We're just going to play a little bit quicker speed because there is a time clock on the round. We don't want to slow the tournament down any more than we need to. So it's going to go a little bit quicker here as we've seen Stoneforge Mystic come down, grabbing a hammer. And other than that, we haven't missed too much. We saw the ending, obviously, on the Springleaf Drum. Travis is already in the tank there on the left of your screens. So this one is Travis Brown versus Robert Vaughan on the right of your screen. 4-color elementals versus mono white Hammer Time. Ornithopter is going to come down here along with another Springleaf Drum. All the nice arts as well, I must say, besides the whiteboarded basics. That's I'm not a fan. Not a fan.
This is interesting. Travis did not go for the. Wait, I guess he Stoneforged for Colossus Hammer.
Yeah,
so
correct.
There's not even anything really good to do here. It is actually very unlikely that your Stoneforge lives to put Culture Complete in this matchup, so that's why Travis didn't even search for it.
It makes sense. Heads up, he's a master of the craft. We are end of turn going to put in that hammer. So obviously it costs a lot to equip this hammer. Why are we putting it in this early? Just to basically leave it on the battlefield.
The primary reason to do that, I think, is if you have a Pure-Still Paladin in your hand or a Forge Anew, you can equip it for 0 mana.
Okay, and we're going to have a little read. We can't get it up on the screen for you all at home, but we can read here. So Forge Anew. When it enters the battlefield, return target equipment card from your graveyard to the battlefield. As long as it is your turn, you may activate equipment abilities anytime you could at instant, and you may pay 0 rather than the pay equipment cost for the first equipment ability you activate during each of your turns. A lot of text on that card, used to a lot of ability here, and it doesn't matter because we're going to see Leon's Binding come down anyway and spoil all the fun.
This does mean if Travis has another Colossus Hammer, he can just do the same thing again and keep running Rob out of Leyline Bindings or Boseijus or whatever the answer is to the hammers.
Yeah, this Fortune is like, real powerful card in this deck, especially a deck where you want to be equipping these heavily equipment cost cards to creatures, but are very cheap to get on the battlefield. This is another way to cheat them and kind of equip them at also at instant speed if we need to. We're going to cycle here, though. We're just going to get that Horizon Canopy into the graveyard, 1 card deep. I think we just got a land and another Forge in hand, potentially. Fire up the old Ink Muffy, turn them all sideways, get a little bit of chip damage in. how that
Travis
we
Travis knows this is the last turn that it's safe to just send all the troops in because the turn afterwards you have to worry about solitude.
yeah, you mean there's been no no running sixes come down, no Teferi time rabbits coming down. Haven't seen a ring last turn, so that didn't come down. We haven't seen pitched furies. We've seen no like halflings. That's telling me there's got to just be either they're flooded or they've got a lot of 5-mana spells in their hand, and they tend to be very good against creature decks. Here comes Leyland's Binding, paying the extra cost
Mhm.
because there is 2 Esper Sentinels on the battlefield. That little like slight taxing effect that we see is kind of one of those annoying abilities you have to play around. So we're going to get one of them off the battlefield, free up our future spells. And this is the big 10. Do we have a 5th land drop? We do. It's a fetch. 3 mana. Here comes Teferi. Pay the extra 1. Nope, I'm not paying
Oh,
it. You can draw a card. What sort of signals is that giving? You know what I mean?
that
We've got the
signals
mana to pay it, but we're not going to do it.
it probably means there's another Leyline Binding in hand. The reason I say that is suppose we fetch for Zagoth Triumph, then our Leyline Binding costs 1. We can cast it pretty safely because of Teferi Time Raveler, which gives us a lot of insurance versus most of what's going on. It kind of looks like Travis is just flooded on equippers, for lack of a better term, which are basically like Pure Steel Paladins, Sigarda's Aids, Forge of News. Those are things that allow you to cheat your hammer onto a creature. It looks like he has just drawn a lot of them and not much else.
I suppose the other side here with the Teferi and the ability to tick up, it does mean that we can cast things like Prismatic Ending at instant speed if we needed to go that route. We had them in hand, but I think you're right. We got one half of the combo. We've got the ways to equip. We're just looking for the things to equip now. But in the meantime, we're going to get this chip damage in. We've got a tablet on the screen there, keeping hold of the live totals for you all at home. So we've got 20 versus 12. Mono white hammer time, very well known for not taking much damage from its land base, as it tends to just be a lot of basics and kind of interactive creature lands. As we can see, a very powerful 3-drop enchantment hit the battlefield on the other side. Fable the Mirror Breaker brings along a 2/2 Goblin Shaman with it. Talk to me about this one and how much of an impact this has had in multiple formats.
I mean, the first time I saw this card, it was in one of the arena championships, and there was like a bunch of creatures that had like come into play effects. I'm just like, wow, this card's really powerful. So immediately at that point, I was just like, how many of these can I actually get before the price goes up? And I actually ended up buying a lot. But in modern, obviously really powerful with the pitch elementals, just a fantastic card all around. You know, in this deck, it's probably less good than it would be in as opposed to like Rakdos, but it's still quite a good card.
Last card is going to be a Paladin.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to use the Bestage end of turn on this Saga. That's going to get us another basic into play.
One thing I've really liked about Rob is he's actually disrespected the Esper Sentinels as much as I would. Most people are just really afraid to give the Hammer deck extra cards, but when you consider that the average card from the Hammer deck is like an Ornithopter or a land, I think realistically you should think about if you can actually afford to give up the mana or not.
I kind of think like I probably fall into that. I feel like I pay it a little bit more respect than I need to. And I really like how Rob's kind of moving about this, going about his turn as he's going to shock in a stomping ground here. Access to 6 mana plus a treasure token if he wants to go that route. As here is a running 6. We will pay the extra 1 for this though, as there's a good chance that gets ticked down and actually just deal with it. But no, we're going to return the Besage. Give us a bit of insurance.
So the last turn, Rob didn't pay to Boseiju. Now it indicates to me that he has extra mana and he's okay paying it.
Besage, one of the cards that had a real big impact in modern in general because it's very good with things like Ren and 6. It kind of was one of the better reasons of why Tron was kind of having the decline. Now we see it kind of picking up a lot in the format because of the one ring that is now imprinted and all the extra powerful effects it has, because it's got quite a good matchup versus these 4-color decks. It can go a bit bigger and white than them and a bit quicker speed, so to speak, just needing the 3 Tron lands on the battlefield. So you do see these 4-color decks kind of lean towards 2 to 3 copies in the 75. Having a little look how many we've got in Rob's list. It looks like we've got 2 in the main and 1 in the boy. So full 3 copies for him, as
Mhm.
well as a crumble to dust. That shows you how much respect they're paying towards that matchup. Here's the Beseju. Another basic planes here for Dave. Wrong for. Forgot his name. Is it still?
It's
Sorry,
Travis.
Travis. Thank you. A lot of names floating around on my bit of paper in front of me right now. Kind of running out of resources though. Really needs to find an equipment to start getting this big chunks of damage in. He's managed to do 10 life points so far, but he's got to contest with these planeswalkers on the battlefield. A flipped Fable Mirror Breaker now. And here's an Omnath. Now this is our way to gain some value, gain a bit more life up, potentially play 2 spells a turn. Like if a Fury or something like that came down now, it'd be pretty back breaking. But we're just going to gain the life, go up to 14, 2 cards in hand, and pass it back. That is that there's a Saga potentially. We'll have a little look at how we want to go about this. Remember, these players are not playing this quickly, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay.
It's
This was not on my bingo sheet.
Hold on. I believe you said Amir's Call was not going to be cast.
I did let it was not on my bingo sheet. So now I have to get up and read everybody at home because I know there's a lot of people going, what just happened? So for triple white and 4, you can cast this sorcery land. It basically says create 2 4/4 white angel tokens with flying and non-angel creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. Was it not on my bingo list? But here we are. We've got it. There's an extra 8 power added to the battlefield and everything gets indestructible. Also, Travis looked pretty happy when I was casting that. You know what I mean? Like these are the sort of things we watch in coverage. This is the things we want to see. Let's have a little look at what's going to play out from here as we go back to Rob. What can he do? We're going to tick up the Teferi.
So, but it was actually a little bit more likely that this would happen because he got Buseju'd a few times, I would say.
Yeah, there is a slight downside to Beseju. You do need to keep getting it. A lot of decks in Modern, though, don't play too many basics. This is going to be the exception, playing a full 10 basics in the main. Okay, we're animating everything. Everything's getting animated here. How much damage is this, Jarvis? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is 14 damage. 4 of it, 8 of it, 10 of it is in the air, and 1 potentially is unblockable with haste if we want to go that route.
A bunch of it is infect, though. It's kind of hard to track the infect count. I haven't been keeping track myself, so I don't really know.
We'll find out, I'm sure, if it's actually going to be relevant. It looks like the life total is obviously super hype because Omnath's on the battlefield, being able to gain 4 life per turn. So we are going to prioritize taking out these planeswalkers. Yep, we're going to pay the extra 1, make the Ginger Brute unblockable unless it's by creatures with haste. This is telling me there's a little bit of weakness over on Rob's side. Not got too much going on in his hand.
So one thing that could happen is if Rob actually has an elemental, what you can do is you can play, say, Solitude, target something, make a copy. The copy has haste, so then it can block the Ginger Brute.
Yeah, I like that. Also, we could potentially end of turn, we could copy the Omnath, stack the copy, draw a card. Size doesn't want to go that route. That's fine. Bounce this. That's the tokens dealt with. That's step 1. Still not in a bad place. Still got an active Omnath. Still got an active Fable the Mirror Breaker. Still got a Teferi. Now cast a red in 6. Able to hit our land drops every turn. Every land drop equals 4 life, remember, because of that Omnath. First time I land into the battlefield, we gain 4 life. Second time, we gain 4 mana. Third time, we do 4 damage to all opponents' planeswalkers and to their face. As here comes a Cauldron. We found a way to get an equipment. It is the big one. It's the 5/5, 7 mana to hard cast if we want to go that route. And I think we've got enough mana to do it. But we've also got another Stoneforge on the battlefield, so we can just cheat it in for 2. It's going to come along with a Germ token. That's going to also draw us a card because there's a Pure Steel Paladin on the battlefield. Remember all our triggers. It's lovely to see here from Travis. Master of the deck. Now what we're going to do? Are we firing up some Ink Moths? I also, same as you, wish I was keeping track of all this infect damage because I'm sure we've got to be up towards the
Yeah.
5, 6 sort of damage by now.
So he moved the Cauldron Complete to Inkmoth, and Rob did not respond to the equip. So
That's
the Boseiju just
big.
did nothing. Yeah,
So now we can move it at instant speed. So I think there's maybe a judge
oh,
call. We're allowed to reverse it. We target
wow.
the other one. We move it at instant speed. Oh my
Holy moly.
word.
Rob knows that one got away from him.
Oh my word. So yeah, ink moth damage is a thing, ladies and gentlemen. Infect damage. That was a huge turn. Make sure you read your opponent's cards to their full effect, because otherwise you
Yeah.
can get caught out, just as we see there. It's happened to me before. It will happen again. We all thought sure of it, but unfortunately, well, fortunate, I suppose, for Travis, it works out this time, unfortunately, for Rob. But
Holy moly. That was. I think there was theoretically a way for Rob to get out of that if we just led with Boseiju on Forgenu. Then Travis has to respond with the equip. Then we can Boseiju the Nexus in response with the equip on the stack. But that's some stuff you would have to see. Like obviously, like oh wait, but
I don't know. I'm trying to think.
well,
Does that what you've only got one Beseiju, right? One
no,
Beseiju.
there were two in his hand, I think, right?
Oh, I thought the first one targeted something that was indestructible, and they looked like they
Oh,
talked to a
but
judge,
you're
got
allowed to
reversed.
target. No, you're allowed to target something that's indestructible.
Oh, maybe it was two then. Yeah, that okay. That
Yeah,
is rough.
no,
That is rough.
actually, yeah, I think Rob could have escaped that with both of the Boseijus, but obviously, like it's a new card. Fortune is a new card. Plus, it makes the game kind of messy. You have to think about it all the way through before doing anything. And obviously, I think he learned his lesson right there.
And so do we all at home. That's the thing, that you only make those mistakes once, but this is the reason we love live paper magic, ladies and gentlemen. I think we can all agree we all enjoy watching this, the good and the bad of it. Let's be honest, we can see what happens, but we do get to get a game. That was game 1 as well, wasn't it? So now we get a game number 2 of all things. So more magic with it. How important is it to not kind of beat yourself up about that? Kind of get back into the match. Okay, that's just game 1. Sure, brush it off. We've got another 2 games to play potentially. How does this how do you kind of find that affects you, and how do you fight against it?
It doesn't really affect me that much anymore. Uh, Basically, I treat all games separately. Of course, for newer players, that can be difficult to do.
Yeah.
And I know Rob, he's a veteran. He's going to just shake it off and be like, yeah, sure, I messed up, but we still got some magic to play.
Got you. It's a new one, and I think it's one of those things you can only really learn the hard way. It's very hard to not learn it without getting punished occasionally. We're going to see, starting off, a 1-drop for both our players. We've got a Delighted Halfling on the right of your screen. Again, one of the new cards from Lord of the Rings. Seeing how that card's making an impact in Modern. And then on the other side, Giver of Ruins, one of the Modern Horizons 1 cards, I believe that was first printed in, right? Got a reprint in 2. Very powerful kind of Mother Rune type effect. Has the added ability of doing it against colorless, but has the downside that it can't target itself. And the follow-up play to that is obviously going to be the Paladin, which we all know what that does by now. Getting out on the battlefield early, so if we do start playing equipments, we can start drawing cards. I do see a hammer in hand for Travis. Is this where... Oh, we're going to start with Sagada's Aid. Again, this is like the 1-2 punch.
We also have a Surge of Salvation to give our things hexproof. So he kind of has, I think, enough of what he needs.
So here comes the hammer. That's going to end the battlefield. We're going to get to draw a card if Travis remembers. Looks like he did. He's just going to work out how he wants to stack these triggers. Here comes a Leyline's Binding. This is going to target the hammer. We're now going to give it hexproof. We've got a stack on. This is turn 3. We've already got a stack going.
Yeah. And it looks like everything connected, which means Rob's going to take a boatload of damage.
Yeah, this is the slow tap at the top of your screen. I love it. You are at 3 life. You can have a go now. And a land coming down with no Omnath on the battlefield is exactly what you'd want to see. But is there going to be some sort of big follow-up like this? Is what I'm going to say. So We're going to give this protection in response, so we can get the solid shoe's going to come down in response to the protection trigger, get it off the battlefield, it keeps it nice and clean. Doesn't matter if you hit free life, because it's not 0, we still get a game, and now there is a Fury on the battlefield, and we all know how quickly that can close the game down, even if you did just let your opponent gain 12 life points.
So
Just
something really smart that Rob did was he did that all on his turn to play around a second surge.
Yeah, land drop. So here, combat attack 6 damage. That's going to drop down to 23. Remember, it is a 3/3 double striker. Still quite a bit of damage that needs to happen. Way to go to finish it off with that. But now we're kind of representing anything in hand. We know there's solitudes in the deck. We know there's leyline bindings in the deck. All these can be cast at instant speed. Just passing the turn back for Travis. Has to take another 6 points of damage here. Are we just playing a lot of, pass go? I gotta think it's gotta be favoriting Rob on the right of your screen here. This back and forth, draw, attack, go, draw, attack, go.
Still-eyed halfling being a 1/2 is very, very funny here.
It's almost like the upside of this card, right? If it was a 1/1 that produced colorless mana and made legendaries uncountable, it might not be as good as it is.
Well, so the Wandering is not as good here because we're at 3 life. You kind of have to think about exactly what you want to do with it.
Let's have a little look. It is just going to come down. I think that's another Sentinel coming down. So my screen's kind of getting a bit blurry at the minute. Yeah, that is another Esper Sentinel coming down here. So everyone's going to be taxed twice if they both resolve.
Rob didn't even bother drawing. He's just like, yeah, I value my 3 life points more than putting 1 counter on that currently.
Well, it makes sense, right? These 1/1s potentially, they are a threat in themselves now. We don't have to worry about these equipments and big hammers doing big chunks of damage. That's already happened. We just need to get in these last little points of damage. As we're gonna, draw another card. And here comes a Leyline's Binding. Pay 2. 2 is paid. Give it hexproof. That's all at the end of the turn. 2 Leyline Bindings over there on nothing. Remember, we do have Teferis potentially still in the deck. If we do, we can bounce them back to our hand and redeploy them. But we need to draw that card before we get there. Here comes the red and 6. That's another good one. We're going to pay the extra 2. Not going to let you draw any cards deeper. Red and 6 is going to be on pinging details potentially, but nope. We're going to give it hexproof yet again. There can't be many more of them left in the deck, right? Let me have a look. Can we be playing 2 in the main and 2 in the board? So 1 left. If that's in hand, it doesn't look like that is what is in hand. I think we've got another Cigar's Aid and so I'm guessing a 2-drop as 2 mana was cast, but didn't get a good look. Rob's having a little look there, having a read. Doesn't want to fall short of any cards yet again. I'll give you everybody at home an insight of what this does. Search for 1 white is an instant. You and opponents you control gain hexproof until end of turn. Prevent all damage that black and red sources would deal to creatures you control this turn. More importantly, it's the hexproof, but the extra little bit does come into play occasionally, especially with Fury on the battlefield.
Travis just drew Strict Proctor, which I was basically 100% on coming in, and Rob had picked it up and read it because it is quite potent versus the Elementals deck. If you try to hard cast any of your pitch Elementals, it's very difficult to pay for the tax on the ability. But Travis is at 5. Like, this is not going to last forever.
So Strict Prospect, obviously that's a 1/3 for 2, 1 white, 1 colorless. Flying opponents, whenever a permanent enters the battlefield, cause a triggered ability to trigger, counter that unless the ability controller pays an extra 2. So that's what you mean by the pitch effect. Getting them out early, not having the mana up to do it, it can be quite annoying. But Travis on the back foot here. Big draw step. Have a little shake of the head. I'm not sure if that was a good or a bad shake of the head, but we'll find out.
What happened was Rob went for the path. Travis surged which would prevent damage to him and his creatures by red and black creatures. If we had just led by attacking first, he might have had to like basically not get the fog element of it as well.
So 2 lethal flies in the air now. One of them we know is going to probably have to be on chump blocking duty. Rob design, does he want to use the ring here at 2 life? That's pretty risky. 2 fetch. Is that 2 fetch lands on the battlefield? I think it's 2 fetch, 3 fetch lands in fact. So we don't want to be cracking
Three
them.
fetches.
We do use the ring. We're going to
Well,
drop down to 1.
Yeah, now you can't crack it. 2 strict proctors make this really weird as well. So Rob is just looking for removal to try to clear the proctor out. I don't think it can be leyline binding because that doesn't work. But
Well,
a prismatic ending certainly does the job.
That definitely is going to get off the battlefield. No more protection, ways to give it hex proof, and that is going to clear up the way for that Fury to come across and drop them down to -1, I believe that would have been. So we do get to get a game number 3. That's our faces, Jarvis, on the screen. For everybody at home, people don't know who it is. My name is Will Hall. I'm joined by Jarvis Yu, and we're going to cut across to Anu right now. See, he's going to give you some information on what's going on, and then potentially we'll see you shortly.
Welcome back, live on site here. So I do have some updates, and this is just the easiest way for me to get it out. First thing, servers are back up. Let's go technology. So we got live totals towards the very end of that last game. I will give you an update. That match, actually, we will not be able to see game 3 because Cedric Phillips in Pioneer playing mono green just completely won his match there, and I don't want to say dumpstered because I didn't actually watch it, so I don't actually know if it's true. And I would hate to be like, oh yeah, it was so easy, but it was done. And I have fun tidbits. I think Cedric was like 0-3 on the day, but clutched it out when it actually mattered because, I don't know. It's been pretty intense. So that means that we are done with this match. Modern, unfortunately, game 3 DNF because Pioneer and Legacy both go to Team Summers, and yeah, that's it. I do want to heads up. So we are at 10 minutes basically over time. I want to give Will and Jarvis a proper sign out because actually that was their last match. You know what? I'm going to just jerry rig something really quickly here. And we're going to just like do things on the fly that we probably should not be doing. So let's see. How do I add? Wait, what? Hold up. I'm gonna probably just like get Will and Jarvis in here real quick so that they can all hear ourselves talk, and it'll be all much of fun. It's a what? Oh, okay. Well, this is weird. Meh. All right. You know what? I might even just cut it back to them then, so that they can say audio output. That's what it is. Okay, cool. Hey, Will, Jarvis, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, we're just gonna like suss this one out. We're gonna finish it up. Hey guys, thanks so much for the first 4 rounds of commentary, and thank you for championing through a broken UI that is completely on me, and you guys were awesome. Any final words before we wrap you guys up for the day and never hear from you again?
Ever and ever again before you lock us back in the cupboard. I want to say thank you to you, man. Like, you know, I mean, none of this is possible unless it's down to you flying to these locations, etc. But then also we need everybody at home to watch, right? If the people don't watch, there's no support to the channel. So please, everybody, if you take one thing away from this weekend, keep watching the stream, keep hitting that follow button, keep hitting the subs, keep just supporting everything that Anu does. And I promise you, a little bit of inside information, and Anu's going to probably shout me for this, some really, really cool stuff is going to happen on this channel soon. So make sure you're hitting that follow button. Make sure that little alarm bell is unticked and you get all the notifications. Go follow him on Twitter. Some cool stuff is coming. Jarvis, I want to thank you for carrying me this weekend. All that inside information on Legacy. I definitely couldn't do it without you. I promise you. I am more of a modern player than Legacy, but I am falling more and more in love with Legacy every time I get to cover it. Chat never changed. Jarvis never changed. Anu, you know my feelings on you, my friend. Love you long time. Thank you, chat.
Yeah, Jarvis. Will, thank you so much. Jarvis, any words for you?
Yeah, Magic is great. Watched this stream, and I'm pretty excited to see what CCR and Tim Schultz have for us coming up.
Fantastic. All right, guys, I'm going to sign you guys out. You guys are more than welcome to leave the Discord, and I'm going to close off this channel here. Friends, that is true. Our next set of casters are no other than CCR and Tim Schultz. Now, CCR is, do I have no time to just introduce them? It looks like players are moving. Okay, well, we have our new feature matches up, so we're going to go to a quick break and we'll be back with some more content. See you in a bit.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to coverage of SCGCON Cincinnati Team Trios today. That means we've got Legacy, Modern, and Pioneer. My name is Chris Casterapple. With me is Tim Schultz. Tim, how you doing?
I am doing great. I caught the first 4 rounds of coverage, and it has been fantastic so far. Team Trios is my absolute favorite way to play Magic, so I am thrilled to get to join you in the booth to do some coverage today.
Yeah, I'm very excited. What have you been excited by today? What has stood out to you so far? I caught some of coverage, but it was a beautiful Saturday morning, so I did go out and get some hiking done by the river today. So I missed a little bit, but I'm sure you'll catch us up.
We've had some really fantastic matchups. The the tournament winning deck of the last large Legacy tournament, Cephalid Breakfast, made a showing, and it was the Orange Chant version, which kind of makes me happy. I think that deck is incredibly well positioned with the meta. It's got a really nice control and combo finish, and it does also play. I'll think of it in a minute. Makes a 1/1 token, draw some cards. Fantastic.
Oh, Staff of the Storyteller, yeah.
Thank you. I mean, the staff has been a really big all-star in comparison, filling the slot of Stoneforge Mystic. So instead of going for the aggro juke, it plays an extra card advantage draw engine with a little bit of chip shots. So getting to see that one was fun. And the hand cams on Doomsday gave me a perspective I haven't had before. I'm not normally in the Doomsday seat. That's a pretty complicated deck. So getting the hand cams, Anu, fantastic job on that, giving us in chat a much better perspective.
Yeah, the times I've played against Doomsday, in the opponent's seat, you sit there and, 3 minutes later, you're just like, I'm probably dead after they have exiled their library except for 5 cards, and you're just like waiting to see how they did it. I do appreciate seeing the actual process of picking out the cards that they need one at a time. Staff of the Storyteller as well, a card that made a pretty big initial splash and then kind of faded away as it as Legacy players kind of felt it out and realized no, this is really a role player, not an omnipresent card that needs to be the card advantage engine in a ton of different decks, and it makes sense as a way of continuing to get cards in your combo deck, and it's a little slow, a little pokey, and doesn't quite generate the type of value that you need when you're playing actual value-based games in Legacy. But having a combo backing it up, I think, is really nice. Kind of playing a pseudo Urza's Saga type role in some of those decks, and I think that's a good fit for it.
Definitely. I've seen some interesting combos. Shark Typhoon, Urza Saga pair very nicely with it. Most recently, I've seen it paired alongside of Elminster, the Planeswalker, the 5-drop, which
my goodness.
does not work as well as I was expecting it to, being as it does only give you 1 counter, even if you do exile out a Force of Will. But it does look like we have our players on table, so we'll turn over.
Yes, looks like we've got Drew Kobus on Abzan Depths versus John Hada on Rakdos Painter. Can you tell us a little bit about this matchup? I haven't seen so much Abzan Depths lately, but excited to see some of this combo-y mid-range version of the land combo in Legacy. Has not been super popular as far as I've seen in the Legacy coverage recently.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of it. My guess that it's going to be a little bit more on the green-white depth splash Bowmaster than it is on the Abzan Maverick side, just based off of the name. But we'll see kind of what we've got there. If that is the case, I feel like that deck is going to be fairly favored. But if we're looking at more of a Abzan Maverick deck straight up, Painter might have the tools to get ahead there. So the red-black Painter deck is kind of interesting because it's going to be different than what you typically see on online coverage, because it plays the card from the Warhammer set, Chaos Defiler.
Yes, a 5-drop, 3 black and a red, perhaps the only card with that particular mana cost that's playable in Legacy, but this is kind of a monster of a card, a 5-mana 5/4 that basically vindicates a permanent coming in and going out if you've only got 2 players in your game. Or vindicates a non-land permanent rather, but a really powerful effect. And with all of the ancient tombs and other fast mana in the Rakdos Painter deck, that 5 mana cost is not quite as steep. As we see here, a turn 1 Fable of the Mirror Breaker on John Hada's side, facing down the turn 1 Green Sun Zenith for Dryad Arbor. So kind of the fastest starts that each of these decks can really put out.
Definitely. The Fable of the Mirror Breaker is an excellent enabler with the 8 Welder package, being able to, bin a couple of your artifacts, the Chaos Defiler or the like, getting either part of your combo is pretty strong. This card is good, as those of us who have played Pioneer do know.
Absolutely. And yeah, a card that took a little bit to catch on, but now we see it getting played in every format up to and including Legacy, as Drew Corbus cracks a Wasteland to take out the Ancient Tomb. Pretty traditional weakness of the Soul Land type decks is getting your lands wastelanded and then having a handful of like 4 drops plus. It doesn't look like John has that problem right now. A few basics in his hand, and I'm not sure, maybe a Fury? I'm not sure what else he's got going on there. Oh, discarded a couple of lands to Fable.
No, that makes sense. Those treasures will catch him right back up on mana. Oh, and we do see the Fury here right away.
Yeah, that's very powerful versus this Dryad Arbor Elvish Reclaimer. Start binning both of those, and that, whenever you get to Fury 2 creatures and you're at card parity and mana advantage in that exchange, you really feel like you got away with something there.
Yeah, that was a pretty gross exchange right there. Abzan Depth's feeling a little bit behind now.
I mean, Drew's board is a single land, just a Bayou in play versus a Goblin that is going ham, attacking, making treasures, ramping John up to some of those powerful cards as we see Goblin Engineer coming down. What's John probably going to get here?
It'll either be the Chaos Defiler or the Phyrexian Dragon Engine, in my opinion. I didn't see another part of the combo in his hand, and it does look like just a basic mountain. So I'd expect to see one of the card advantage engines in Phyrexian Dragon Engine or the Chaos Defiler. With an empty board state, my bet is the Dragon Engine, but we'll see here.
And just look at what John's able to do with this like relatively limit. He's got Goblin Engineer and then Fable and the stuff that Fable creates. And the Goblin can make treasures that the Engineer can sacrifice to bring artifacts back from the graveyard. Once the reflection flips and it starts copying Goblin Engineer, that's going to assemble the combo. Just a really nice, tight package of synergies here. Drew plays. I can't quite see what that land is. I don't know if that's a Caracas or my screen is a little bit blurry, unfortunately.
I'm thinking that's Flagstones of Trokir.
You're right. Absolutely.
So I like where John Hada is right now. I feel like a very commanding presence, especially with the ability to get that Phyrexian Dragon Engine. Oh. So if he attacks with the Goblin, makes a treasure, he's able to pull back that Phyrexian Dragon Engine, which reads only when it does return from the graveyard, you may discard your hand and draw 3 cards. So Ancestral Recall here feels very good, but it did look like he was interested in casting that card, so we'll see what it is.
Yeah, hard to turn down 3 cards, even kind of no matter what this is here. Drew passing the turn here, representing crop rotation, perhaps. I'm not sure what else this could indicate. No end of turn crop rotation, though, so not quite setting up a combo. Depths is never quite out of it. You can always like kind of trip your way into a 2020, and if you forget about that happening, then you may just get attacked for 20. But I'm sure John is going to be pretty aware of that, and doesn't look like Drew's doing much here, using an endurance to keep John from putting together that Dragon Engine.
The other card in hand appears to have either been Goblin Welder or a second copy of Goblin Engineer. So the endurance had a lot more staying power than just denying those 3 cards there. So
Mhm.
good on Drew, but when your pitch cast endurance is still putting you behind, John Hada's now actually putting together enough power that Drew has to start being concerned about his life total.
Yeah, and this reflection is now flipped and over at summoning sickness, which means it can keep copying that goblin engineer, or just create more treasure tokens by copying the goblin token. Really, the world is a little bit John's oyster here. Just has to keep in mind the possibility that, you know, Dark Depths gets crop rotation 4 and a thespian stage hits, and then there's a 2020, and just don't let that happen. But I don't think Drew has very many cards left in hand now.
No, indeed. And here is the Goblin Welder, which means that with with the Goblin in hand and the copy of Kiki,
Mhm.
John actually has the combo as well as the damage for next turn. So that was a
Yeah.
pretty good showing there for John.
Yeah, I think Drew tripped pretty hard on lands there. Spent that wasteland to take out the Ancient Tomb, which is something you feel like you have to do against the Painter deck because of the power of their cards once they've unlocked their mana. But even one activation of Ancient Tomb often starts getting you there, as we saw that turn 1 Fable of the Mirror Breaker, which is, I mean, that's quick. And it really was the Fable that just did a ton of work there. Cleaning up John's hand, making a bunch of mana, and then just threatening like, hey, now that I have this reflection up, I have the combo.
Definitely. With the Green Sun Zenith package, I did see a Collector Oof being slid in from the sideboard over there for Drew. Collector Oof really good against the mono red artifacts deck.
Yeah. Although, I mean, Collector doing a good job against a lot of the non-artifact cards, especially like turning off treasure tokens from Fable. It's funny when you look at these painter lists, they actually only run something like 7 artifacts and then, the dragon engine and maybe like chaos a couple of artifact creatures, but there's not like a million artifacts in the deck, even though it is a pretty artifact based combo. That said, Collector Oof turning off Grindstone, turning off treasure tokens is certainly going to do some work here.
Definitely. And I hope that we see Drew keep in enough removal. One of the shifts we've seen recent is a transition from Blood Moon to Magus of the Moon in the sideboards of these painter decks. So if we do see Magus of the Moon come in, it would behoove Drew to keep in those additional copies of Swords to Plowshares. So
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a switch to Magus of the Moon over Blood Moon is, indicating obviously that we're more worried about disenchant effects, things like Force of Vigor, over just like the card Lightning Bolt. Magus of the Moon, not really a card you can bring in against stuff like the Grixis Delver deck, even though that is a deck that can be pretty vulnerable to a Moon. You can't really afford to play a 3-mana card and have it just die to Lightning Bolt. But less relevant in this matchup, not a lot of lightning bolts in the Abzan Depths deck.
no, hopefully not.
So in the sideboarded game, what kind of hand Drew is going to be on the play? He's going to kind of be the aggressor here. What kind of hand is he looking for? What's he going to be trying to mulligan towards?
I think he's going to try and keep a similar start to last game. I mean, if you look at the matchup on paper, you say, oh, my Abzan Depths hand kept a turn 1 Green Sun for Dryad Arbor with Endurance against the Painter deck. I'm feeling pretty favored there. I think that Drew's going to be looking for either some additional disruption or a little bit of a faster clock. So if you go turn 1 Reclaimer into a turn 3 combo, that might be where Drew's trying to get. John, it does not look like he's got anything with the exception of the one sideboard ensnaring bridge. And if you can force your opponent to bring out the ensnaring bridge, then either with your sideboard Force of Vigors, you might be able to force your way through a quick Merit Lage.
Yeah, that makes sense. And again, a really good reason to have Magus of the Moon over a Blood Moon in your deck. If the rest of your deck encourages your opponent to bring in those forces of vigor, then maybe you can get them with your Magus that doesn't die to the same thing. Pretty big travesty to have another artifact or enchantment out, play a 3-mana Blood Moon, and then your opponent just pitches a card to force kills them both and then moves on with their life.
Especially with, I'm going to call it the new interaction between Blood Moon Magus effects and Dark Depths, where, okay, here we go, turn 1 Mox and Reclaimer, so mana acceleration and the tutorable targets. So this looks like a pretty strong start from Drew. And Mountain Pass, so a little bit disparity between Game 1 and Game 2 here from John.
Yeah. Big difference between turn 1 Fable of the Mirror Breaker and turn 1 Mountain Go. But yeah, as you were about to say, Blood Moon allowing Dark Depths to come into play with no counters, and then if the Blood Moon dies, then that just turns into a 20/20. Maybe a 2-year-old interaction at this point, but time has very little meaning, especially in this post-COVID world. A scary proposition for the Blood Moon player against the Dark Depths deck. John Hada going to cast a turn 2 Goblin Engineer, going to kind of start the, I don't know, mate, do you think he's going to be aiming directly for the combo here? What's the plan on the draw here? That's an Ensnaring Bridge into the graveyard, I believe?
It is a Stronghold art too, so John's got great tastes. Looks like sketch art and Stronghold, so one of the fun parts about Paper, especially in Legacy, is people put together these decks and they are beautifully constructed. You don't get a whole lot of land box basics. Everybody cares.
Yes, definitely part of the experience of the Legacy tournament. That Ensnaring Bridge hits the graveyard because John knows that with this turn 1 Mox Diamond Elvish Reclaimer start, Drew is just threatening a very, very quick 20/20, and the first order of business is stop that Merit Lage from killing you here. And Drew does cast an end of turn crop rotation, sacrificing a Flagstones, going to pull a Thespian Stage out of his deck, and very close to assembling things here with that. Elvish Reclaimer certainly indicates the ability to grab that Dark Depths anytime that he wants, although may not be able to put the 20/20 into play this turn.
Correct. And missing the second land drop, I was a little bit nervous, but the nice sequencing between crop rotation into Flagstones, sacrifice Flagstones to Reclaimer, does catch up on that missed land drop. Ooh.
Yeah, we did see a lot of Flagstones and Reclaimers for the brief period that Field of the Dead was legal in Modern. That was a whole sub archetype in that format. Not as common in Legacy, but pretty powerful, just going up cards and allowing you to threaten your combo while also being pretty efficient card-wise here. Is this a Grist on the table here?
I'm gonna with an insect token for sure. Yes.
Yeah, this is a Grist. Well, I do apologize. Our feed is just a little bit pixelated, but I'm pretty good at guessing by the tap in 3 lands, put a card in the graveyard, put a Planeswalker into play, and now with the insect confirmed, that is a Grist.
Yeah, sketch art on that. I do love the sketch art, but I'm trying to look at it. I'm like, maybe it's a Gideon, and so.
Painter Servant in play for John. That's going to turn on any blasts, any Pyroblasts or Red Elemental Blasts that he's still got in his deck. I don't know how many of those tend to come out post-board. We do see a Magus of the Moon in John's hand here. I don't know. Where do you think he goes with this Painter Servant here? What does that play indicate? Is that just something to put the Ensnaring Bridge into play if Merit Lage comes into play this turn?
Well, this is threatening the combo. This Urza Saga is going to tick off. You can float the 1 and activate Grindstone. So you've got you're threatening lethal here with the Painter's Grindstone combo.
Very, very, very relevant. And Drew, was with casting that Grist that turn was not making a 20/20. And so unless he has something like Rite of Consumption or something that is very much not in his deck, not going to be able to threaten lethal before this combo happens. So he's going to have to stop this somehow.
Yeah, the grist here, I think, is killing the Painter Servant.
Yep.
So we should see that go away. Which
And he bogs John first, so John isn't able to swap the Painter Servant for the Ensnaring Bridge in the graveyard, but now there is a Painter Servant in the graveyard.
there is and a Magus in hand, so this is a big turn from John. One red card I can't see. It looks old bordered, which I would have sworn was a red elemental blast.
Yeah, less relevant against the Abzan deck whenever Painter Servant is not in play. But John has 1 mana floating from that Urza Saga, grabs the Grindstone. Painter Servant is in the graveyard, pretty close to assembling that combo. If he can get an artifact in play and sacrifice it to this Goblin Engineer and still have those 3 mana, then that is, a kill right now, barring interaction from Drew.
Oh, second Painter in hand.
And Mox Opal is the additional mana that he needs to activate the Grindstone.
Yep, so if this comes in and turns on Metalcraft, there's the 3 mana back.
And casting the Mox Opal first keeps Drew from being able to Force of Vigor in response to, if John had cast the Painter first, then Drew would have been able to Force of Vigor and take out the Grindstone and the Painter Servant in response to the 3rd mana that John needs for the combo. So by playing the Mox Opal first, he gives himself a few more options. Force of Vigor, if Drew is kind of patient with it, can break up the combo, but remember, Force can only be cast for free on your opponent's turn. So John may pass the turn here with 3 mana available to activate Grindstone. Although now Drew does have the ability to pay 4 mana to cast Force. So we've got a little bit of a dance here. Probably John considering the possibility of Force of Vigor and trying to make sure that he doesn't just get, both pieces of his combo destroyed in response to trying to combo. So he's going to go ahead and do it on upkeep. If Drew has the Force, he can cast it here. He does not.
Yeah, both Force and Endurance looking good. John taking a look. And Endurance the cast. All right.
Yeah, Endurance the cast, so Drew will not die to Library Out, as we refer to it now, thanks to Tybalt of Red Sub. And with that Grist in play, he's going to be able to kill that Painter Servant again. But that Goblin Engineer is just still here, ready to get it back. So a lot of problems for Drew to solve.
Yeah. The interesting portion here is that with the Endurance coming in and shuffling the graveyard, the land sacrificed from Elvish Reclaimer last turn was the Bajuka Bog. So Bog is back on the table if we can get another mana source here.
Yeah, and I think that's, well, in that Wasteland, taking out Urza Saga, which is going to constrict John's mana a little bit. But Drew is not going to be able to put together, unless he's got something that we don't know about. He's not going to be able to put together, kill that Painter Servant, exile your graveyard.
That's an interesting line. The sacrifice Endurance, kill Painter at least buys you an extra turn. The card I had mistaken for Red Elemental Blast was a Blood Moon, so it's possible that we no longer have mana to play.
Well, I mean, I think that, yeah, I mean, John just has the combo here still in play, not broken up. Drew's going to need, another Endurance. Yeah, he has another Endurance. Does need to pitch a card for it.
It looks like he's announcing it on his upkeep.
Okay, just casting it on his upkeep, sure. But these are really just buying time, you know, and the fact that, it cost him 3 mana. No. Okay, he pitched a Green Sun's Zenith for it. But looks like the players are backing up a little bit, trying to make sure that things are clearly communicated. That okay. Hard cast it on upkeep for 3 mana is, I think, what we have ended up on here. And,
Yeah.
that leaves Drew with no mana again. Is going to have to use this Grist to try to break apart this combo, but I'm not sure that that's going to do it.
With the Goblin Molder being found last turn, the additional 1-mana tax for the Goblin Engineer is no longer relevant. So with Wasteland Mox and Green Sun Zenith in hand, don't know that there's anything that Drew can do to get out of this at this point.
No, I think, the best, because of the redundancy too of the Welder and the Engineer, the best you can hope for is, kill that Painter Servant, exile the graveyard, but I don't believe we have that line available to us here. Yep, Painter's dead. But barring further interaction, everything's kind of lined up here.
Yeah, those 2 Wastelands didn't accomplish reducing John's total mana to less than 3. So
Right.
I'm curious if keeping those in play to hold up the Reclaimer activation would have been a different line that Drew could take, having the information we do in Booth, knowing hands, and past history.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, the just ability to keep recurring this Painter Servant is kind of brutal, and Drew being forced to use those endurances on himself just to live rather than getting rid of John's graveyard, which is a source, continuing source of a recurring headache for Drew. That's pretty costly. Those endurances not really doing what he, I think, was hoping that they would do this game. I mean, don't get me wrong, keeping you from dying is a great comes into play ability, but
It is, and I've been spouting off, and chat just does point out that there is no Metalcraft. That Mox Diamond, or that Mox Opal is turned off.
You're right.
The 3rd mana for John is currently missing. So
right, you're
those
right. Losing that
Wastelands,
Painter lost a mana for sure.
those Wastelands did do good work on Drew. So Drew able to find the line, thread the needle.
So another Mox Diamond. Drew has, a bit of mana now, but still not really enough to make a 2020 this turn.
No, not enough to make the 2020, but enough to sacrifice and keep a bog up in case there's
Yep.
an exchange. Now, John would be able to activate the non-redundant, or the redundant goblin to keep that out. And Drew not
But with
opting.
only 2 artifacts though, that's a little tough, He's not going to be able. You don't want to sacrifice your Grindstone to bring your Painter Servant back. That doesn't accomplish that much. That Reclaimer attacking though, getting in some damage, but not going to be able to hold up a bog. Green Sun Zenith for 2.
Coming in for a Collector Roof, I'm assuming.
That seems pretty likely.
Ooh.
And Drew may have successfully navigated this. John just not quite drawing enough mana. Those Wastelands keeping him just under the threshold of what he needed. Gonna swap a Mox Opal for a Painter Servant. And if that is a blast in hand, that will kill a Collector Oof.
Ooh,
Oh,
interesting.
it's two moon effects. It's a blood moon and a magus of the moon. That is
Outland
an Outland
Liberator.
Liberator, which has a disenchant effect attached to it. So it can sacrifice it to destroy target artifact or enchantment. Yeah, pretty difficult to combo through that.
Yeah, it's the new Quasali Pride Mage. The back half is incredibly powerful, where on attack, it triggers and destroys target artifact or enchantment as well. So if oop, oop, oop.
John draws Fury for turn, which is going to let him use one of those moon effects that have not been relevant at all this game because he just hasn't had the mana to cast them. Uh, Fury much less powerful on this board than the last time we saw it cast. We'll take out the Outland Liberator, but Outland Liberator gets to kill something. But with the two goblins in play, disenchanting just to disenchant doesn't do that much. We get to exchange a painter for a painter, keep threatening the combo as soon as John hits his third mana.
With the requisite number of lands, John is now looking down 6 damage. So this is a chump blocking engineer here.
Yeah, very tight margins in this game. And we see John with that Dragon Engine in hand, just the worst zone for the Dragon Engine to be in. Drew a removal spell away from dealing lethal this turn, but not a lot of point removal spells. And I think a swords to plowshares here would do it. And so without being able to deal lethal, is only going to attack with the endurance and is going to hold Elvish Reclaimer up.
So John with a choice here to chump or not. This does turn off Ancient Tomb as a top deck for John. So we'll see how many of those extra turn time walk endurances held up.
Now, if John just draws a land here, does holding up this Elvish Reclaimer do anything to disrupt the combo? I don't believe so.
There is play. It does remove some opportunities. Putting the Grindstone trigger on the stack and sacking back for a
Sure.
painter is a relatively common line to where you sacrifice your one artifact, being the Grindstone, to recur the painter. But with the painter in play, I don't know that it's relevant. I guess the weight of holding up the chump blocker, I'm not sure, but Drew's been right about a couple of things that I was mistaken about. So we'll see what plans are here. And without another mana source here, again for John, it looks like we're in chump block mode.
Just a handful of 3-drops, not an Ancient Tomb or Lotus Petal in sight. Not only a handful of 3-drops, but a combo in play that costs 3 mana to kill your opponent. John just wants a land on top of that library, and it is not showing up.
And I believe that life totals are incorrect here, with John having taken that hit from the endurance should be at 2 here.
I believe you're right. And Drew just going to go grab another wasteland, is going to get John even farther away and going to attack with both Reclaimers, the endurance, and an insect. And so John just going to have to block with everything, cycle that painter in and out of the graveyard, and gets wastelanded here. And if he is at 2, then yeah, Ancient Tomb is not a draw that's going to allow this combo to happen.
I mean, there are a couple of City of Traders splashed around in many decks. A City of Traders would be a... Oh.
Yeah, looks like we did not draw a double mana source for that turn. Combo in play for a number of turns that game. Very, very well navigated. Just keeping John off of that mana and unable to finish the game off. 2 endurances to put that library back, put all the cards in the graveyard back into the library, just hanging on. Super, super tight game. Very well played. Impressive stuff. We are going to be going over to Modern next. I believe that this is going to be Benton Madsen, recent Pro Tour finalist. I can't quite read the deck archetypes on my screen yet. I apologize for that.
Rakdos Scam coming in on Benton's side, and Zyle looks like is also on Rakdos Scam. So Rakdos Scam Mirror.
Ooh, these are fun ones. They're very opening hand based. So being on the play can be very powerful because you just can go, if you have kind of the nuts, you get to go Grief, Feign Death effect, and strip your opponent of their resources, leave yourself with a 4/3 menace. But also these scam decks are pretty good at playing a mid-rangey game, trading cards for each other, and then it's going to come down to kind of who draws more seasoned pyromancers can be a big question in the matchup. Orcish Bowmaster's recent addition to this deck from Lord of the Rings that gives it just a better, really a better mana curve more than anything else, where you just have higher quality spells at more spots. We saw a lot of lists playing like 6+ total seasoned pyromancers and Fables of the Mirror Breaker, and now you can have quality cards at 2 CMC, which is really helpful. We see Grief coming down turn 1. Looking at Zyle's hand, going to see Voidwalker terminate removal spell, going to take that fatal push, and Benton does have the Feign Death, going to take the other removal spell, and so it is going to be a 4/3 menace facing down just lands and a 2 mana 3/2 can't block effectively this game.
Douthie Voidwalker's an excellent card. I love it in Legacy, and it is hilarious to see it coming in too slow on turn 2 for Graveyard Hate against this Rakdos Scam deck.
Yeah, that's one of the things about, Voidwalker, pretty powerful card, works very well against the main graveyard deck format, in Living End. But yeah, here in the Mirror, it is an important card in games that go a little longer than this. But when that 4/3 menace double thought seizes you on turn 1, it's just, not an effective card. And we saw Benton just take the 2 removal spells over it. Benton with a second play here, Ragavan, just continuing to threaten against kind of nothing over on Zyle's side.
And another land drop here from Zyle. I saw looked like a Fury over for Benton. So even if we do get a Bowmaster, it's not going to be good for much more than a chump block.
Well, Bowmaster does take out the Ragavan on the way in if Zyle does draw that, but it would have been played this turn over the Voidwalker for sure.
The feels bad from Ragavan exiling Orcish Bowmaster there is not. It's not great. I'm very grateful that they banned out Ragavan from my favorite format.
Right now, in Modern, I would say Ragavan feels like a pretty fair card. Given the density of Orcish Bowmasters in the format, it is not as scary as it has been. And especially on the draw, it often feels like a liability because you put together the portions of the metagame that have Wrenn and 6 on turn 2 and the portions of the metagame that have Orcish Bowmasters on turn 2. And a lot of times your turn 1 Ragavan on the draw is not living to connect. We see a Lightning Bolt on that Dauthi Voidwalker. It does get exiled with a Void counter on it because the Voidwalker dies to state-based effects rather than the card. And then Benton going to go ahead and use the treasure and his other land to cast a Bowmasters from Yao's library, and too much. Yao really had no resources there.
No, interesting judge call there from Benton and Zyle. I'm not sure who instigated it, but there was a little bit of discussion I could see going on the board where the damage-based state-based effect between the Dauthi Voidwalker and Lightning Bolt was there, and I guess there was some conceptual thought of, well, if it's exiled and my creature's still in play, can I sacrifice it to cast the Lightning Bolt? But the
You
state bait
do not
action,
get priority with your creatures still in play while it's ready to die to state-based effects. So that's not going to happen, unfortunately, for the Voidwalker controller.
no, it. All right, here we go, game two.
Yeah,
So
we're
what
going
do
to
you?
be on the play here. So game two, kind of depends on what's in your sideboard for like what you want to do. If you've got Ley Lines of the Void in your sideboard, then you consider bringing them in. If not, then you kind of just want to make yourself as like mid-rangey as possible. I've seen people bring in the Turoks. The Fatal Pushes are pretty good. Bringing in additional removal can be very good. A lot of people, including Benton, have Shieldred in their sideboard. That can be good in this matchup as long as it doesn't get tagged by a Terminate. It doesn't die to Fury, and it will beat most boards that your opponent can have in play. So we see a pretty kind of almost like pioneer like game playing when just like a one drop comes down for Yao. Benton has a 1 mana removal spell, and we don't have any of these incredibly powerful scam based starts from either player. We're playing a Jund mirror right now.
Okay.
So we're gonna cut to booth real quick while we make a couple technical adjustments. Yeah, very, very different game than what we saw earlier on in game one, where just the turn one play pretty much decided the whole game. Now we just had a little back and forth. We've sped up the game, so we're just going to watch turn one again. Ragavan gets taken down by a Fatal Push. We're just playing spells. Nobody's really cheating here the way they want to in Modern.
No, Fury's in both hands, or in hands for both players. I am interested. Do you want to be the first or the second Fury coming down?
So it's not the most. It's not necessarily like who gets left with a Fury. It's a little bit more who gets the most value out of the ETB of the Fury. So like yes, your Fury dying to their Fury is bad, especially if it leaves the Fury body in play. But if they spent multiple cards getting things into play, if you get to catch a Bowmasters and a Voidwalker, or you get to catch like a Bowmaster and a Grief or something like that, or God forbid they have more than 4 toughness worth of stuff in play, and you get to feign death your Fury into play and get 2 triggers out of it, and then they just get to get your Fury with their Fury. It's all like pretty contextual, and it's really just like Fury is probably the most important card, especially in these post board games, because it is like a huge Shriekmaw effect, one of the best places to get value, and you're kind of trying to maximize the value from your Fury. I would pretty much never just cast a Fury onto an empty board unless I have pretty good knowledge of my opponent's hand and uh, what they're capable of doing, what they've got from there, and I just need a clock. But if both players have 4 or 5 cards in hand, just casting a Fury to be a clock is not a winning move in this matchup.
Ooh, here we go. Hardcast Grief with the Bowmasters in response.
Yeah.
And they'll get to see both those Furies.
And a lot of these post board games really do come down to these hard cast elementals. That one of the big power points of these cards is like, yeah, you can cast them for free. They're really good when you cast them for free, especially against linear decks where speed is the utmost priority. But then when you want to slow things down, you have a deck full of Shriekmaws of just, kind of big 2-for-1s. And that gives these scam decks that have a super powerful turn one also just a really good mid game that is where a lot of the power comes from.
Ooh, fun. With the Feign Death in hand, Benton cannot block the Orcish Bowmaster, so Zyle getting in for a 1 here.
Yeah, and knowing exactly what's going on, Benton knows that he can't block. That's a pretty tough block anyways, even if you don't know your opponent's hand. A Feign Death or a second Bowmaster's killing your Grief there is not something you want to turn on from your opponent.
16 all, and Benton's. I guess I don't know anything else about the context of his hand other than the one flash Fury. Is a Bowmaster a good enough trade for a Fury here?
The Bowmaster itself is not that threatening, unless, you know, Benton has something else that he really wants to get into play. If he has a Pyromancer, then getting that Bowmaster off the table could be a priority. But knowing about the Feign Death in Yao's hand, it seems like a little bit of a spew here. But of course, you're not going to be able to Fury a Fury most likely given Feign Death unless you can get down a Voidwalker, but the Fury kills the Voidwalker. So gonna have to do some creative play to make sure that this Feign Death doesn't get him. But this Bowmaster itself on the board right now is just not scary enough to merit like a real commitment of resources.
Getting in for 2 here from Zyle's side.
And we
Maybe
know that Benton doesn't have. He has all spells in hand because he did not play a fifth land. Fury going to come down, so Yao is making the first move with a Fury.
and tapping out of Feign Death. So this does give Benton a window, and here's a Bowmaster from his side.
Yeah, Benton, starting with the Bowmaster, we know he has all spells in hand, and going to go ahead and terminate that Fury because he doesn't know if he's going to be able to cast a Fury on his turn, and it looks like he has a Grief, so it ends up with a really nice sequence there, just clearing Yao's board, taking, I assume, the Fury out of his hand, leaving him with just a removal spell and a Feign Death with no targets now.
Now I'm picking up additional information on the last card in hand being that Fatal Push.
Right. Without and so, Benton going to consider whether it's worth turning on Revolt and getting this Grief Fatal pushed. Maybe it's Benton kind of pretty far ahead on resources and probably wants to make sure to be attacking. Attacking with anything is going to allow Revolt to get turned on. I mean, the Grief does have Menace, so attacking like this allows Yao to block, and then he'll be able to Fatal Push the Grief. But that's pretty bad against a possible Feign Death out of Benton's hand.
I complimented basic land choice from the legacy tables. How do we feel about basics coming down on modern?
To be honest, I am not the most. I don't pay the most attention to basic land choice. I do like those Kamigawa basics over there from Benton. Very, very nice. And the scam deck tends to have a couple of basics in play because you're fetching around your own Blood Moon. So the more you're fetching basics, I guess the more important it is to have ones that you enjoy looking at. But really, when it comes to basic lands, it's a follow your heart sort of thing for me. If you like them, then I'm happy for you.
The Season Pyromancer activated from the graveyard here for Zyle, eating up the Grief there. So that was one that was hidden from me. I had either forgotten or missed it. So nice pickup here on Zyle, getting back some board state. But follow up here being an unlicensed Hearst from Benton is not what I want to see in Zyle's side.
Yeah, and to be honest, the hearse more threatening just because it's going to get gigantic rather than anything else. It turns off Feign Death effects, which is certainly relevant, but it's also going to eat Zyle's graveyard and just get 2 counters each time. Not counters, but it's going to get +1, +2, +2 each turn, and eventually just be gigantic.
Yeah, it takes one of the Furies out of Benton's hand. Fury, Ragavan, Douthie, Voidwalker still remaining. Any reason not to cast the Douthie there from Benton's side?
Has Yao used that Fatal Push yet? Was that used to kill the Grief? I kind of
No, it
lost
was
track
not.
a little bit.
He activated the Season Pyromancer to
Right.
get that taken care of. So, yeah,
So-
he doesn't want it to get Fatal Push. Very, very strong reason.
Pretty good reason, just not trying to let it die here for nothing. And happy to get that Ragavan Fatal pushed over the Voidwalker, because the Voidwalker represents a lot of value potentially going forward. When you get to keep cards from going into the graveyard, and then maybe the Voidwalker then becomes like a free cast Fury at some point in the game or something like that, Voidwalker can be a really important card.
Definitely. What a world we live in where Ragavan's the bait card for a fatal push. Boy.
Well, it is the 1-drop, and Voidwalker is the 2-drop.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Looks like a Nile Spellbomb from Xyle here.
Yeah, Benton eating 2 cards out of his own grave. Oh, no. Still going for Xyles, knowing that the last card is Feign Death. Interesting choice here. Do you feel pressured to activate this Nile Spellbomb to try and find some action? You've got plenty of mana open main phase.
I do. This isn't really a matchup where holding up the Nile Spellbomb is of utmost importance, especially at this phase in the game where you're already losing on board and the board is continuing to get worse for you. You got to put something together, and Nile Spellbomb stops a Feign Death at some point, but you're already losing, so you got to get the cards to get yourself out of the situation.
Indeed, an Orcish Bowmaster.
All right, it looks like Benton's team has taken down the Pioneer seat. So if Benton takes down this game, then they're going to walk away from this round with 2 match wins, and that's going to finish it up. So, a little bit of pressure onto these players now that 1 match is finished. We know how important this match is going to be. Benton getting aggressive with it. Crewing that unlicensed hearse, attacking for 6 total between the hearse and the tokens, and Yao just does not have any answers. Drew a couple more lands. The sequencing just didn't quite line up. That Fury didn't get quite enough value, and just well played by both players. I think Benton just kind of in control the whole time and making it really tough.
All right. Well, here is Anu.
Hey. All right, so thank you, CCR and Tim, for a great first round. Yeah, we have a lot of stuff to cover, so there's one more match left in progress here. As you can see, Team Masters that's a sweet name, by the way. Team Masters has won both Pioneer and Modern, so they're going to advance to 5-0. I do want to say that this venture is just not possible alone, and I admittedly have been putting out so much content that I have not really done a great job of giving a shout out to our sponsors. So this is where I need you in the audience right now to just sort of like cover for me, please, if you can. So let's go through a couple of our sponsors here. So first off, I want to just say thank you to Nerdbirds. They are so just thank you for your massive contribution, helping me out here. Literally, they're just a bunch of Magic people like you and me, and they're just like, hey, they like coverage, they like what they see, so they're out here and they're helping me help you. So if you could just please check them out on Twitter at NerdBirdsMTG. They have a lot of hot takes and a lot of objectively incorrect takes, like the one that you can see on the screen here. Nar said his tempo. Are you? Anyways, ApexGaming.gg is where it's also at. They have an exciting event coming up in August from the 11th to the 13th. It would mean the world if at the bare minimum, if you could follow them out on Twitter or just check out their website. But if you're in the Ohio area or within a few hours worth of a drive, this is a great opportunity for you to show up there and potentially be on camera in their series. Yeah, that's right. They have their own paper coverage series, and they just play a bunch of Magic. A lot of these tournaments, you can see there's a 5K destination RCQ on Saturday the 12th. They've also got Legacy. They've also got Pioneer. They've also got Two-Headed Giant. They've got everything going on here for these LGSs that are sort of putting themselves out there, for these LGSs that are putting paper coverage up for you there. I mean, look, we're in this together. Show them your support. I would really, really appreciate it very much. August 11th to the 13th is when Apex is going to be hosting their next big event. And then finally, The new kid on the block. Let's talk about SpiceRack.gg. Have you ever had a problem finding an event near you to play? Well, worry no more. Billy Mays here. Just SpiceRack.gg is basically the natural evolution of the event locator. I think Evan Farrell, who won MXP Oakland, has been doing a great job with this and is literally taken this idea, this concept, and has sort of transformed it into something super powerful. So like if you are ever looking for an event to play Magic in, this is the new, like just go there right now, spicerack.gg, and bookmark them right now so that you can come back to it later. They are blowing up. Traffic is insane for their first week. I think they went live like 2 weeks ago. So this is where you can check it out. Just if you're looking for an event in the US, this is perfect, right? This is exactly what we want. You can check out their Discord at spicerack.gg/Discord. And yeah, there's a QR code to be sure to check it out. I think that's super awesome. All sorts of events here. If you're looking for an event, this is where you can go to find it. And honestly, I love it. I love like people in the Magic community stepping up and making great products. So, you know, we sort of like, what is it? The tide raises all ships kind of deal. Finally, we have the Goblin Trash Masters, aka the trashiest podcast you've seen in Magic, with the trashiest Magic players you know. If you're interested in the journey of 3 separate players at different stages in their competitive careers, sort of learning and growing together, this is the timeline, this is the story, this is the podcast that you should be listening to. So that's it. Guys, I believe round number 6 pairings are up, and we're gonna take a quick break. Thank you so much to all the sponsors here. I am not even joking, seriously. Thank you so much to all our sponsors for making this possible. I would love to bring you more paper coverage in the future. And supporting our sponsors is how you at home can make it happen. For me personally, also, I will just give a small shout out if you haven't already. I would really appreciate a follow. It's free, and it does help with the metrics and the things like that, you know, that actually allow me to get sponsors to sort of support the stream. And if you haven't already, check out my Patreon. Patreon.com/OnZMTG is where you can support the channel. Yeah, appreciate it a lot. We're gonna take a quick break. Be right back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to coverage of SCG Cincinnati Team Trios, Legacy, Pioneer, and Modern. We just watched an exciting one, round 5, and we're about to watch 2 of our last 4 undefeated teams battle it out. This is going to be the team Chase Masters with Benton Madsen that we watched the last round, battling against Jerry Thompson with his new podcast co-host Dave Shields, and I believe Dave's brother is their third teammate. If I'm not wrong about that. So it should be an excellent match. Legacy seat, this is going to be Abzan Depths versus Demir Death Shadow. Abzan Depths in the hands of Chase Masters versus Demir Death Shadow in the hands of Jerry Thompson. Tim, what do you think about this matchup?
I think it's a very high tempo based matchup. I do have to give Jerry a little bit of flack for not being able to utilize the Merit Lage token, so we'll forgive him for that. The Death Shadow deck is incredibly powerful with both hand disruption and counter magic. It really is kind of a race against time for Jerry here.
And I'm sorry, the Abzan Depths deck in the hands of Drew Kobus. Yeah, and we see a very cute update. Obviously, Orcish Bowmasters, a huge addition to the Death Shadow deck, but doing a kind of we saw years ago, the last time Legacy was played on the Pro Tour during another Team Trios tournament, the Street Wraith Reanimate sort of mid-range addition to the Death Shadow deck. Here we've got a brand new addition, Troll of Khazad-dûm, the Swamp Cycler from Lord of the Rings, serving a similar role. That thing a lot bigger than a Street Wraith. Rather than being a 3/4 Swamp Walk, is a 6/5 with a kind of super menace, can't be blocked except by 3 or more creatures. So I'm excited, hope we get to see that interaction come up at some point this match.
Indeed. Abzan Depths with its removal suite being Swords to Plowshares, better against Demir Death Shadow than some of the others, but with the suite of threats that Demir Death Shadow has, as opposed to just Death Shadows in Death Shadows, Murktide regions, and the Troll of Khazad-dûm, it is going to get weird saying those out as real cards and not even spoofing anymore. Wow.
I think one thing that is important to note here is that Jerry, especially game 1, and I believe perhaps game 2, he does have a petty theft. Game 1 has no way of answering a Merit Lage token. There's no bounce spells, no Swords to Plowshares, anything like that. Really just 4 wastelands that can stop Dark Depths from turning into Merit Lage.
Well, hopefully he's changed his deck before registration, because I did see a Brazen Borrower come off the top in that Ponder, so...
Oh, there is one main deck. You're right.
And finding it here is going to be pretty good. A pretty aggressive start here from Drew, being able to both Wasteland and fetch out that Dryad Arbor. Sequenced well to play around Daze, of course.
Yeah, of utmost importance in this matchup, just managing your mana, managing your points of vulnerability to those super efficient interaction spells out of Death Shadow, as we see Jerry get a Watery Grave in play. Not the one you always expect out of the Legacy seat, but important to the Demir Death Shadow strategy.
Yes, and it used to be that the Watery Grave was a tell on yourself card screaming that you were going to be playing Death Shadow, but it's been adopted into the Doomsday matchup as well as a 5th copy. So you've got your 4 Underground Seas as well as your Watery Grave. But the second one should give Drew a pretty clear indication of what he's playing against here.
I think if you're fetching it out here, it's pretty clear that you're on Death Shadow. As we see Grief exiling Fatal Push, we get a good look at Drew's hand of double crop rotation, Orcish Bowmasters, and another Wasteland, which is, provides some indication of why he so aggressively used that Wasteland on turn 1 there, rather than perhaps using it to protect from a Wasteland on Jerry's side of the table or something like that.
Yeah, a beautiful Orcish Bowmasters as well.
So what is Jerry thinking looking at this hand? What does he want to take? Crop rotations are one of those cards that in multiples can actually be better. Usually when you thought see somebody, you don't take the redundant card, but crop rotation sometimes better when you have to.
Yeah, definitely. That represents both halves of the combo. Because there are two, I do think and the pick being the Bowmasters here does make sense. With 4 mana, 2 crop rotations, you are now set up for instant speed combo. But no additional lands. And Drew
Yeah.
getting in for 1, putting Jerry down close to that Death Shadow range.
Yeah,
Sub-Deliberation. Go ahead.
definitely one of those things that at certain times, modern players have had to be hyper aware of. And this is, what are the life total thresholds? Often just not worth it to get like a point or two of damage in, particularly if your deck kills with you know, a 20-point damage burst. The value of the point here or there, if you're not likely to kill them, can be a pretty huge detriment versus the card Death Shadow. Life from the Loam here from Drew Kobus.
What a draw.
So, given how slowly this game is playing out and how how many wastelands are in Drew's graveyard, Jerry probably can't let this resolve, but this may be just the spell that Drew casts every turn for the rest of the game, just demanding a counter spell from Jerry every turn.
Yeah, this looks like emergency brainstorm for hopefully a. Is there a main deck force of negation here?
Exiling the life from the loam would be really nice. But Daze does work on this. It's brainstorm in response. We're going to see if we can find a force or something. No force of negation in the main deck for Jerry. And yeah, uses that mana, casts Daze, stops that life from the loam from happening this turn. And the drawback of using the life from the loam, Drew is not going to be able to do anything else if he takes that line of just casting life from the loam every single turn. So I don't know what do you think his plan is going to be from here after getting that first one countered?
I think that is Drew's plan is to kind of force that through with no additional land drops. I think Dredge cast Loam has got to be the plan. But what a powerful ponder here from Jerry Thompson. Reanimate Murktide Regent, and there's another card I didn't quite get a good look at, but I want to say it was either Bowmasters or Troll. So it looks like no additional Oh,
Drew picking out his targets for that life from the loam, and Jerry saying, "Don't worry about it. I'm dazing this no matter what your targets are." So
that
both
would be
players.
fun.
This looks like a reanimate on the troll. Oh, on the Bowmasters.
Well,
And that's going to take out Dryad Arbor here.
yeah, that is probably the better line, but the fun play here being the opportunity to reanimate your opponent's grist.
Yeah.
I feel it does just have to be mentioned. Jerry being diligent in making the correct line here, but
Drew does rip a land off the top, which he certainly needed there.
this will give him the chance to get rid of the Bowmasters. Life total's not really relevant so far. Looks like another Bowmasters in hand for Jerry. So the clock is going to pick up soon.
Another Bowmasters. This one does not cast Stone Rain as it comes down, so it just deals an extra damage by pumping that army.
Yeah, but third Bowmasters in hand, that army's going to get pretty large. Only a couple of creatures able to block that left for Drew, and none currently in hand. Might see a Swords to Plowshares headed in the way of that army.
Very, very possible. Drew is so tight on mana here, though. If he chooses to cast Swords to Plowshares, doesn't hit a land on this draw step, then, very little else happening this turn. He's got a crop rotation, but crop rotation tossing away your one land is, how much is that going to accomplish here?
Not too much. I'd expect to see a Life from the Loam on this turn from Drew,
Hmm.
even with the Wastelands being absent, developing mana and the essential draw 3, even though they are all 3 just lands. Yavimaya is big here. Yavimaya accelerates out the combo by a full turn.
And this Life from the Loam resolves. Jerry not able to keep up the counterspell every turn pace.
And Bachuka Bog being the card here, making sure that Jerry can't get a Murktide Regent in play.
Yeah,
What
very
a
heads
turn
up.
from Drew.
Yeah, I mean, this game really was kind of resting on like, can Drew resolve a Life from the Loam before it becomes irrelevant, right? Like he's committed to this Life from the Loam line, and as soon as it happens, now he's up a lot of cards and has all of these land drops. As you said, Wasteland not going to be very effective against Swamp Island, but making land drops is how you kill your opponent in this deck.
Drew choosing to play it safe here instead of going for the win this turn. We'll see how Jerry responds. It does give him 1 extra turn and 2 extra damage, bringing down Drew to a virtual 11. Playing the Yavimaya allows you to crop rot and, well, I mean, playing any land here with 4 gets you the ability to crop rotation and get both parts of your combo out. Knowing that the coast is clear from last turn, we're assuming that Jerry no longer cares about the additional land draws, which should not be the case.
Another Bowmasters from Jerry, picking that clock up a little bit, but on their own, not going to outrace the threat of Merit Lage from Drew's side of the table. If Jerry has a Wasteland, it's about time to play it, but it's Verdant Catacombs here. Dark Depths for Drew. Combo assembled. Drew has a Thespian Stage and a Dark Depths in play. With no Wasteland on Jerry's side, feels pretty safe just going for it. This 2020, unless Jerry has the Brazen Borrower,
Which it
is
did not
pretty
look.
safe.
It did not look like he kept. Some acceleration from Jerry's side might be able to get a Murktide Regent in play, but that would require some choice blocks on Drew's side. Drew, I believe, at 9 here, not 13. And Jerry wrapping it up.
Yep. Murktide Regent could have blocked the Merit Lage for a turn, but those orcs just not coming in and dealing enough damage. Drew not doing Jerry the favor of drawing extra cards to speed that clock up. Although Life from the Loam, a card advantage spell, lots of card advantage spells in Legacy kind of get around that trigger. So, Bowmaster is a very powerful card, but not the fastest clock all on its own.
Unfortunately for Jerry, if he was gonna, give game 1 to Drew anyway, it would have been nice to have seen the Grist in play.
I mean, I think that the Bowmaster's Tombstone Rain use is also a very cool line that I'm not upset by. So
The interactions with Grist, I think, are very fun for me. So my bias aside, destroying the land is something I can 100% get behind. That is one of my favorite things to do. I feel like Modern could definitely use Wasteland right now.
oh, I can't get on board with that. Although I guess it would, result in a Ren in 6 ban for those that want Ren in 6 out of the format. So, it's some sort of monkey's paw / reverse monkey's paw type situation, I guess. Post board, how does this matchup change, would you say?
Post board, I think it gets a little bit better for Jerry getting to bring in a little bit of Wasteland hate, the second copy of Petty Theft. The cost of making a flying indestructible 2020 avatar is pretty strong. you do lose 2 lands, and it does require a lot of setup. So if you're able to bounce that back to your opponent's hand and make it disappear, is devastating. That tempo swing is something that Drew can't stand. So if Drew is unable to protect with either Sylvan Safekeeper or Not of This World his Merit Lage, the first Merit Lage that gets answered for Drew would be detrimental. Ooh, Drown in the Lock too. Boy, Jerry's got some nice choice tools here.
It looks like that Drown in the Lock may be coming out of the deck. Maybe trying to get as efficient as possible.
That does look to be the case, which is curious that no Drown in the Locks, no Surgicals coming in against the Life from the Loam Merit Lage deck. Jerry Thompson, excellent, very skilled Magic player. If we get him on interview later, I'd love to hear his concept behind sideboarding. Bouncing a Merit Lage token for 2 mana seems great.
I believe he's got the Petty Thefts in there, unless I'm mistaken. I don't think that one didn't come in. Drown in the Lock does not deal with a Merit Lage, so that's, it's just kind of a combination counterspell terminate that is not always the most relevant in this type of matchup. So I can see that. Surgicals, I would be interested in. Definitely, Exile's Life from the Loam, but at a pretty significant cost of just like, it is -1 card to cast Surgical Extraction, and certainly more. I feel like Surgical Extraction has come in more times that it shouldn't come in than it has, over every match ever played in competitive Magic history. It has probably come in incorrectly more often than it has come in correctly. So, even when cards end up in the graveyard that are relevant, there are a lot of times that Surgical is not the best option.
That is definitely true. I do believe that it is 100% overboarded. And the card that in my brain I was saying, I was doing Tyrant Scorn. Tyrant Scorn is what I was trying to
instant, yes.
figure out why Jerry wouldn't bring in. And not having registered that card makes a lot more sense.
And then just taking a quick look at the Abzan Depths list sideboard here. I don't know how many of these cards are relevant in this matchup. The 4th Orcus Bowmasters may come in. The Endurance could come in, but I don't know that it's that relevant in this matchup with nothing like Dragon's Rage Channeler or Delver of Secrets on the other side of the table. Always possible that the Thoughtseizes could come in, but I think those are more geared towards when you play against a combo deck that's faster than you.
Agreed 100%. I think that the 3 mana body is too slow, so unless you're trying for the pitch cast, I would see fewer endurances here than we did against the painter player.
Yeah, and Jerry does have those reanimates, but is not a reanimate deck, so I'm not sure that endurance is really what you want. Endurance or reanimate does allow him to kind of play that scam game with his griefs, and that's kind of the main role that they serve. But if you grief your opponent, like endurance is not a good solution to grief plus reanimate, right? So probably not super relevant in this matchup.
No, shuffle off the ponder here for Jerry, putting that reanimate back. The uptick in fair reanimates is something that I do definitely enjoy. The value of getting, not a Griselbrand with reanimate in a lot of these fair matchups feels really great right now.
I mean, Grief has just made a bunch of pretty unplayable cards into playable cards, and Reanimate already a powerful card that then just has. I love to see a fair Reanimate. I think it's very cool. Daze on the turn 1 Green Sun Zenith, and you're gonna get to replay that Watery Grave, get that life total loss value from that Daze. You love to see it here. Drew passing with 2 lands up. Looks like Bowmaster's crop rotation, a stacked hand of almost all spells. And Is that a Life from the Loam as well?
It
Looks like
is.
it.
So Drew getting in with some damage here. And Jerry does have Death Shadows. I have not seen yet any in hand or last game, so the namesake card should make a presence here. Drew putting forth his Dark Depths last game. Jerry does need to, represent.
Drew kind of pushed into casting this end of turn Bowmasters because he's so mana light and his hand is pretty heavy on mana cost. But I think Jerry is going, Jerry also passing on 2 mana here is going to get to have the second Bowmasters take out Drew's Bowmasters on the way in. And, how you were talking about having the second Fury quite good. Having the second Bowmasters is often like really important. Oh, looks like it's not Bowmasters though. Not the full blowout. It's just a hard cast days.
We'll answer. Drew's next couple of turns all lined up here, and if I'm in Drew's seat, nice peel with the Thespian stage, but being able to untap and cast Loam into a hard cast days, I'm feeling like I've got a higher percentage chance of that resolving. Instead, a rather large Knight of the Reliquary.
Yeah, and Knight of the Reliquary, a bit of a liability in the matchup because it's a 3 mana sorcery speed spell, but when this thing comes into play, the game ends quick, and Jerry does not have an answer to it. He has this dress down that he could use to remove its abilities for a turn, possibly. The dress down that he's seeing off of this ponder. In his hand, does he have a snuff out? He does have a snuff out, I believe. Very important here.
Man, Jerry's hand here makes me feel a lot more comfortable. His board presence with the crop rotation in hand and the Knight of the Reliquary was facing down a Merit Lage on the following turn, but with a Wasteland follow-up, this works out quite nicely.
Now, yeah, so this getting your knight reanimated isn't necessarily the reason that I say it's a liability, but the fact that it's a 3 mana sorcery speed creature without an ETB that then Jerry got to kill for 0 mana, that was the blowout. The reanimate is just like kicking, just rubbing salt in the wound here.
Definitely. Jerry not able to use the Knight of the Reliquary because it does require the Forest or Plains, but it's a number of lands already, so fairly
Yeah,
quick clock here.
This knight is a 5/5. Drew casting a crop rotation. What is Drew's plan from this spot?
To be honest, I'm not sure. Drew surprised me a couple of times. He might be trying to build some value, get a flagstones, but it bogged to shrink the Knight of the Reliquary. Interesting. That's
Adjust that clock from a 4-turn clock to a 10-turn clock. I'm okay with that.
deny your opponent the ability to put a Murktide into play. It's a fairly aggressive line.
Well, we do know that Drew's hand is still pretty spell heavy from here. There's a swords in hand. What else has he got?
Swords, a Reclaimer. Oh, that's another crop rotation. I don't know that I saw the second. With the second crop rotation, this line makes a lot more sense. Giving up on your only chance, because this is still... So the answer is yes. The endurance did come in.
It is relevant at the very least against Murktide Regent if you prioritize keeping Jerry's graveyard empty at the proper spots. Like when is a turn where casting Murktide Regent would be bad for you? Okay, let me bog your graveyard, let me endurance your graveyard. Does require you to be pretty heads up, understand the pacing of the matchup well, but can be effective because Murktide just a really powerful threat out of the deck that ends the game in generally like 2 hits. And so I can see insulating yourself from that. We see another crop rotation from Drew here. Are we just putting the combo together?
I would hope not. I feel like this interesting.
So that is a Yavimaya from Drew, I believe.
Yeah, Yavimaya, Cradle of Growth, the green Urborg. Curious to
Elvish Reclaimer coming down. This one very much a 3/4. Many lands in Drew's graveyard right now.
So the Yavimaya is interesting here. I'm not sure I quite understand the desire to accelerate, but the Knight of the Reliquary not able to sacrifice any of Jerry Thompson's lands, but now it can. So Knight of the Reliquary
Yeah.
can now fetch up Wastelands and accelerate that clock. Even the fetch land now is live.
Yeah, very interesting. I think Drew's now kind of forced into swordsing this knight. Although at this point, that swords is using his last mana, so could get dazed, could get forced. I mean, could get forced regardless of mana count. And Jerry's gonna toss another Bowmasters into play. But if Drew passes the turn here, then Jerry kind of starts having access to, a wasteland a turn.
Yeah, the land coming in tapped from Elvish Reclaimer is, even if the Dark Depths does enter the battlefield next turn, is not turned on without a Mox Diamond or additional acceleration.
Right.
No, that's lies. Because he can play a land and then tap 2 to sack, get it, tap it. So
Yeah.
he does have an next turn.
Yes, yes. But Jerry just gets an activation here. So he's going to have Wasteland up to stop the combo from happening.
With Petty Theft and, oh gosh, what a hand. Drew's diligence on not swordsing a creature seems pretty warranted here now with the Death Shadow hitting play, but Petty Theft still up for Jerry.
So Jerry does have 3 Wastelands gone right now. Let me take a quick look at his list to see. I believe he's on 4 Wastelands, though. So he should have one that he can get. Yeah, there are 4 Wastelands in his list.
Green Sun Zenith for Drew, but I would expect to see a Mirage here with 1 card in hand for Jerry. I mean, it feels likely. There hasn't been too much hand fixing that I'd be sold.
Well, with this knight in play, Jerry can't just get Wasteland here, so he kind of looks shields down, but we do know that there are 2 petty thefts in his list, and there is a Brazen Borrow in Jerry's hand right now, right?
Correct.
What are Drew's options for protecting from a petty theft here? Is it just like combo again, or which is a pretty slow process, or does he have any options here for, kind of looks like he's planning on end stepping this Merit Lage here.
Yeah, instant Merit Lage would warrant Jerry to be able to bounce. If he had the ability to instant speed crop rotate, the Shajiri step is the primary defense, but with only 1 ability to tutor, that's not an option here.
Also a Sylvan Safekeeper in the deck that could have been like Green Sun Zenith 4. But he doesn't have mana up to cast the crop rotation here.
So all this was in response to the... Oh, man. In response to the brainstorm, Jerry's now got Wasteland in hand, second Death Shadow, and Brazen Borrower.
I am wondering if so the reason to do this in response to a brainstorm is because the brainstorm could draw Wasteland. So I'm wondering if our players maybe don't realize that Yavimaya, or I guess the Yavimaya is dead now. So that does take away Jerry's ability to get a Wasteland there. So responding to the brainstorm kind of keeps Wasteland from being a possibility. But now with the petty theft, and then Jerry's going to use that Wasteland just to take away after sacrificing 2 lands and then Wasteland taking down another one, drew down to 2 lands in play, facing down. Not the most damage in the world, but that night back up to a 4/4.
Yeah, so coming in for 6, that puts Drew down to 6, and he's dead next turn. And he's got Brazen Borrow coming in, which, oh, okay. Replays the Bajuka Bog. Trying to set up again here for Drew.
Yeah, so that shrinks down the knight, and that Reclaimer blocks everything.
Yeah, Brazen Borrower has some fun text on it in relation to Merit Lage, where it is capable of blocking only Merit Lage. I'm pretty sure that's what that final line does read. So the Jerry getting in for 2 more here, turning off fetch lands in face of that Brazen Borrower.
Yeah, really, really just clocking Drew as much as he can. Kind of out of resources here to do much except for try to deal damage, but get that Brazen Borrower in play. Get Drew to 1, deny him options. Very, very tight game here. Flagstones getting tooted up by the Reclaimer.
With 2 crop rotations down, Flagstones feels just a bit on the slow side. I'm excited because I feel like we're getting a game 3 after this.
Green Sun Zenith. If that's getting another Knight of the Reliquary here, which casts for X equals 3, is getting either Knight of the Reliquary or Grist, and I believe Knight is the way that you set up for an upcoming combo. Maybe able to get this Merit Lage in play just in time? Okay, Endurance coming down. Yeah.
Endurance coming down seems smart. Jerry casting the Brazen Borrow in response. I don't know that there's a 3-mana creature I care about that would force me into that play.
No, I don't know what he's thinking there necessarily, but he's also just casting Brazen Borrower no matter what, and certainly Grist coming down, sacrificing the Elvish Reclaimer to kill the Brazen Borrower is not going to work out great for Drew here. So, and yeah, that Endurance coming in, just these 3/4s on Drew's side, really difficult for Jerry to attack through. Grief not going to solve any of the problems as Jerry looks at his ponder options, but this one might be a shuffle. I don't think we have an answer here.
No, and Jerry agrees. This is the first time I haven't responded to "ooh" to one of Jerry's ponders, though, so it feels a little bit more fair. Jerry getting the full value ponder. So one of the fun interactions is I was looking at the dress down, which has become a staple to answer Urza Saga's tokens. Deal with elementals, stop Urros from getting through. But the interaction with Death Shadow is quite fun, where it does remove the text that decreases its power, so you can get the full 13 power Death Shadow into play. Instant speed during an attack.
Yeah, and we have seen that previously in Modern. Unfortunately, you need the Death Shadow in play for that to work, and Jerry just has not been able to get a creature in play that attacks for a significant amount of damage. We saw that Knight of the Reliquary just get shrunk down to 2/2 multiple times before Drew finally dealt with it. And this is just Jerry hasn't been able to deal quite enough damage. Orcish Bowmasters, for all of its strengths, is not the fastest clock in the world. Looks like that last wasteland coming down for Jerry here.
Yeah, really kind of holding out for a
some way to break through. If Jerry can get a Troll of Khazad-dûm in play, that could be a way to break through if he can get that attacking in time. Uh, obviously he needs to lose some more life to get Death Shadow even into play, never mind big enough to get through these 3/4s. And just, kind of a tough spot. Drew, does that Wasteland is in play. That stops him from making a Merit Lage until he finds a solution to it. But he also has a Wasteland in play, so he can start with this Wasteland and combo through it.
Yep, and with being able to take the initiative here, not the actual initiative, but the instigate the wasteland fight as seen here, a top deck or a tutored into stuff out is not going to get the job done.
No, Jerry's really going to need the second copy of Brazen Borrower, and I don't believe we've seen that one.
Drew doing a really excellent job of stabilizing. There's 2 games where I'd all but counted him out, where he's really put on a fantastic show for us. So really excellent job navigating through these situations where, what do you get? How do you do? I mean, you just not overextended, didn't play out into an all out, getting the rebuild, getting the flagstones, really tight, excellent magic here from Drew's side with his Absian Depth deck.
Yeah, holding on just barely here. There were a couple of turns where a top decked snuff out from Jerry would have been lethal. Take out the endurance, so the Brazen Borrower comes in, and then one of his 1/1s would get through and deal that last point of damage. Here, this Merit Lage is in play, and this Elvish Reclaimer is active, holding up Sajiri Step to protect it. So, I mean, now Drew needs to decide if he's going to go ahead and use a Sajiri Step. Looks like Life from the Loam has put the step into the graveyard. So kind of forced into this, like, use my Sajiri Step to get my Merit Lage through your blocker on this turn. And Jerry does not have the Petty Theft.
All right, Drew takes it down in 2. Excellent tight play from him, and just a ponder or 2 shy for Jerry's side, being able to get that one taken care of.
Yeah, and a couple of key moments in that game. I think we saw that reanimate coming down and getting the Knight, really important. Put a clock in, but then really great management by Drew to keep that Knight from being particularly relevant. That Yavimaya came into play and could have allowed the Knight to get a wasteland at some point, but sacrificing it kind of turned off its ability to do that. Just not enough damage coming from Jerry's side of the table. Wasn't able to stick a Death Shadow. Swords to Plowshares, obviously very good against Death Shadow. Looks like we're about to head over to Modern. We're going to see Game 3, Benton Madsen. We have seen last round on Rakdos Scam, playing against Dave Shields, who is kind of a creativity main. If you've listened to his podcast with Jerry, that's the deck he's been on in Modern for a while. A deck that has been, I would say, its threat level has been downgraded since Lord of the Rings. All of the good cards in Lord of the Rings pretty much are creatures and artifacts, and you can't add those to the creativity deck. The Lord of the Rings, or the One Rings trigger, keeps a turn of Archons off your back, and so kind of not as scary as it has been in the past, but still a very threatening deck. And I think that Scam a pretty good matchup for creativity generally.
We'll definitely have to see coming out 5-color creativity. The Archons not being legendary is something that I've lamented over in Legacy before. Is the 5-color creativity running anything fun or spicy, or are we just trying in for Archons of Cruelty here?
I believe, let me take a quick look at this list. All right. So I got to click over to it. Main deck, we've only got 3 Archon of Cruelty as the creatures. In the sideboard, there's an Emrakul, the Eon's Torn, and an Elesh Norn, Mother of Machines, that can be gotten. Elesh Norn really key. It allows primarily when you're playing against the 4-color Omnath deck, it allows a creativity on a ring turn. When your opponent casts the 1 ring, that gives you an opening to cast creativity, but you can't trigger your Archons that turn. So your creativity is pretty bad. Once you've boarded in the Elesh Norn, Mother of Machines, however, you can get a terrifying threat that is really difficult for the 4-color deck to deal with. I mean, they do have Teferis and prismatic endings, but it can create a pretty serious problem for your opponent. And with a couple of, you know, you get that in a couple of Archons, and then that's a scary turn, even without the Archons getting their ETB triggers. So some options here, not going to be particularly relevant in this matchup, where creativity for any number of Archons of Cruelty generally puts the nail in the coffin against the Scam deck.
Elesh Norn, Mother of Machines. That is a nasty trick there, boy.
When you're
yeah.
when your deck is entirely composed of ETB effects on creatures, when it just like kind of finds its way into play on the creativity sides board, it's pretty gnarly. But I think that in this matchup, kind of the important thing is that the creativity deck top decks very well, as long as it, for example, has a fetch land in play. Top decking a creativity is lights out, unless the Rakdos deck is managing to hold up some removal. So the ability to top deck after you've gotten your hand kind of shredded by griefs gives it an angle that a lot of decks in Modern just don't necessarily have that.
It does look like Pioneer is poking over as well. So this looks like the match life on this game 3 here, which is about as exciting as it gets.
Definitely. Although the game itself has not been the most exciting. We've pretty much just seen Ragavan come down and get killed. That's been the extent of it. Now we see this hard cast grief from Benton.
It's good because if we went on any longer, I'd have had to comment again on the quality of the lands in play. And as a lands player, that is kind of my focus. You know, what pretty land do I get to destroy with my wastelands? But grief here on the stack looks like.
One card that is super relevant against grief, one of the best cards that you can board in against Rakdos Scam, and a card that creativity generally has multiple copies of. Veil of Summer can come down, draw a card, stop this from thought seizing Dave. But looks like just a lightning bolt to kill it in response to the trigger. And creativity, Dave knows that Benton is going to take that one because that would be game next turn.
That was a rather quick discard. When you have a namesake card, that is typically the discard, but 5-color creativity runs 1 transmogrify still, or is that dated now?
Generally not. Generally not very many transmogrifies in lists anymore. Just the inability to target an artifact is really brutal, and also it generally isn't going to work out. It's kind of the. So it looks like, yeah, our Pioneer match has been decided, so everything is kind of depending on this match now. I think that just got finalized. But yeah, generally no transmogrifies in Dave's deck. So, one less really great top deck, but still some decent ones. If Dave ever hits a Fable, I think he feels like he's in really good shape. any of his planeswalkers would be nice here with nothing on Benton's side of the board to threaten them. Dave also has a couple of copies of Shadow Prophecy, which would be a huge hit here.
All right, Engineered Explosive coming down for Benton. Love that. Not necessarily rooting for Benton over Dave, just love the card in general, Engineered Explosives.
Yeah, that's going to insulate from a creativity regardless of X value. It'll take all the 0 mana cost permanents, non-land permanents off of the board, so any tokens, and even like a little bit of value here in that one of Dave's good permanents is a 2/2 goblin that makes a treasure every time it attacks. So engineered explosives could answer that preemptively without a creativity being put on the stack. But the insulation here from a top deck creativity really, really important because our clock, Benton's clock, is not the fastest. We're giving Dave some time.
They're giving Dave some time, but Dave's clock being a 1/1. I do like seeing the secondary plan of a couple of decks come together. The 1/1 dwarf beatdowns. It would be a good way for a game to finish out.
I have been, especially playing like combo decks like Living End, the dwarves just kind of coming in for free and then forcing you to do something about them or forcing you to act when sometimes the player who acts first kind of gets bitten. The dwarves are like very relevant and they also block Ragavans. Any mid-game Ragavan is just not going to get through the dwarves.
Not quite on the power level of the one that got banned, the Mystic.
Yes. Mystic Sanctuary, definitely punching above the weight class of the other ones in the cycle. Ren and 6 here, going to allow Dave to really make as many dwarves as he wants. That Leyline Binding, getting that Voidwalker off the board also means that this Ren and 6 is not currently being threatened by anything over on Benton's side of the table. This turn, with the Ren and 6 at 4, a Fury can come down, be hard cast, and kill it. That's a little bit scary if that taps Benton down so that he doesn't have engineered explosives up anymore, and then creativity could get cast. But looks like not even that is happening. Ren and 6 just going to keep picking up lands, and then also once Dave gets up to 8 lands, Archon of Cruelty just hard cast becomes something that is another excellent top deck for Dave. So the longer this game goes on, the scarier things get for Benton.
Definitely. When it comes to engineered explosives for 0 versus a card like Ratchet Bomb for 2 with no pay to activate cost, for a red-black deck, what is 1 and 2 drops in the format that flood the board that Benson might be pulling in EE over?
Well, there's a number of just like kind of creaturey decks. I don't know if you bring in EE against Yawgmoth exactly. You might. That could be a possibility. It's just kind of Engineering Explosives is just a better card than Ratchet Bomb, right? Like it just solves more problems. If you feel like you want it against Murktide to kill Ragavans and Dragon's Rage Channelers, that's an option for you. I'm not the most experienced with Rakdos Scam and exactly what you want to sideboard it with, but Engineered Explosives, like Ratchet Bomb would be mostly a card that's like hard targeting creativity, which is a kind of not a great use of a sideboard slot. Engineered Explosives, however, can be good against a lot of things. I guess Hammer would be the big one. That's like, this is a very important card versus Hammer, and Ratchet Bomb is not where you want to be versus Hammer.
Gotcha. Definitely could see that being too slow. The ability to tick up, especially on things like the Ratchet Bomb or like a Blast Zone, is something that has, made some great stories for Magic. Destroying Murktides, Emrakul's, Omniscience with a potential Blast Zone is noteworthy.
I think we're seeing why creativity is considered not a great matchup for Scam here. Dave's not drawing particularly well. He's not drawing any of his big punishing haymakers. He drew a 2 mana planeswalker, but just making land drops, making dwarfs, threatening Benton, and Benton's cards are just not really strong enough to really get there from here. I think he's hoping for maybe a Blood Moon at some point to stop this from happening. But Dave's got a basic planes in play. He's got an abundant growth, so he has mana. So Blood Moon wouldn't even have been good a while ago. And now Dave's got up to 8 mana and is casting Archon of Cruelty.
Archon of Cruelty is a beater, and the Orcish Bowmaster in hand, dealing 1 back for the 3 he takes, is not really what I want from Benton's seat.
Yeah, I'd take that deal 10 times out of 10 if I'm Dave.
Certainly. And I guess if your backup plan beater that you cast is a flying 6/6 drain 3 draw card, your opponent also discards a card and sacks a creature, that's not a bad backup plan. I'd rather seen the dwarves cross the finish line, but this looks pretty strong here from Dave.
Yeah. I think Benton has to cast the Bowmasters in response here, take out these dwarves, and you sacrifice an army to the triggered ability, but then you get another army from the triggered ability, so it kind of is the same. But he is also going to discard the last card in his hand. Or
Looks like
I
he's
guess he
holding
has a
on
few
to
cards.
swamp, so I think that's all right.
All right, looks like he's explosives away the dwarves, is casting a Bowmasters. And maybe, I don't believe he has a removal spell for the Archon.
Not currently, but with his second Bowmasters in play, and he's trying to glow up an army so that way he can.
I'm not sure what's going on with that. Somebody's reading the Archon. All right, but it is in play.
Maybe some question over the sequencing of when the orc army arrives on the sacrifice a creature, draw a card function.
Possibly. We didn't see the card draw or the discard from Benton, so that ability is perhaps the Archon is on the stack, perhaps the ability is on the stack. I'm not sure exactly where we are. Maybe asking if you can sacrifice the Bowmaster and still get a trigger, because he wants to get the army as big as possible.
Yeah, and it does look like that's possible with the Feint. Oh, it does not work.
No, that's you sacrifice the creature first, so the Bowmaster would not see the card draw happen if you did.
But the Feint Death will bring it back with a 2-power.
But now this Archon not only is just in play, and if Dave gets an attack with it, Benton is basically dead. It's also there as a blocker to protect this red and 6, protect Dave's life total. Want to be a little careful with it. Don't want Benton to be able to put together like a Bowmaster ping and a lightning bolt to finish it off.
Yeah. Benton swinging in here with the team. I didn't get a good look. It appears like a fiery impulse, maybe?
Probably not a fiery impulse, but so the thing that Dave is thinking about here is Fury, and you don't want a Fury to finish off your Archon. And since both those bodies are 2/2s, you just kind of don't want to block. So then Seasoned Pyromancer was the red card.
A little bit better than fiery impulse.
Yes.
Caught just the little bit of external there. I mean, draw 2, cycle away, terminate here off the top.
Yeah, and does not look like it. He would not pass the turn if he had the terminate because of the existence of cards like Veil of Summer. And so Dave gets an attack with this Archon. Unless things get pretty weird from here, I don't believe he's going to be losing this game.
With the drain 3 on this Archon for 6, Dave gets an attack in. That is just game over.
If as long as our life totals are correct here, yeah, Benton does not have a removal spell. That was pretty clear. You would not have passed the turn with Terminate and let Dave untap his lands. So it looks like the team of Jerry Thompson and the Shields brothers is going to be victorious in this one. Creativity just kind of like easily able to play that long game when Rakdos was not able to put on a hard clock, was only able to do a little bit of disrupting, and then we just kind of traded cards one for a while, and then Creativity had much better top decks as the game went on. Dave barely drew anything good. You know, he drew Ren in 6, that let him make land drops, and then he was able to play an Archon, but that was plenty.
Funny indeed. With a deck name like Scam, it's unfortunate to draw that half of your deck, but that's what you get for playing the turn 1 discard 2 4/3 menace last round. So
yeah, you live by the scam, you die by the scam. Sometimes you don't get those hands that you need, and when the modern deck is as scary as Creativity, then it's when you don't get it, then you kind of get beaten up. We're gonna go back to Anurag in the booth. Thanks for sticking with us, and we will be back afterwards with round 7.
All right, we're back here. That was both of those games were just kind of both of those matches were kind of intense. I was like holding my breath watching the Legacy match, and then I had to step away for logistics for the Modern match. So I'm going to trust that it was incredible. I mean, it was game 3 with like some incredible players. So I hope that you all enjoyed. And yeah, we've got another. So next round, I've already got us situated with the 6-0 team. And maybe we'll have a repeat of Jerry and the Shields brothers. So yeah, I'm pretty excited. I'm also pretty excited about the segue to our sponsors. So thank you so much for the Goblin Trash Masters for sponsoring today's stream. You can check them out at the Trash Goblin. God, that was real bad. www.thegoblintrashmasters.com and at the Trash Goblins. You can get them wherever you get your podcasts. They're everywhere, and they're trashy. All right, that's awesome. Also want to give a shout out to Dragon Shield, my personal favorite sleeves. I like their custom sleeves. Huge fan of that. And finally, thank you to CoolStuffInc.com. 5% off any order there with the code TOPDECK. I'm going to cut to break, guys. We have round 7 paired, and I want to bring you the most intense Magic in this team's trio's $25,000 tournament. See you in just a sec.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to SCGCON Cincinnati coverage of Team Trios, Pioneer, Modern, Legacy. We just watched very exciting match. Kind of not so close game 3 of Creativity versus Benton Madsen on Rakdos. But we are going to pick up with our undefeated teams. Going to watch Jerry T and the Shields brothers versus Patrick Wu's team battling at 6-0. Tim, looks like we've got a Death Shadow mirror in the Legacy seat that I believe we'll be catching. What are our considerations? Oh, we're going. I'm sorry, we're going to Modern first. So that's going to be Murktide versus Creativity. So a little different from that Scam Creativity matchup. A little more counter magic on one side versus the four mana sorcery deck. Should be very fun to watch. This is kind of a classic matchup of current Modern.
No, that sounds great. Hopefully, the Death Shadow matchup mirror takes long enough that we can catch out the game 3. The interactions there between the main deck reanimates and the uptick in cycling creatures is going to be kind of fun to watch. Is it Murktide is a deck that feels very at par for the power level of where Modern is supposed to be, being as everything that's played in it is printed out of the Modern Horizons set.
Yeah, we have a matchup of a deck that's trying to do something broken on the top end versus a deck that is just playing like the most powerful cheap cards that we have access to in the format. Dragon's Rage Channeler and Ragavan as incredible one drops. Mishra's Bauble is just a 0 mana card that is very synergistic with the rest of your stuff. And then like Murktide Regent as the cheapest 8/8 flyer you've ever seen. Just trying to put a significant clock on the game and then have just enough interaction to keep the creativity deck from getting there. Creativity deck has its own tools though. Leyline Binding in particular, just a very cheap, very effective removal spell. Whenever you get like a Murktide Regent for 1 white mana, you feel really good about your removal suite. So lots to think about in this matchup. One really big key is, does Dave have enough removal to control the early creatures? And then if he can land a Teferi, he's going to have a lot of control over this game.
Teferi would be some pretty big control. The power level of the Isn't Murktide is mostly banned in Legacy, so it's kind of nostalgic to get to see some of these, cards that were deemed powerful enough for Modern. I guess between the 5-color creativity and Murktide shells, Expressive Iteration and Ragavans and Ren and 6, and I mean it's just a pretty long list of cards that, with given enough permission, are not playable in an older format, seeing how they get leveraged here against each other.
Yes, in Modern, you have to pay mana for your counter spells, generally. Counter spell costs 2 mana. Spell Pierce, a 3 of in Patrick's deck, costs a mana. Significantly different from having access to Daze and Force of Will to cover the Ragavan to use the card advantage from the Expressive Iteration. So it's, everything's just a little less efficient than the Legacy versions. And I think Is It Murktide a pretty perennial like 50% deck in Modern at the end of everything. We do see a little bit of free counter magic. And I'm sorry, it's Charles Vincent is playing the Is It Murktide deck. Looking at Melee, they're all listed under a single player's name, so that's why I tripped over that a little bit. But Charles does have 2 copies of Subtlety as free pieces of interaction in his deck. Only really relevant, mostly relevant against Teferi. Maybe could use it against a Ren and 6, but obviously no creatures in Dave's deck except for those 3 copies of Archon of Cruelty.
Just hardcast Ragavan here, keeping 1 mana up, hopefully for... Oh, no Spell Pierce there. A little bit of discourse on foreign language cards. How do you feel about cards that are not printed in the language of the person holding the cards?
If your opponent casts a magic card against you and you are confused because the text of the card isn't in English, I'm not certain that you were ready to play in the competitive tournament that you're playing in. Uh, that's at comp REL at minimum. I will not book complaints about foreign language cards being involved in the game. If somebody casts a Ragavan against you and then you lose because you didn't know what the text of Ragavan was, that's on you.
Okay, very fair. Very
Uh,
fair.
at FNM, I don't know, but generally my concerns are not related to FNM.
Agreed. With the COVID era detriment to Friday Night Magic's, FNM has not been terribly relevant. Bobble targeting Dave and a pass back from Charles here.
Yeah, that Fable hitting a very important Spell Pierce there. Fable sometimes a liability in Spell Pierce matchups where trading 3 mana for 1 mana, not the tempo advantage that you want. But with Charles not having any pressure in play, it's not as big a blow as it would be if, Charles were getting in for 3 damage a turn with a Dragon's Rage Channeler or getting hits in with a Ragavan. Speaking of cards with illegible text, this is the old school printing, the Secret Lair, I think Secret Lair Teferi Time Raveler, printed old frame with a interpretation as though it were printed in, I guess, like Legends era or something like that. If you have a problem with foreign cards, I assume you have a problem with this one because this one does not really tell you what the card does either.
It does not, but I do enjoy the old printing. I am very glad that we've returned to that with the release of a lot of Time Spiral remastered styled cards that have the border and feel of what I remember Magic being like from when I was a kid. So I am happy to see a card that I hate so much in an art that I love. So
And Teferi hits the table. Dave went ahead and minused it, although that leaves it vulnerable to something like a Dash Ragavan or a Lightning Bolt. Even plussing it, it is vulnerable to an Unholy Heat, so getting the card out of it pretty good. But what it does leave him vulnerable to is this Murktide Regent that he can no longer bounce, but he may be setting up for a creativity here on his turn anyways.
Baby Murktide here coming in only as a 5/5.
Yeah, and Murktide, not the most difficult card for the creativity deck to deal with. You know, Dave does have access to Leyline Bindings that can take it out for 1 mana. And maybe no creativity in hand this turn. Looks like a Fable, a Renin 6, and that may be an Archon in hand. I can't quite tell what that third card is as Dave fetches.
Gonna call every card I can't see from now on Fiery Impulse just to make sure that we know.
Well, yes, that's a choice you can make. We will not be seeing any actual fiery impulses cast in the lightning bolt format, though. Charles had to take himself off of Delirium to cast that Murktide Regent, so really good turn from Dave here, using all of his mana, casting that Renin 6 to take down their Dragon's Rage Channeler, and then casting a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. But does leave that Murktide Regent in play, which can choose a Planeswalker to kill.
And putting interaction back on the table, taking care of Teferi.
Yeah, very key. Especially given how few lands Charles has in play, we can feel fairly confident that he has some interaction in hand, likely some blue cards that do something on the stack.
Does look like some opinions in chat on the foreign cards seem to agree with your side of things. The
Oh, I'm seeing a lot of disagreement with my take, which I'm fine with. You know, we we can argue all day.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I am kind of on board with, as long as it's the original art, I don't care what language it's in. But a lot of the showcase arts, there was a depiction of a Thoughtseized Inquisition of Kozilek or Fatal Push that I was unaware of which one it was, and that's going to be the difference maker for me. One of my favorite matches. What's going on here? Completely irrelevant. We'll save that story for another time. But I played against somebody with all foreign cards who did not speak English, and there were zero miscommunications. And it was just flawless, wonderful magic, as magic is intended. So the language barrier did not exist.
I am a little more sympathetic to like I struggle to identify what cards my opponent is playing if it's all art stuff and yeah, like this Thoughtseize and Inquisition look exactly the same and whatever. And I do like being able to identify at a glance what cards are in play for my opponent, but I don't like the fact that you can call a judge to get Oracle text if you need it, and also the fact that like you have to know the text on Ren and 6 to play Modern. You have to know the text on Murktide Regent to play Modern. I'm just not worried about my opponent's Japanese cards.
Fair enough. I do remember being an early player and running into the text list cryptic command.
Oh yeah, delight, a true delight of, of promo design.
Which I guess they have the promo Omnath now, which is probably a little bit more time relevant. But boy, the text list choices. And here we go, another dwarf token here for Dave, getting focused back down into the match, I guess.
Yeah, Dave just kind of accumulating resources here. We see Charles not attack the Renin 6 because I think he's just trying to figure out a way to get this game over. Had to attack the Teferi in order to turn on the blue cards in his hand. But now saying, I think I just have to ignore that Renin 6, get you dead. With one Lightning Bolt, one more swing of this Murktide is going to be lethal. And so just hoping that his interaction lets him get through this turn without an Archon ending up on the battlefield or something equally terrifying happening. We see Dwarves coming into play. This is the second treasure Dave is getting off of his Goblin, and he's just like kind of going very wide with resources. Needs to figure out some way. He doesn't want to get hit by this Murktide one more time. It's not technically lethal, but you want to do everything you can to avoid putting yourself in Lightning Bolt range.
Yeah, with the consider, or with the consider, pitch, and consider, second Murktide is going to push it over the edge. So Dave either needs to be able to interact with the graveyard there or the graveyard interaction. But I don't know. Murktide growing for every consecutive Murktide could get Dave here. Hard to cast
Yeah,
Archon.
this is not the play that Dave was hoping to make, is just cast Archon. Tap all of your lands, sacrifice your treasures, cast Archon. If your opponent has a piece of interaction for it, then it doesn't resolve. And was that... Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that Charles had just cast Archmage's Charm there. Did I miss an interaction? There was a Spell Pierce taking it out. So that worked out just fine for Dave. It did just straight up resolve, and that's pretty much going to be the ball game.
Yeah, Archmage's Charm being the cast I did not see. It did look like a pretty quick counter spell, so I was surprised to see the Murktide disappear. Boy.
Yep, but Dave had exactly 9 mana, was able to do this. Unholy Heat enough to take out the Archon, but I don't think that Dave is in any danger anymore now that that Murktide is off of the table.
Yeah, with 3 turns, Charles being at 8, Dave's got a lot to play here. It's another Goblin on the bottom, so that's 5, 6, 7. Man. Yeah, I mean, this could just be it. Renin 6 pinging down here. Nope, one more.
Yeah, we need a little bit more damage than that. But especially if Dave, now you're thinking about how can I lose this game, right? And it's kind of mostly at I take a hit off of this Dragon's Rage Channeler and Charles has 2 lightning bolts. So can we take this Dragon Rage Channeler off the table? Can we obviously ideally we get more Archons into play, gain more life, and just like keep going from there. So uh unlikely that there's I mean, it's possible that he has a creativity that he cast the Archon over last turn in case he wasn't able to successfully fight over it. Um, but also just taking the Dragon's Rage Channeler off of the table so that there's kind of no way that you die before dealing lethal with your various and sundry tokens. Pretty good as well.
And Charles wrapping it up after Dave comes in for what looks like 6.
Yeah,
So-
I think he knows that he doesn't have any. Murktide is a deck that wants to have a clock on the table and be disrupting. There's really no way for him to deal 9 damage there, which tells us at least that he didn't have the 2 bolts in hand, but not a lot else.
So what do you bring in from Murktide on this?
So on the Murktide side of the table, there are a few big things that you're considering. Number one is that Teferi in play is a problem for you, and you need to make sure that that doesn't happen. So your counter spells are good because they stop creativity from happening, they stop Teferi from happening, but the creativity deck is very aware of the power of counter spells against it. It looks like Dave has 3 copies of Veil of Summer in his sideboard. And anytime that you catch a counter spell with Veil of Summer, it's a tremendous blowout. So the both players' sideboarding is going to take that into account, and both players' approach to the game is going to take that into account. Murktide can't just sit on its counter spells; it's got to pressure and try to use its counter spells like force action, ideally when Dave can't hold Veil up. Looks like we're moving on to Legacy, though. Going to take a look at this Death Shadow Mirror. What's important in this Death Shadow Mirror?
I'm going to go with lands. Lands look to be important, especially to Jerry right now. Alessandro getting the first Death Shadow down and keeping Jerry off of any mana with his Wastelands. So first threat, I mean, smaller than the Grief right now, but with the ability to continue to cantrip and develop your game plan with your free mana counter spells being Daze, the board state here looks, it's a little nerve-wracking from Jerry's side, but we'll see what Alessandro has. A fetch land here grows Death Shadow above Grief, but then turns on Jerry's own Death Shadow. So the little cat and mouse game, a snuff out being less powerful in this where so many of the threats are black creatures.
Yeah, I believe it's just Murktide Regent and like a Brazen Borrower that can be targeted by it. Murktide Regent, of course, being powerful enough that Snuff Out's still pretty good. But a Thoughtseize from Alessandro's side. Jerry, we know none of those cards are lands, and Alessandro, after seeing Jerry's hand, feels comfortable coming in with this Death Shadow. Only a 3/3. Jerry says, I'll bite. Alessandro says, cycle Street Wraith. Jerry does find an island, turning on at least the Daze in his hand. But doesn't do a lot to solve this, which should be a 5/5 Death Shadow on Alessandro's side of the table. And really nothing that Jerry can do from this spot.
It may be a throwback to the beginning of either that game or the match. It's like an even
Yeah,
or
we did
odd
just
roll.
roll a die, so looks like we're heading back to modern though. So, going back to our discussion of this post-board matchup, Veil of Summer, an extremely important card. And one of the things that the Murktide deck really, really needs to do, especially on the play here, is put its pressure on. Get that Ragavan in play, get Dragon's Rage Channeler going, and don't get to a point where, Dave can cast spells kind of freely with Veil of Summer mana up. You're not trying to play any sort of control and counterspell game, and Charles has to mulligan kind of aggressively and get down threats because the more lands that are in play on both sides, the tougher it is for the Murktide players' spells to be effective.
No, that makes a lot of sense. It's got a lot of Delver feel, and
Mhm.
Dragon's Rage Channeler is an outstandingly powerful card. I think that with a little bit of interaction is an incredible turn one. There was a Delverless deck for a while in Legacy where it was Delver but not running Delver because it was not as powerful as the Ragavan's Dragon's Rage Channelers.
Yeah, they gave us some good threats in MH2, that is for sure. And those are certainly going to be key to this matchup. Uh, Also, very key is the fact that Charles is on the play because creativity is a Ren and 6 deck. You always feel this moment of tension and anxiety when you cast your Ragavan on the draw or your Dragon's Rage Channeler on the draw versus the Ren and 6 deck. And there's just nothing that you can do to stop that from happening if you play it turn one. And it's tough because if you slow roll it, like then you're kind of playing into the creativity deck's hands. So being on the play here, Charles doesn't need to worry about that. Can just play as Ragavan. In worst case, it gets lightning bolted or prismatic ending, and not what you wanted, but at least it's a 1-for-1 and not a blowout.
Indeed. So what I hear is you're saying we should unban Ren and 6 in Legacy.
You keep putting these words in my mouth. I believe trying to construct some sort of Wasteland Ren and 6 metagame in some format, and I'm not going to go along with it. I played Wasteland Ren and 6. I think it was bad.
I don't know. The world with more wastelands would be a better place. You shouldn't be allowed to cast 7, 8 mana spells hard cast with not a basic land in play. It just shouldn't happen.
There's nothing wrong with casting an 8 mana spell. I think that's the spice of life when you get to the I guess I'll just cast this Archon of Cruelty. Are you dead to it? I think that's great. No one drop here from Charles. And not a lot, he may consider end step here, but not a lot of like really proactive stuff that he's going to be able to do with that mana. Certainly not spell piercing anything on turn one here. So very likely, Dave's going to look at that and say, okay, what kind of hand do you keep that doesn't have a one drop in it? Probably has a Murktide and a couple of spells, at least to consider spells that can get cast to kind of get the Murktide going. Uh, on the play, you would kind of run out pretty much any one drop here. Like you would run out Dragon's Rage Channeler because you, especially with a Consider in hand, you would want to trigger that Surveil turn two. Still no threat, so very likely a Murktide hand, and Dave just wants to be aware of, when the Murktide can come down and how he's planning on solving that. Another pass of the turn. I don't think this is the type of game that Murktide wants to play.
Yeah, there's a couple of red cards in Charles's hand. I can't get a great link on him, but it's got to be Dragon's Rage Channeler. Is he holding up an Archmage Charm again? It doesn't feel.
I mean, this could also be a Blood Moon hand, and we did, 2 islands in play. Blood Moon could come down. That is a Jetmir's Garden, but Dave did have a fetch up, so a Spell Pierce could take down a Blood Moon, and so maybe Charles is looking for a Blood Moon opening. The creativity deck can't really. There's not a great way for it to fetch around Blood Moon, except maybe by getting the basic planes in play to like cast a 4-mana Leyline Binding at some point or something like that. So you know, they, one of the main ways you try to play around Blood Moon is by fetching around it. That's not really an option for the creativity deck. So it looks like Dave's hand, he's got a couple of Change the Equation in hand, I believe. And so it's going to be tough for Charles to resolve a Blood Moon. Maybe he can have Blood Moon Spell Pierce exactly on this turn, and if Dave doesn't have a Veil or a Spell Pierce in addition to his Change the Equation, then that Blood Moon could come down and kind of ruin his day. We'll see what the plan is for these players.
No, that sounds good. Blood Moon explains the keep on 7, a couple of passing turns.
Yeah, and with the 2 islands, I think that's a pretty clear, I think Dave is probably very aware of the possibility of Blood Moon here.
Fetch shock in from Charles, so those 2 islands were natural. It's not terribly telegraphed. If you're Dave, how aware of this Blood Moon are you?
I think given no threats from Charles' side of the table, you have to say, what did he keep? And without, I mean, certainly we haven't provided any targets for Unholy. We haven't provided any targets for counterspells. So some combination of those. But to choose to keep a 7-card hand with no threats in it, there has to be something good in there, right? And I think you just kind of have to say, there's probably a Blood Moon over there.
No, that's fair. Dwarf on board, action coming in from Dave Shell's side.
Yeah, and one of the things that happens here, Ragavan never hit the table in the early game. Ragavan's never going to connect with Dave's life total in this game. Now that we're making dwarves, it's just not really a card anymore. Charles at some point may be having to spend full cards to take these dwarves out, and again, the more land drops get made in the game, the worse it gets for Murktide. Or the worse it gets for Murktide. Shadow Prophecy here from Dave Shields, just going to keep drawing cards.
Met with the Spell Pierce that Charles didn't use proactively to put down his Blood Moon. What do you think about that?
Well, the Spell Pierce, and now I don't know exactly we haven't gotten a good look at Charles's hand, so I don't know when that Spell Pierce got into his hand. This turn, I don't think a Spell Pierce would have, Spell Pierce wouldn't have protected a Blood Moon this turn. Blood Moon comes down, Change the Equation targets the Blood Moon, and then Dave has 2 mana up. But I think using the Spell Pierce there, as Dave gets ready to make his 5th land drop, pretty good, because we're going to have to get a pretty complicated stack going for that Spell Pierce to be super relevant.
And Charles decides it's time. Blood Moon on the stack.
Now, I believe Dave has like 2 copies of Change the Equation in his hand. This is going to be a tough one to see resolve. Change the Equation number 1 comes down. And Charles just lets that Blood Moon go. Dave also just, has a fetch land in play that can get a plains. So worst case, likely he's able to Leyline Binding a Blood Moon that hits the table.
And mono red, not necessarily too difficult to cast Fable out from under as well.
That's true. I mean, that is an out to Blood Moon. We've also seen, not from this deck obviously, but we've seen the One Ring as just an out to Blood Moon. You can cast it no matter what your lands are, and then if they're not pressuring you, 6 or 10 cards in, you find an answer to the Blood Moon. Looks like Dave, mentioned that at one point had the Arid Mesa in play that could get a Plains. Looks like Dave just pretty confident that a Blood Moon is not hitting the table this game and is just not going to worry about it. Going to keep making dwarves. This lets him attack with a dwarf while keeping one back for a Dashed Ragavan.
That seems pretty good. The Murktide player not having a threat coming in on turn 7 is starting to feel. I don't know. I'd like to see Is It Murktide make a pretty strong stand here. 5-color creativity running away with this. It's not. Ooh, Blood Moon number 2. That's why Charles lets the first one go.
Now, Dave does have that second change the equation in his hand, which I think we're going to see target this Blood Moon. But, Charles going to be more interested in fighting over, you have 2 copies of Blood Moon in hand, you're happy to throw one away. The second one, you're going to want to fight over a little harder. And then if Charles loses this fight over this Blood Moon, the problem really, though, is Blood Moon is great at stopping your opponent from making dwarves with their dwarven mines. Once the dwarves have been made, if you fight over this Blood Moon and are tapped out, like, creativity costs red, red, red X. You can cast that under a Blood Moon.
Charles choosing not to fight over this one as well.
I don't think you can.
At this point, are you making are you doing Flusterstorm math in your head for Dave's side, trying to figure out what your creativity total target is, or are you just gonna jam?
I may. I mean, obviously depends on my hand, and I'm trying to get peeks at Dave's hand. I see a lightning bolt. I see a creativity. Only 2 mana up on Charles' side of the table. If I have a couple of like heavy cards in my hand, if I have like a Teferi and a creativity, I'm casting at least one here. It looks like we're casting a creativity for 2, which plays around an Unholy Heat or a Lightning Bolt, but does not play around a Spell Pierce unless this one of Dave's cards is Veil of Summer. This also doesn't play around Flusterstorm. Dave's just going to let it go.
All right, first threat from Charles here with a Dragon's Rage Channeler. Darcy, I've got to assume is full on Delirious by now. Enchantment
Once
instant
once
land.
enchantment is in the graveyard. and I think we're seeing exactly the kind of game that Murktide does not want to play. These Dragon's Rage Channelers just are not that scary at this point in the game. Dave has mana to deal with them, to cast this Teferi. Like, Charles must fight over this. Because if this Teferi hits the battlefield, then, all bets are off.
Okay, and there is for sure Delirium. I wasn't sure if we had a sorcery earlier, but with artifact, instant, enchantment, and lands, we're good.
And I guess no creatures were cast this game, but yeah, once that bauble is surveilled to the graveyard, then we should be all set.
Yeah, the fairy dispatched. Three-turn clock potential from Charles here, should there be no interaction. Expressive Iteration, another banned card out of Legacy.
I believe Dave has at least one Lightning Bolt in hand. The fact that this is 2 Dragon's Rage Channelers is pretty key for Charles. And now going to finally go up some cards, resolving this Expressive Iteration, getting like lots of surveils going here.
Ooh, binning a Murktide off of the
Interesting.
EI.
I think just going to try, you don't want too many threats, right? If your hand ends up being all threats, you play your threats out, and then a creativity happens. Like, you need to find the interaction because casting creativity beats any number of threats. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Dave did not have a lightning bolt.
If he does have 2, he might be trying to shoot them both upstairs, trying to get it. Nope. Hold back the third. Same putting Charles on a 2-turn clock.
All right, there's that lightning bolt.
Fighting on his own turn, using his life total as a resource. I love it.
Here comes Ren in 6. Not able to kill that last Dragon's Rage Channeler, but going to go ahead and grab a fetch land. Putting Dave at 7 lands in play. Perhaps another Hardcast Archon next turn. Unholy Heat coming down, killing that Ren in 6.
Good job on the Unholy Heat promo. It took me a second.
Well, I've been playing RCQs, so I've seen a number of those Unholy Heats.
So a slow game from Mr. Murktide, but a game nonetheless. This is not where I thought we were going to be a few turns back. Charles putting a pretty good show coming up from the Blood Moon fight. Sacrifices a fiery islet and passes back to Dave here.
Yeah, I mean, Dave's certainly at an advantage once the players both have a bunch of lands in play, but he does have to have the stuff to convert it. So, that first creativity didn't happen. He didn't have any way to stop that Flusterstorm from countering it, was playing around the removal spell, which Charles likely did have. And, doesn't seem to have a follow-up spell. It certainly didn't over the last couple of turns.
No, and electing not to make another dwarf.
All right, now starting the race. Gonna attack Charles down to 6.
And it looks like a creativity in hand. I just got a flash of that.
X equals 2 again. Now playing around both Spell Pierce and a removal spell, but the card Counterspell, just going to go ahead and say no to that. Does Charles have a Lightning Bolt? He's got a Dash Ragavan. Yeah, and then finally that Ragavan gets in. The first time there's no Dwarf back to block it, deals its 2 damage, and that's exactly lethal. Well played by Charles, pacing threats out, not putting the Dragon's Rage Channeler into play until there are 2, so that, Dave has to deal with them both and just not able to. And Dave's hand just a little clunky. We saw 0 Veil of Summer out of Dave that game, and that's really key. It's difficult to resolve your 4-mana sorcery against the deck full of Spell Pierces and Counterspells without cards like Veil of Summer, without a Teferi that hits the table. And, hand just a little too top-heavy and wasn't able to get everything done in time.
No, Blood Moon's doing a really good job of putting on a duress impersonation with Charles, using those to get the counterspells out of Dave's hand with nothing left to protect. Is creativity's indomitable creativity. Boy.
Yep. The change the equations would at least counter the card Counterspell and push something through, but those Blood Moons force the interaction. So yeah, we did see Charles win a game that we weren't that he didn't have the 1-drops to provide pressure early. Now on the draw, those that type of game is less accessible to him because of the threat of red and 6 coming down. But, Charles clearly understands how to navigate a game where he's not able to put on the pressure early and then just has to slam a couple of threats onto the board in the mid to late game and ride those to victory. And on the draw, that's almost what you have to do. Texture of your hand may demand your turn one Ragavan, but that's you just like close your eyes and hope the worst doesn't happen when you have to do that.
Not sure where the legacy match did wind up, but it looks like our legacy players are focused pretty hard in on the modern match. So it looks like that has resolved. There's a little bit less than 10 minutes on the game clock. I think we do have an extension for our players here on the feature match table. But
yeah, all I can tell you is that Death Shadow was victorious in the legacy match.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, great.
Excellent. You see that cheer from Shields getting up. I'm going to go for Xander's Lounge because nobody else can read it either.
That looks like a Xander's Lounge to me. I believe you're correct. Just kidding. That is a Jetmir's Garden. These ones are very difficult for me to tell apart. These are ones I don't have a handle on.
Ooh, it looks like Pioneer either wrapped up or players just got very friendly all of a sudden.
Yep. Yeah, I believe the match is over, but we're going to go ahead and watch game 3 of Legacy, which we don't know how anything wrapped up, so we're just as in the dark as y'all are about this. Starting with a ponder from Alessandro. Alessandro on the play here. Looking at a Murktide and something else. Murktide, definitely a scary one if it hits the table. Snuff Out and Petty Theft, kind of the only ways to deal with that.
Curious to see if the snuff outs make the cut in post board games.
I have to imagine, I mean, maybe you can rely on counter magic to deal with the Murktide regents, but I do know that, like, I don't love having Force of Will in this type of mirror, so I don't know if that's a route that players want to take. The 2-mana 8/8 is a pretty real threat.
No, hop on in.
Looks like we are going to be joined by Anurag to help us out with this legacy coverage between two very skilled Death Shadow players. Anurag, you live?
I'm here. Can you guys hear me? Well, this is weird. I never get to actually like do commentary of my own shows, but like I have a full list of spoilers, so I'm not going to say too much. But I'm just down to like hang out and vibe if it's cool with everybody else. Where are we at?
Alessandro has pondered. He has dazed Jerry's ponder, I believe, and wastelanded Jerry. But Jerry does have a couple of lands here still.
Interesting. Yeah, I feel like a ponder on a daze is always like a hyper aggressive move. It feels like one where it especially works when you have like a lot of like power in play to like push tempo advantages or something like that. But it could also be like a very like sinister move where he's just trying to like stifle some sort of critical development from Jerry's side.
It could also just indicate that Alessandro doesn't have a ton of lands and is trying not to like let himself get run over, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Days bouncing the Watery Grave could speak to that, but we did see the board state earlier where Alessandro had successfully gotten Jerry down to low lands. So with a non-game based around Wasteland, that might have been a concept game plan.
We got the land cycle, swamp cycling, the Troll of Khazad-dûm, grabbing a Watery Grave here. Jerry ready to plummet his life total.
I would 100% snap it off. No stifles. I've got 2 lands in play. it forces the play on what looks to be an Orcish Bowmaster. Yeah, there we go. Jerry knows what's up.
Yeah, Alessandro gonna float the mana and cast Brainstorm when Jerry, I assume, moves to combat. I mean, I think that Brainstorm in response there indicates a lack of lands. There's just no like promise of brainstorming with a fetch, and so Alessandro just kind of digging for it.
Not sure whether it's the right play or not, but the fun niche line of cast Brainstorm, daze your own Brainstorm, returning your land, pay for days. Available to Alessandro, maybe not the right line, but
I don't know. That is like weirdly tempting here, but you do open yourself up to, I mean, saving the land when you don't have any lands and you have that heavy of a hand, I don't hate it.
Jerry's going to help lighten that hand up here for Alessandro.
All right, I'll read them out, and then Anurag, I'll get your take. We've got a Ponder, a Daze, a Bowmasters, a Fatal Push, a Murktide Regent, and what is this? It's an edict of some sort.
Yeah,
is that
it's
just
a sudden edict. And I'm actually going to one-up you because I got Noah Walker here, the GOAT, like the best Delver player of all time. Noah, what do you take with this grief here if you're in Jerry's position?
All right. So looking over at Alessandro's hand, it's pretty good. He has a lot of potent threats. It's actually a sort of close decision because like basically what I'm thinking about is you really don't want the Ponder in there just because it helps him, advance his board state. He casts the Ponder, follow up with some lands. So I'm a little surprised to see Jerry taking the Daze, but Daze is probably one of the most powerful cards you could have in these mirror matches because resolving your spells is just what matters, right? Like your 2-cost spells are going to be the best cards in the matchup. So Jerry's basically saying like, hey, I don't care if you get lands, like I just want to resolve my 2-cost spells over you.
That's actually really, really, really insightful. Okay, I like that a lot. Yeah, thanks, Noah.
This also lets him resolve this reanimate on this grief right here. Grief going to meet with a Fatal Push, and then Jerry gets to do it all again, looking now at a much smaller hand. Ponder, Murktide Regent, Bowmasters, Sudden Edict. To me, this seems like either take the Ponder, deny Alessandro that velocity to get through his deck, or take the Murktide because that's the most powerful card. And if Jerry doesn't have an answer to it, and Alessandro hit a land on top of his library, then that Murktide could come down and be a threat. But Jerry going to go ahead and take the Ponder.
That feels like the right decision. I know Noah Walker just gave us the answer, so it does feel like cheating, but I was like, well, now obviously the Ponder, but I don't know that I'd have made that had I not gotten the tips from the pros, getting insight from specifically Noah Walker. That was kind of fun.
I appreciated it. Death Shadow coming down for Jerry. Alessandro just not hitting that land and not seeming to hit an answer to this Death Shadow.
Nope. And it looks like days off the Ponder for Jerry Thompson.
Yeah, I mean, Daze and Wasteland, a classic combo of Delver-style decks in Legacy. Take your opponent down to very few lands and then just counter what they play since they don't have any extra mana.
So there's a Thoughtseize off the top. So if it's Thoughtseize Death Shadow left in hand for Alessandro, this could clear the way, purge the days, and then get the Death Shadow in as larger than Jerry's.
Yeah, and that math is very important. This does let Jerry play that Watery Grave again, make his Death Shadow 5/5, but come in, put Alessandro to 7. Bowmasters comes down.
with a two bodies from the Bowmaster, very important.
Yeah, representing at least 2 blocks of a Death Shadow if that becomes relevant. Because now a Death Shadow from Alessandro's side is a 7/7. But a Daze is going to stop anything Alessandro plays this turn, and then Jerry is going to have a lethal attack. And that's certainly the end of the Legacy match. And since our Modern match wrapped up early, I believe that means that the team of Jerry Thompson and the Shields brothers has walked away victorious. They're going to be, I think, our last undefeated team. Let me look at these records here. Yeah, that's going to be our last undefeated team. We've got one more match today, and we'll see if they can keep it going through that. I don't know who we'll be watching. I probably we'll be seeing if they can stay undefeated throughout the day. But their configuration of Dimir Death Shadow, 5-color creativity, and in Pioneer Rakdos midrange has been, consistent, powerful throughout the day. Let's go back to Anurag. He will update you on what we're going to see for the rest of this evening.
Okay, was that weird? I don't know. I saw the moment to watch like 2 Titans playing Legacy, and I was like, I can't hold myself back. Anyways, no, I know it's not weird. Okay, whatever. It's blah blah blah. I was glad. And I'm actually really glad too that we could get Noah's voice in for like 2 seconds just to hear like how the master like of the deck. Like I think Noah's also playing Dimir Death Shadow this weekend, and so like Noah came in and was like, all right, well here are your options. What does it mean if Jerry takes this? What does it mean if Jerry takes that? And what does it mean if Jerry takes that? So I think that's like it's actually really interesting from like the outside to sort of see what. Sort of what you can like read off of such a subtle decision as that, and Noah was basically just like 100% right. Like Jerry had the reanimate to play the other spell, and then I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, that was really. And here's the other thing too is like Noah is like super well versed. In fact, I may talk to him. He'd be really cool to have him do commentary from now. Anyways, cool. So we do have some work to do. We are 6 minutes over time. The team, Patrick Wu's team, is going to join us again for round number 7, so we're going to see the final conclusion of how they finish. Before we do that, though, I do want to double check 2 things. First is how many more rounds are left? How many more are unreported? So it looks like all the rounds are actually submitted, so we don't actually have that much time. We're going to have a pretty quick turnaround here for the next round. Again, here's the thing. If you're enjoying the content, I got one simple ask, all right? Hit the follow button. Hit the follow button, and that would make my day. If that's a lot, I get it. That's cool. Keep watching. This is the last round, and it's going to be super sweet. I also want to say thank you to some of our sponsors before we get into the last round today. So that is the Nerdbirds, at Nerdbirds MTG. They got hot takes. They got even hotter plays. Check them out on Twitter. Support them, please, too, because they're the ones who are also bringing you coverage. You might think this is a one-stop shop. I know Will was very adamant about it, but I could not do it without the community. I could not do it without the players. I could not do it without the TOs all understanding that this is important and that we should all be here together. So I do appreciate that. Also, shout out to one of our own, apexgaming.gg. Check out their event happening August 11th through 13th. Go to their website, apexgaming.gg. Check out what they've got. They've got a modern RCQ. It's a destination RCQ, so if you're already queued for Atlanta, guess what? This is the perfect time to go and play in an event. They've also got coverage of it too, so I would love to see you on their stream and also let them know that I sent you too, right? That's what I'm talking about. We all sort of work on each other and we lift ourselves together because that's what we do. So we're gonna hop to a quick break. Coverage at any cost. Hell yeah, I'm about that. We'll hop to a quick break. We're gonna get the last round figured out, and then we'll be back. All right? See ya. All right, I have an update, and it's an interesting one. So the way standings work is kind of weird. Hello, I'm walking and talking. We got paired against Corey's team. So what I'm gonna do, like I've been talking about this like all day, right? Like we're here to just like help each other out and whatever it is. I'm actually gonna go ahead and I'm gonna call the stream here, but you're gonna see the exact same match that you would have seen on Corey's stream, and I'm gonna go ahead and raid Corey. So please, please, please show some love, say hello, say hi, show some support. You know how it is. I want to say thank you. I'll be back again tomorrow at 9 a.m. EST to get through, I think, 8 more rounds of coverage. And that's going to be it for me, all right? Send Corey some love. And what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, thank you to our sponsors. Nerdbirds MTG, Apex Gaming.gg, SpiceRack.gg. There's so many. Wow, so much support. Cool Stuff Inc., Dragon Shield, and also the Goblin Trash Masters. So that's going to be it for me. Bye.